First up we've got power lesbian Corey Burke murders her father with an ice axe in election night meltdown at Seattle home. Alright, so the title for this one is just straight up the headline that I saw when I first came across this case. I still don't really know what a power lesbian is, and a lot of people in the comments didn't really seem to know either, so I left it in just for weirdness sake. Let's get into what I'm sure will result in nothing short of the best comment section ever. The recent election in the US awakened some latent madness within a lot of people, both before and after it occurred. While a good amount of violence broke out across the country, usually on a smaller, one-on-one sort of scale, there weren't many cases as high profile as this one. This is the story of a 33-year-old Blue Origin employee, which is Jeff Bezos' space program, named Corey Burke. Corey was a training manager at the spacecraft company, seemingly being pretty well off financially. She was also very active in the left side of politics. She was married to Samantha Lee Allen, who is very much the same, being a writer that covered LGBT issues for both the Daily Beast and Fusion Media, that now works as an editor for a transgender news website called Them. The two had previously written about their struggle accepting the 2016 election, the previous election in which Donald Trump won, and boy, that would come to be seen as foreshadowing in hindsight. It appears that they both lived together with Corey's father, Timothy, as he and Corey purchased a home together in 2023. It was a pretty swanky $800,000 home in the Seattle area, and it seems that, for the most part, they all got along pretty well. However, Corey wouldn't quite put it that way herself, vaguely only stating that there were no strong boundaries and that this left her feeling, quote, hyper-focused and disorganized. On election night, Donald Trump's victory left Corey feeling, in her own words, overwhelmed. She was already in a bad mood, sitting in complete darkness in her home, glued to the TV. When her father came into the room and turned the lights on, she was furious, demanding that he turn them back off. When he didn't, she decided that she would kill him. That's right, the problem wasn't even that her dad voted for Trump or anything like that. It's because he wanted to keep the lights on at a time when Corey was already in a very bad mood. Basically, he killed the vibe. So she went upstairs and grabbed a weapon, an ice axe. She tripped her father, knocking him down to the ground. She then hopped on top of him and began strangling him. Being stronger than her, he was able to push her off. So she resorted to biting him to slow him down and ultimately ended up hitting him repeatedly with both the blunt and sharp sides of the axe. Corey later said that she felt that the killing needed to happen that day. As he struggled to breathe, she sat next to him and watched him until he finally died. She said that she felt a lot better once his body went completely limp. Corey then continued her rampage and began to smash all of the windows out of the home while watching the news. The police were called out, hearing Corey smashing windows and clapping to herself inside. Soon, she came walking out with blood still dripping down her face. She told the police that she freaked out, saying that it was related to something important about Election Day. She said that it was all an act of liberation, adding that she had been reborn the previous month while not elaborating much on that. At first, she didn't want the police to come inside her home for obvious reasons. Once they expressed that they were simply concerned for her father, she surprisingly let them in. There, they discovered the gruesome scene, finding a bloody axe still near the body. Corey was taken to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. The next day, she whispered, "I killed him," into a police officer's ear before telling him that she was on a mission to help people, in her own words, change their attachment to their parents. She told the police that killing her father was really hard, really fucking hard, and that there were points where she felt like she wasn't going to be able to. Nevertheless, she felt that it really needed to be done, although she couldn't really explain why. Corey Burke was charged with first-degree murder and held in jail on $2 million bail. Eventually, it came time for her first day in court, entering a plea of not guilty during her arraignment. Samantha was there to support her, seeming jovial and laughing with their friends despite all that had happened. It goes without saying that this callousness may damage the author's reputation. Now we've got Michigan man shot his neighbor over mulch. Out in Canton, Michigan, a 35-year-old father of two, Nathan Morris, was taking a walk through the neighborhood with his daughters. Everything seemed to be going well until one of his daughters touched the mulch in a neighbor's yard. That neighbor was a man named Devereaux Christopher Johnson, a 47-year-old who definitely didn't want people messing with his mulch. Devereaux started threatening Nathan's whole family afterwards. So Nathan stayed behind to hopefully calm him down and defuse the situation as his family returned home. After a while, Nathan decided to walk away himself. This was when Devereaux pulled out a handgun and fired at him multiple times. The police were called and made their way out to the scene shortly after. There, they found Nathan lying in the street with multiple gunshot wounds. He was transferred to the hospital and managed to hang on for a little while, but ultimately didn't make it. Devereaux was arrested, accused of shooting his neighbor in the street in the middle of the day. He was pretty quickly hit with charges of first-degree murder and arraigned in court. He was also charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm and 2 more counts of felony firearm. Devereaux pleaded not guilty to all of the charges against him. Given that this is all very clearly an insane thing to kill someone over, he was ordered to have a psychiatric evaluation as well. It seems that he was declared fit for trial as, afterwards, he was ordered to return to jail without bond and ordered to appear in court once again as well. If he is convicted, which seems very likely, he's looking at life in prison without the possibility of parole. No mulch gang for life this time, as he will likely never see his precious mulch ever again. This one has a title that is Mom Shot and Killed by Son for Telling Him to Stop Smoking Indoors. A 19-year-old Florida man named Seth Settle was sitting at home with his mother in Lake Wales one Thursday morning. His father left for work, leaving the two alone. This is where all hell broke loose. Apparently, Seth was not allowed to smoke inside their home, a rule that he didn't enjoy following. That morning, a little before 9 a.m., he whipped out some cigars and started smoking them in bed. When his mom reminded him that he wasn't allowed to smoke inside, he flew off the handle, pulled out a gun, and shot her through the heart as she closed the door to his bedroom. Seth then, realizing what he did, got up and fled the house. Seth's older brother would be the one to come across their mom collapsed in the hallway. When he did, he immediately called 911. At around 9:30 a.m., Seth's father got the call that his wife was taken to the hospital. He went to pick up his daughter from school and head back home, but by the time he got back, he was already being notified that she was dead. The investigators were confused about what had actually happened as, oddly enough, there was no blood around the victim's body. As it turns out, the bullet had gone through her heart so precisely that it stopped immediately, not pumping any more blood afterwards. Given that, they didn't even see the injury until she was already in the hospital. Until then, they had no reason to suspect that foul play was involved at all, leading to Seth being able to slip away fairly easily. Still though, the police were able to track Seth down not too long afterwards. After taking him in, he readily admitted to shooting his mom through his bedroom door because she asked him to put out his cigars. He was arrested immediately. Afterwards, Seth changed his story. Now he said that he was depressed and holding the gun to his head when his mom happened to walk in. When she walked in, it scared him a little bit, causing him to accidentally pull the trigger, after taking it away from his head and pointing at her at least, it seems. The sheriff didn't really believe him, finding the original story to make much more sense. He said, "He fled past her, didn't help, didn't call 911. I can't begin to tell you the horror of this event. The only people that are more shocked and stunned by this in law enforcement are the immediate family. No one could see this coming." Seth has been charged with second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, 5 counts of providing false information to a law enforcement officer, and discharging a firearm on a residential property. Not only that, but it seems he bought his gun illegally off of its owner. Now we've got wife gets husband to disembowel pizza worker over mistaken order. A couple out in Virginia had ordered a pizza from a local chain called Mod Pizza one night. Catherine Harper, age 45, was the one to go and pick up their order. When she did, she noticed that their order had been mistaken, botched in her words. For a while, she screamed at the employee behind the counter before she then left the restaurant, fuming in anger. From elsewhere, she called her husband, 47-year-old Corey Harper, and told him to handle the situation over the phone. So Corey did just that. He first whipped out a gun and waved it around before he pulled out a knife and attacked the employee there. He stabbed him several times in the back, then several more times in the front of the torso, creating one long cut across the stomach that left his intestines falling out. After the quick attack, he and his wife then fled the scene as quickly as they could. The police were called out to the restaurant and found the employee there, still alive with a multitude of grievous stab wounds. He was rushed to the hospital where he was treated for injuries that, surprisingly, were deemed as non-life-threatening. Corey and Catherine Harper were tracked down and arrested not too long after. They were both arrested for conspiracy to commit a malicious assault, while Corey was hit with additional charges of assault and brandishing a firearm. The Harpers soon both appeared in court. There, a judge ordered them to be held in jail without bond. Mod Pizza was pretty unhappy with the whole situation, later releasing a statement to a publication called Wavy, not the web server, stating, "We were dismayed to learn about an argument inside our Norfolk area Lake Wright restaurant involving one of our employees and 2 guests. The altercation resulted in one of our mod squad members being hospitalized and the arrest of one of the guests. Please understand this is an active investigation and we are cooperating with the local police. While our team member recuperates in the hospital, we are conducting our due diligence and will make a well-thought-out decision about this situation. Mod Pizza has zero tolerance for behavior that escalates conflicts, whether initiated by a guest or a team member." They said that they will fully cooperate with the police as their goal is, in their words, creating a fun and inspiring place to work and a great place to eat. The Harpers will find themselves back in court sometime in 2025. And now we have 4 children driving stolen car around Minneapolis shot during car chase. This case is truly bizarre, and even a few months out, there is still very little information as to why this even happened. All we can really judge by are the facts that we do know, which are definitely weird enough on their own. 4 kids, aged 11 to 14, were driving around Minneapolis one night. While that's bad enough on its own, it turned out they were driving a stolen car as well. And not only that, they were caught up in a car chase as an angry driver trailed behind them. At around 1 a.m., the driver in the car chasing the kids pulled out a gun and opened fire on them. This set off a chain of people reporting the gunshots via an app and calling 911 directly. 2 girls and 2 boys in the stolen car were shot, with the driver, an 11-year-old boy, taken into police custody. One of the girls had been shot in the head, but by some miracle her condition was stabilized after she was taken to the hospital. The 3 others, while shot, were listed as being in non-life-threatening condition. As they were minors, neither their names nor many details about them were ever released. The Minneapolis police chief, Brian O'Hara, said, "4 kids shot between the ages 11 and 14 is outrageous and everyone should be up in arms over it. The police are doing everything that we can in response to this, but we can't keep responding after the fact." The driver who shot the kids was never identified, and the police weren't able to figure out the motive as to why they opened fire in the first place. While investigating, they found over 30 shell casings in the area and determined that whoever shot them was using an automatic gun. O'Hara said, "The preliminary investigation indicates that 5 minors were inside of a stolen Kia driving in this area when a dark-colored sedan began following them and firing at them with fully automatic gunfire. We believe even more rounds were fired because some of the casings may have been inside the suspect's vehicle." The 11-year-old who was taken into police custody was eventually released to his parents. As it turns out, 2 of the kids in this incident had been arrested for stealing another car only a few weeks prior. Speaking out on the topic of local kids, O'Hara said, "It just shows really brazen, callous behavior. They don't care about their own lives, let alone the lives of other people. We are failing to deter this behavior and, with that being said, we are failing these kids as well." The father of one of the kids, the 12-year-old, made controversy when he came out to blame the incident on anything but himself. He said that his kid was supposed to be spending the night at a friend's house. He asked for community members to work together to make sure that these kids have community centers and stuff like that to go to so that they won't turn to crime. He said, "They ain't no bad kids. They just misguided nobodies listening to them. But now that they got our attention, what are we going to do with it?" The police added that, while the thefts of vehicles like these have actually gone down over the past few years, the thefts that have been occurring have been increasingly violent in nature. In their words, more aggravated assaults, more robberies, more hit-and-runs, more serious crimes more frequently committed by those individuals who were involved in the theft of these cars. Now we've got, attempted honor killing leads to parents' arrest outside of a high school. This is a crazy story from out in Lacey, Washington. This is where a couple of parents physically attacked their own daughter outside of her own high school, expecting the public to understand their motivations. Their motivations were, let's just say, not very good. A 17-year-old girl who has gone unnamed had been saying that her father had recently been threatening her with what she directly called an honor killing. This is because she had been refusing to be placed into an arranged marriage with a much older man overseas. Given that there is usually money involved in these, what do you even call it, transactions, her father was very livid and only continued to grow more angry over time. Everything all culminated one day outside of her school, Timberline High School in Lacey. The girl had gotten so worried about the whole ordeal that she decided to talk to school staff about it. This led to the girl's parents being called and asked about the whole situation. Her parents, Ishan and Zra Ali, came down to school and confronted her in front of the building. Her father exploded in anger, jumping on top of her and strangling her right there in front of everyone nearby. The daughter said in a panic, "My dad is trying to kill me," causing the school to go into lockdown. One witness, who thought that the whole thing was a group of kids in a fight at first, pulled up and noticed that it was anything but that. Kids were screaming at the parents and several adults rushed to the scene. Seeing that this was a grown man trying to kill a teenage girl, several witnesses descended on the family and managed to give her father a bit of a beating in an attempt to pull him off of her. The daughter had actually lost consciousness during the strangling. Her also underage boyfriend managed to pick her up, but he was then punched in the face by her father. Then he punched another student before starting to strangle his daughter again. The witness later said, "The dad was on his back and his daughter was on top of him and he had her in a chokehold. What I saw was the adult male had the teenager in a headlock, choking her from the back, so I removed his arm from her, and then she got up and ran with another kid, who, came to find out, was her boyfriend and she was the daughter of the adult male." The witness then held the father to the ground, stopping him from publicly executing her. Both of the parents were arrested following the incident, with the police quickly coming to label the whole thing as a possible attempted honor killing. The police then revealed that the issues had been happening for the Ali family for months by that point. In fact, the mother had previously gotten into a separate violent incident with the daughter's boyfriend on campus that ended up with both of them getting hit with a restraining order. She was also banned from stepping onto school property due to that incident. Given that child welfare-related issues are confidential, it's hard to say where the daughter ended up after all of this. All we know is that the school says that they have arranged a safe place for her to stay. The parents are facing multiple criminal charges, 2 of which are assault and attempted kidnapping. And here's this one. Man shoots stranger in the face after he refused to share his potato chips. This story began when a 43-year-old man named Melvin Wright made his way into a strip club called Lusty Adventure in Akron, Ohio. He approached a random man, a total stranger to him, and asked him for some of his potato chips. The man simply gave him a weird look and said no. This sent Melvin into a rage, causing him to follow the man back out to his car. When he did, he confronted him and shot him in the face then and there. Surprisingly, the guy survived. Not only did he survive, he was still very much conscious. He got into his car and actually drove himself out to the hospital, getting treatment for about 6 days and ultimately surviving. Getting all of the details, the police were able to track Melvin down to a transit center on South Broadway Street, where they just barely managed to catch him as he boarded a bus. Needless to say, they arrested him. They also found and seized his handgun during the arrest. Melvin soon came to see his day in court, being charged with attempted murder, having weapons while on disability benefits, and illegal possession of a firearm. He pled guilty to all the charges against him and was sentenced to 9 to 12 years in prison. He will also be required to register as a violent offender every year for 10 years following his release, whenever that may be. The prosecutor in the case was very happy with the results, saying, "Summit County is safer without Melvin Wright on our streets. Senseless violence has no place in Akron, and I am grateful that the survivor of this crime is continuing his courageous recovery." And now, man punches election judge in the face while waiting in line to vote. Back on the topic of the most recent election, we're straight back to another case of pure chaos. While normally the chaos takes place after the election results are actually decided, sometimes there's a bit of violence taking place during the actual voting as well. At around 11 a.m. in the Orland Park Township office, a place that's roughly 25 miles southwest of Chicago, a man was reported as causing a disturbance in the voting line. This man was named Daniel Schmidt, 24 years old, and he wanted to vote real bad. He wanted to vote so badly that he was ready to push through a bunch of people in line just to get up there and get one of those "I voted" stickers as quickly as humanly possible. When an election judge ordered Daniel to get back to the back of the line, he was anything but happy. In fact, he refused. This judge called another worker up to escort Daniel back to the end of the line, but he outright said no. He said that he had already walked forward far too much to turn back now. Daniel then decided to push this worker out of the way, yelling curse words all the while. When he couldn't get past the 74-year-old man the normal way, he pulled back his fist and full-on punched him in the face, knocking his glasses off. People in line then stepped in to restrain Daniel until the police showed up. Officers came inside and found Daniel there, being held down by all the patrons. They tried to arrest him, but he resisted that as well. They eventually arrested him, and that only added another charge. The police department later stated, "At Orland Park Police Headquarters, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office was contacted and approved 2 counts of aggravated battery to a victim over 60, Class 3 felony, 2 counts of aggravated battery in a public place, Class 3 felony, and 5 misdemeanor counts of resisting arrest and 1 misdemeanor count of disorderly conduct." Daniel Schmidt was thrown into jail and held overnight before being transferred to the courthouse the next day for a hearing. The victim refused medical attention, but regardless made a full recovery pretty quickly anyway. Daniel was eventually released on bond with several conditions, one of those being electronic monitoring. It seems both the investigation and his trial are ongoing. Here's a wild one. 1 dead after truck carrying 5,000 gallons of manure is hit by train. Out in Sherman, Wisconsin, a semi-truck holding a whopping 5,000 gallons of manure, in liquid form I might add, was going west on Abbott Drive. Little did the driver know a train was oncoming. While going across the tracks, the manure truck was hit full force by that oncoming train, killing the driver, 66-year-old Jeffrey Blankenheim, and derailing 6 of the train cars entirely. When the police deputies arrived on the scene, they found the stinky situation as the truck's contents were spilling out into the street. Seeing the derailed train caught up in the mess, it wasn't too hard to piece together what had happened. While the driver had died on scene, nobody else was injured in the accident, and the train only spilled a small amount of its contents. It appeared that the railroad crossing did have a yield sign, and that, unfortunately, the driver of the truck hadn't followed it. The road had to be closed for quite some time until the investigating, repairs to the railroad, and the cleanup was complete. And here's a big one. Dutch police discover the ecstasy gnome of legend. Now, we've definitely seen some weird drug busts on this channel before, like copious amounts of cocaine being found inside of pumpkins, wheels of cheese, candy, and all sorts of other stuff. I think this might be the first time that we found a bunch of drugs actually crafted into the shape of something, though, especially an item that's this weird. In the southern Netherlands, police officers checking items during a routine drug search found something odd given the circumstances: a garden gnome. Being located amongst a whole bunch of narcotics, the discovery definitely confused the police a bit. Their confusion turned into amazement when they came to test the item and find that the 4-pound garden gnome was sculpted entirely out of MDMA. The officers went on to say, "Drugs appear in many shapes and sizes, but every now and then we come across special things. In itself, a strange place to keep your garden gnome. That's why we decided to test it for narcotics." The gnome itself was visibly startled. They were shocked to see that, not only did the gnome contain narcotics, the gnome was narcotics. MDMA is a synthetic drug known as ecstasy, if you didn't know, and the Netherlands is one of the leading countries that produces it. Over the years, the drug has actually been hidden in various other odd ways. In 2023, a man in Scotland was sent to jail after stashing £84,000, the money, worth of MDMA inside of a bunch of cat food. Another man in the UK hid nearly 200 pounds of the drug inside some frozen chicken while smuggling it into the country as well. Here we've got, man burns woman to death on New York subway. The news in the US really flew into a frenzy lately over a case in New York that really shows an unparalleled lack of respect for human life. Not only that, but it reignited rage with ongoing issues involving migrants in New York City specifically. This story started with a 33-year-old illegal immigrant from Guatemala named Sebastian Zepeda. While Sebastian had no criminal record in New York, he was known to have been kicked out of the country in 2018 before making his way back in illegally. While he hadn't been charged for any crimes, he was known to be a very heavy drug user who lived in and out of homeless shelters. One day at around 7:30 a.m., Sebastian made his way out to the Coney Island Stillwell Avenue station and headed over to the F train. Once the train pulled up, a woman hopped on the train as it would continue to idle for a few more minutes. Sebastian simply walked up to the woman who was now seated at the end of the car, pulled out a lighter, and lit her clothes on fire. Within only a few seconds, the woman was completely engulfed in flames, standing up and frantically trying to put them out as nobody around her did anything to help. Sebastian actually fanned the flames himself with a piece of clothing, seemingly trying to make it worse. Cops nearby saw the smoke and ran over to the car, seeing the burning woman still inside. A cop pulled out a radio and called for backup while Sebastian simply walked over and sat on a nearby bench, watching the whole thing. A crowd gathered around and watched as the police shouted to them, asking if anyone had seen anything. One of the cops actually walked right over to Sebastian. He pulled his hood up as the officer talked to him. Luckily for him, though, the officer was just telling him to leave the area, saying, "Do me a favor, walk down there. I need this space cleared up." So, Sebastian simply left and walked away. A little while later, a group of high schoolers called the police to say that they had seen Sebastian on the F-line when the chaos had erupted. The police were able to track him down pretty quickly, still wearing the exact same clothes as before on a different train only a short distance away. The cops then had that train stop at Herald Square. There they went through each car until they finally found him. He still had his lighter in his pocket. At 1 p.m. that day, the police were carrying a body bag out of the train and placing it on a gurney. They then wheeled it out of the station and out into a medical examiner's van. The woman still hadn't been identified to the media. The body was in such bad shape that it was unrecognizable, with the staff in the van turning out the lights in the car so that even the medical staff wouldn't have to see its condition. Sebastian is now facing charges of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and arson after what had happened. Immigration officials confirmed that he was in the country illegally at the time of the crime. One of his roommates during a recent stint at a homeless shelter spoke out about him, saying, "He smoked K2, drank, and bugged out. He would bug out and talk to himself when he was high, but he never harmed anybody or himself. When he wasn't high, he'd talk like we're talking regular." He said that on the morning of the attack, Sebastian said, "I'm going out to make my normal run," with him never hearing from him again until seeing him on the news. Sebastian himself said that he was blackout drunk at the time of the attack and doesn't remember a thing. Now we have Mom Who Cooked Toddlers Jailed for Life. Full disclosure, while this is actually a case that took place back in 2017, it has recently finally come to a conclusion. Back in 2017, a mother named Lamora Williams called 911 to tell the police that she had left her 2 sons with a babysitter, come back home, and found them both lifeless. She was notably far more concerned with getting in trouble than the fact that her kids were dead, something that tipped the police off as to what had really happened fairly immediately. She said on the phone, "When I came in, the stove was lying on my son, on my youngest son's head, and my other son was laid out on the floor with his brains laid out on the floor. I don't know what to do. I just came home from work. Can you please help me? Can you please tell me? I don't want to get locked up because this is not my fault. I had just come home from work." Things were made even worse when she decided to call the father of the kids. She called him to tell him that the kids were dead, but this time she'd even turned on the video call function and showed him the bodies, disturbing him in the process. He also called the police to tell them what he had just seen. When the police came out to the home, they found that it was pretty evident that the kids were placed onto the ground and had an overturned oven on top of their heads. The heat was then cranked up to the point where their heads were basically unrecognizable, with the autopsy report saying it would require an extensive amount of time to get to this degree. The police only found evidence pointing towards Lamora as being the killer. Describing the whole thing as something out of a horror movie, they arrested her, saying that she knowingly and intentionally killed the children in that bizarre manner and tried to pin it on the babysitter. Lamora denied it all, saying that she was innocent. Lamora's mom tried to get some sympathy for her, saying that she was in danger of ending her life in jail after her arrest. Her sister wasn't so keen to defend her, though, saying that she shouldn't have had the kids in the first place. She said that this was all preventable, stating, "This was something we saw that could possibly happen. She's had issues from a baby, issues my mom tried to address with the state of Georgia." For quite a while, the public wondered when Lamora's trial and sentencing would finally take place. Well, years later in 2024, it finally happened. When it came time for the trial, the prosecution argued that Lamora had put the kids into the overturned oven herself. They showed all the evidence collected by the police that pointed towards that having been the reality. Lamora pled not guilty to all of the charges against her, still saying that she was completely innocent. Either way, though, she was convicted on a good number of charges, most important being murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 35 years. And now's a wild one. Gamer killed father who wanted him to get a job. Here we have the case of another man in Florida, this time an angry gamer, 23-year-old Joseph Voigt. While he did enjoy partaking in a whole lot of video games, he also had quite a criminal history. Some of the charges he had been hit with in the past included battery and discharging a weapon in a residential area. On December 1st, 2024, he had just been released after being arrested on charges of battery once again. This takes us up to December 13th, less than 2 full weeks later. Joseph was chilling out at his parents' house, and for these 13 days, he really didn't do anything other than smoke and play video games. Eventually, his dad got pretty fed up with it, asking him to at least go out and try to find some sort of part-time job. Well, Joseph didn't really like this. He went and grabbed a gun, meeting his father, 63-year-old Marvin, in the driveway and shooting him multiple times. Feeling that this wasn't enough, he went back inside and made his way over to his mom, Susan, shooting her in the head as she sat up on the couch. By some miracle, Susan was still alive. The police were called, although it's unknown by who. They made their way out to the home and found Marvin dead in the driveway and Susan barely clinging to life on the couch. They brought her to the hospital where she was clearly in critical condition. Joseph, though, had long since fled. The police put out an emergency be-on-the-lookout order for him within Polk County and the surrounding area. It didn't take too long before some officers were able to find him driving around in his own car as if nothing had happened, being spotted at around 2 a.m. in Orlando. The police pulled him over as if it were a routine traffic stop before arresting him on suspicion of murder. When the investigators spoke to Joseph, he fully admitted that he had shot both of his parents pretty easily. He said that they had been, quote, riding his ass about making something out of his life. Joseph was subsequently charged with both murder and attempted murder. He showed up in court not too long after for an early hearing. He was then sent back to jail in Polk County to await his trial. He'll be held there without bond. His mom has since been released from the hospital, able to return to what's left of her life. And this one is, kids sneak into ICU to snap photos of 12-year-old girl they bullied into hanging herself. In a story of pure evil, we have a group of middle school bullies who endlessly picked on a girl at their school. That girl, 14-year-old Kalia Turner, was both beaten and verbally bullied by a group of 5 other students for well over a year at Dr. Finizzy J. Fisher Middle School in Greenville, something that school staff never seemed to do anything about. The bullying started in 2021 when these other students would insult her by calling her Roach and saying that she looked like a man. Her teacher, Olivia Bennett, would hop onto the bandwagon, referring to her as Roach as well. When her parents went to school staff, one of the bullies beat her at school afterwards. In 2022, she finally stood up for herself and got into a fight with one of them, but this only escalated things. The school, instead of looking into the nuance of the situation, suspended Kalia but none of the bullies. Nothing really stopped at that point, it only got worse. At times, they would even steal her clothes during gym and throw them out while she wasn't looking. With the school doing absolutely nothing, she eventually gave up. Eventually, the bullies pressured Kalia into ending it all and hanging herself. In 2023, she attempted this, feeling that there was no other way out. She survived, to an extent, ending up in the ICU shortly after. Unfortunately, she had been dead for a full 8 minutes before the paramedics could revive her. She was then in a coma for weeks, having suffered from severe brain damage. While she was in the ICU, the bullies from her school snuck in under the guise of visiting her and took pictures of her in that condition. They then used the pictures to mock her on social media, continuing their antics even after she had lost all consciousness. They even came up with fake, insulting reasons as to how she had injured herself and ended up in that condition, taking the blame off of themselves while continuing to humiliate her. Now her parents are suing the school district, seeking damages. They're looking to cover the cost of the medical bills, psychiatric expenses, special education, life care expenses, disability care, injury to her psyche and emotional state and loss of enjoyment of life, and the parents' lost wages while taking care of her. The Greenville County School District have denied all of the allegations against them, boldly claiming that they always take the appropriate steps to deal with bullying. They said, "We disagree with these allegations and have conducted a thorough investigation and review of each allegation at the time they were made. While we do not agree with the allegations, our hearts go out to Kalia Takora Turner, her mother, and their family." And here we go with delivery driver stabs pregnant customer 14 times over $2. Recently, people have been complaining about the lack of Florida man in these stories, and while this one isn't really a Florida man, it's definitely a Florida woman, and it really shows. Out at a Riviera motel in Kissimmee, Florida, a woman, her boyfriend, and her 5-year-old daughter were staying at a room while in the area for a birthday party. While they were winding down one fateful Sunday night, Melinda Irizarry, the mom, decided to place an order from a place called Marco's Pizza. 22-year-old Brianna Alvelo would be the one to deliver the pizza that evening. When she came out to the motel room, Melinda handed her a $50 bill and asked for change. When Brianna rudely said that she didn't have any change, Melinda instead returned to her wallet and then went out to her car to find some change and smaller bills. Brianna was very smug and impolite as this happened, scoffing and rolling her eyes as the family looked for the money. As she had also been late on the order anyway, Melinda only gave her a $2 tip and called it good. It was noted that Brianna simply rolled her eyes again upon receiving the tip and walked away without saying a word. However, she wouldn't stay gone for too long. Brianna drove off and met up with an unknown male who was carrying a gun. The two of them went back to the hotel room with masks on and demanded to be let in. When that obviously wasn't going to happen, they forced their way in instead by threatening the family with the gun. They told the family to go into the bathroom as they rummaged through all of their luggage to find either money or something to steal. Brianna dumped all of their stuff on the ground, kicked it around, and broke the daughter's Nintendo Switch out of pure spite. However, Brianna wasn't going to let the whole thing go just there. She rushed at Melinda with a knife as she shielded her daughter with her body. Brianna stabbed Melinda at least 14 times to her chest, legs, arms, and stomach. As the two criminals left, the family called the police and, in turn, an ambulance. The ambulance rushed Melinda to the hospital where she was found to have a ruptured lung. She underwent emergency surgery, but luckily she survived. Interestingly enough, this hospital visit was how Melinda found out that she was pregnant with their second child. As Brianna wasn't too great at keeping her identity a secret, the police were able to track her down fairly quickly. She was arrested and hit with charges of home invasion with a firearm, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. For this, she's looking at a possible life sentence. She's being held at the Osceola County Jail on a $55,000 bond, which she likely won't be able to pay with that $2. She doesn't even have a lawyer. The police are looking for the man who was with her that night, as he still has not been identified. And here we've got Australian exchange student poisoned by Taiwanese woman. Having been an international student myself in the past, I like to showcase cases involving them from time to time. For anyone who has studied abroad before or who is thinking about doing it, this case might hit home just a bit. A 25-year-old man from Queensland named Alex Shorey was studying abroad in Taiwan. There he was studying Chinese literature. It was here that he befriended a 46-year-old woman named Yang Ping, whose husband had suddenly died only a few months prior. Yang got very close with Alex in no time, quickly coming to get very attached to him. When Alex announced that he was pretty exhausted in Taiwan and running out of money, he decided that he would go back home. Yang did not take this well, and that's putting it lightly. She put a load of poison into Alex's food and drinks when she made her way out to his home one day. It's been said that she laced his food and drinks with rat poison several times between March and May of 2023. Alex began to suffer from diarrhea, blood in his urine, vomiting, nosebleeds, and a lot of pain. When Alex couldn't do much for himself, he called Yang herself to come over and help take care of him, likely exactly as she intended. Alex ended up in the hospital where Yang would continue to visit him. Here he hemorrhaged for a few days, eventually going into hypovolemic shock. He was facing a very real risk of organ failure. Later he went into cardiorespiratory collapse. While continuing to visit him, she continued to poison his food and water in his hospital room as well. Alex's mom eventually made her way out to Taiwan to visit her son. She was offered to stay at Yang's apartment, which she accepted. However, there she found some empty bottles of rat poison. Once this was discovered, Yang was monitored much more heavily at the hospital and wasn't allowed to give Alex anything. Eventually, Yang was arrested, where she denied even knowing who Alex was despite a mountain of evidence against that. The police slowly began to put the pieces together. The situation with Alex was actually very similar to what had happened with Yang's ex-husband. He was also a foreign man himself, being from England that Yang had developed a fascination with. Over months, she completely isolated him from his family back home until they completely stopped hearing from him. He had experienced symptoms very similar to what Alex experienced before suddenly passing away in January of 2023. The doctors even specifically stated that the man may have ingested rat poison. Yang had his body cremated very suddenly after his death, leading to any sort of subsequent investigation being very difficult. It seems that the police didn't even follow up on it afterwards. That is, until the man's brother came to Taiwan to look for him. Not having heard from him in a very long time, the brother didn't even realize that he was dead. This caused the police to connect the two cases together. Still though, no charges have been filed in relation to the British man's death. Prosecutors in Taiwan have pushed for a murder charge against Yang Ping. They said, although Alex fortunately did not die, the suffering he endured in Taiwan was immense. He was at constant risk of massive bleeding from various parts of his body and could have died at any moment. The defendant's actions, methods, and post-crime attitude were extremely malicious, and there were no mitigating factors to show compassion. Alex's family raised over $200,000 on GoFundMe to pay for his medical evacuation back home to Australia, a risky process. Shortly after his move, he suffered from another reaction. Still though, he survived and now lives a normal life. Yang is facing a very hefty prison sentence if she gets convicted. And now we have, car chase leads to fiery explosion and funny mugshots. This case is just strange, and it's more strange that it's mostly only known to the public because the two suspects look like a couple of beaten-up, disheartened Disney villains in their mugshots. Two 19-year-olds, Michael Howell McGlynn and Christine Elizabeth Romero, were caught driving around a Subaru Forester that had previously been reported stolen during an armed carjacking. When the Larimer County Sheriff's Office spotted the car in a parking lot in Berthoud, just chilling out, they decided to stop them at an intersection when they pulled out. However, when the cops tried to stop the two carjackers, they sped off rather than slow down. This led to a car chase where the police followed as the young couple hit speeds of well over 100 miles an hour. When they slowed down just a bit to turn at another intersection, the police rammed the car in order to stop them. This led to the car hitting a curb, slamming into a nearby tree, and exploding. I'm sure the owner of the stolen car was just fine with this outcome. The police were able to pull the young couple from the now burning car, relatively uninjured all things considered. They also found their loaded rifle along the way. Both of them were taken to the hospital to be treated, but it wasn't long before they were released and put into police custody. There, they were thrown into the Larimer County Jail. Both of them look pretty defeated, beaten up, and ragged in their mugshots. With Michael having a big bandage around his entire head and Christine looking up at the ceiling less than enthusiastic with a fat lip, the two became a laughingstock online. Comments were quick to ask if Christine was caught with roughly 100 Dalmatians during the arrest. Others told the two that Halloween had already ended a couple of weeks prior. Michael was hit with a charge of reckless driving, obstructing a police officer, and vehicular eluding, resulting in bodily injury to another. Christine was hit with a charge of conspiracy to commit a Class 4 felony and for an outstanding warrant for assault on a police officer. And now we've got 17-year-old girl said her classmate is a cheater, so she poisoned her goat. Here we have the story of a 17-year-old cheerleader, the president of the Future Farmers of America at her school in Cedar Park, Texas. Her name is Aubrey Valdingham, and she seems to take a keen interest in goat shows. She prided herself on her very own show goat named Lacey, having entered her in multiple contests at her school. The thing is, she would usually lose to another student with an even cooler goat than hers. This would send her into a rage. She would accuse the fellow student of cheating, although she couldn't really explain how she was cheating to make her goat more appealing to the judges. In her jealousy, she decided that she would eliminate the competition, literally, and just go ahead and murder the student's goat. She used what is called a drench gun to do so, giving the goat poison inside the school's own barn. She even took a video of the goat while doing so and sent it to its owner, and only one day later the goat would come to pass away. Vets were able to find that the goat had died from pesticide ingestion. Given that Aubrey was the most likely suspect, the police took her in and asked her some questions. She fully confessed to killing the goat, saying that she did so because her classmate was a cheater. The accused cheater's mom said, "She's saying it's because of cheating, but from what we've deciphered, she was just really jealous. You can't even cheat when it comes to showing goats. It makes no sense, so that's where the jealousy really kind of falls into place. She admitted to poisoning him multiple times over several days, so it's a pretty rough situation. We don't believe there's any remorse there. We hope that she has to serve jail time and that she gets some kind of mental help. It's all bizarre. We want justice served, we don't want a slap on the wrist. We want to make sure that she is punished. At this point, we don't feel like she thinks she's going to be punished than she needs to be. She needs to take ownership for what she's done. The police took Aubrey's phone and found a number of incriminating Google searches. Queries like, how much bleach can kill an animal, and poisoning pets, what you should know. In the end, she searched for how to clear search history, but it's fairly clear that she didn't follow the tutorial correctly. Aubrey was booked into jail but released on a $5,000 bail fairly quickly. She's been banned from attending her high school, only allowed to go back on the condition that she's found innocent. She's been charged with cruelty to livestock animals, which is a felony. She's set to be back in court in 2025. And this one is a monetization nightmare. Man jailed for hiring sex worker for 13-year-old son. Here we have a very strange case that took place in Bromley, England. This all started when a mom reluctantly agreed to let her son go spend the night with his mostly estranged scumbag of a father. This father, who has remained nameless in the media in order to protect his son's identity, wasn't really happy with where his son's life was going. He was disappointed that he was a virgin at the age of 13 and wasn't happy at all with his lack of partying. He decided to arrange for 2 prostitutes to come out to a hotel room, one for him and one for his son. He told the sex workers that his son had just turned 18. When his son didn't want to sleep with the 26-year-old woman, his father told him, "Don't be a pussy," saying that they were on their way and it was too late to cancel now. He even tried to offer his son a fat line of cocaine, but the boy told him, "I'm fucking 13, that's ridiculous." Eventually, after pressuring from his dad, the boy went into the other room with the woman. At some time during the night, the mom texted the dad and asked what they were doing, only to be told, "Piss off, I'll guard him with my life. Let the boy stretch his wings." Eventually, word got back to the boy's mom, and this led to word getting to the police as well. The dad was arrested and eventually ended up on trial. There, he told the court, "I'm a good father. I might not look it in your eyes. It was only because he was feeling down because he'd broken up with his girlfriend and he said he'd done all that stuff before. So the brass sucked his prick. Job done. Whatever." He continued by saying, "I've genuinely got a good heart. On paper, I must sound like an absolute reprobate, but that's not the case at all." The prosecutors applied for a sexual harm prevention order, which banned him from any unsupervised contact with minors. The dad got angry, saying, "I'm not a prolific sex offender. I find that harsh. I'm not a danger to children. It was just my boy." In addition, the father was sentenced to 4 years in prison for arranging the act with his son. The judge praised the boy, though, unhappy with both of his parents, saying, "He should feel no guilt whatsoever. He was the more sensible person in all of this." And now, car thief writes totally stole a car today in diary. You would think that, since most people know not to brag about your crimes to other criminals because they're going to spill the beans eventually, you probably shouldn't also write down your crimes, even if you thought that nobody would come to see it. Well, some people make it really easy on the detectives by doing that very thing. Back in August, a van was stolen in Mankato, Minnesota. Vanessa Guerrera, a DoorDash driver, had taken an interest in the car, deciding to swipe it and sell it for scrap. She took it out to a local salvage business and sold it for $2,000. Afterward, though, the employees began to suspect that it was stolen and called the police. They told them who had sold them the car, so the police were able to make their way straight out to their suspect. When the police came into contact with Vanessa, she denied knowing that the vehicle was stolen. She also couldn't explain to them how she had gotten her hands on it. When searching the scene, they found Vanessa's journal nearby and decided to give it a look. On the page listed with the date that the car was stolen, they came upon an interesting entry, one that read, "Totally stole a car today. Something I never thought of doing. Fucking super freaking out about it." After Vanessa effectively snitched on herself via the diary entry, she was arrested and charged with both receiving stolen property and theft. It seems that she previously had issues relating to cars in the past, having gotten in trouble for both driving without a license and without insurance at multiple points in time before. Here we've got, mom left daughter to freeze in biohazard basement. It seems that having a filthy hoarder house and child neglect really go hand in hand in a lot of these stories. However, not often do they get to the extent where it's quite this bad. Here we have a story that takes place in Indianapolis that involves a 33-year-old mother named Chantel Gardner and her hellhole of a house. It all started at about 6:30 p.m. on January 25th, 2025, when Chantal called the police to say that she had found her 2-year-old daughter cold to the touch and completely unresponsive, seemingly crushed under her bedroom dresser. On the phone with the dispatcher, Chantal said that she came back home to her apartment to feed her kids and that, while her son came out to greet her, her daughter did not. So she set off to look for her daughter and found her in that condition. She said that she ran out of the house and called 911 right after that. The paramedics rushed out to the home and pronounced that daughter, Skylar, dead. They noticed that she had probably been dead for quite some time at this point. And following an examination, they found that her death had nothing to do with the dresser. It was due to hypothermia. Not only that, but it was noticed that the girl was covered in not only bruises, but also bite marks, indicating a long-standing pattern of child abuse. They even found smaller, puncture-style bite marks that seemed to have occurred after the death, seemingly either coming from roaches or rats. Even more disgustingly, she was also found to have both hair and feces in her stomach. The police performed a walkthrough of the whole house, saying of the place that they observed trash scattered, human feces, steak knives, and soiled items on the floor to the point it was not visible. It was bad enough that they found rotting food all over the house and even poop all over the walls in some places. They said that the temperature in the home was either 46 to 51 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on the room, with it seeming that the heat had just recently been turned on, meaning it was likely much closer to the freezing outside temperature before the paramedics were called. Chantal apparently told the police that she knew the home heater was malfunctioning. When they asked why she didn't just fix it, she let something slip. She said that it's because anyone who came over to repair it would see the disgusting state of the house and know that the children were alone or unattended. She said that maintaining a clean house was too overwhelming for her, so instead, in her words, she strayed from the home because it smelled so bad. The house was labeled as a biohazard and Chantal was arrested. After being read her rights, she admitted that she knew she had neglected her daughter. She said that it was pretty normal for her to leave the kids home alone for several hours at a time, or sometimes only coming home once a day to feed them. She admitted that she hadn't bathed her kids in about 2 weeks and often found them covered in feces whenever she came home. She said that she stopped taking them out in public, even to doctor's appointments, because they smelled so bad that she knew her neglect would be apparent. She was very adamant that, aside from neglecting the kids, she never physically abused them because, according to her, she would never do anything like that. As it turns out, Chantal had a boyfriend and he was able to verify a lot of this. He told the police that she spent almost every night at his house and that he almost never saw her kids. He said that they seemed to be with her once a week at the most. Originally charged with child neglect, Chantal is now being charged with murder for the death of her 2-year-old daughter once the true extent of her neglect came to be known. Now, her charges are for 1 count of murder and 1 count of neglect of a dependent resulting in serious bodily injury. Her boyfriend, for letting her sleep over and doing nothing about the whole situation, was also arrested and hit with 2 counts of assisting a criminal. It seems that, also, he initially did a lot of lying to the police about the whole situation. Chantal Gardner was taken into the Marion County Jail where she's being held with no bond. Her boyfriend is to remain home on detention, being forced to wear a GPS tracking device after being able to post his $6,000 bond. And this one is, woman found dead in the freezer after housing mysterious guests. We're really no stranger to stories from Las Vegas on this channel at this point. Although it is definitely a place that I like, there really is no shortage of odd happenings going on around the place, and this story is one of them. Monique Gilbertson, a 68-year-old woman, had just recently befriended a homeless couple and offered to let them move into her house. This couple consisted of Gina Lopez and someone that the police have identified as Daniel Rausch. However, it seems that shortly prior to this whole thing happening, Daniel had started going by Jaslyn online. The circumstances there don't really seem to be fully known, so I'm not going to speculate. It wasn't too long before this arrangement, which was supposed to be temporary, was starting to get on Monique's nerves. She had been telling family that she was upset about how filthy the homeless couple was, stating that she was trying to kick them out and change the locks. She messaged them both, saying, "Good luck to you, I just can't live with anybody. I'm so sorry. I helped you for way longer than I thought I would, so just think of it as a gift. So you have to find another person." Well, the couple didn't seem to take to being kicked out very kindly. On October 22nd, 2024, the day that the two were going to be evicted, they came up with a plan. That's when they, or at least mainly Daniel/Jaslyn, forced Monique to ingest at least 400 nanograms of fentanyl in a manner that the police said was done willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice. 400 nanograms is roughly 200 times the lethal dose of the substance. For a long time, Monique's friends and family were left to worry about why she wasn't contacting them. Eventually, it came time for the police to come perform a welfare check. When they came out, nobody answered the door at first, despite the couple being home. They called a locksmith out to the house, but by the time they started working on the lock, the couple relented and finally let them in. The two said that they were house-sitting for Monique and that she was out at the time. They then adamantly claimed that they had rights to the property without elaborating much on what they meant. The cops, while looking around, came across a large freezer in the back of the house. Oddly enough, it seemed that it was also locked. Luckily, given that they had just called the locksmith, they were able to get in. One of the officers opened the freezer, saying there's something in there, before quickly exclaiming, "Yeah, there's a person in there, go get him in handcuffs." They said that Monique had to have been, in their words, folded up in order to even fit in the freezer and seemed to have been in there for quite some time. So the two claimed that they simply found Monique slumped over at the dining room chair, apparently dead of some mysterious yet apparently natural causes, and that they threw her into the freezer because they didn't know what to do. They said that maybe she had overdosed on some sort of drug, even though she was never known to have taken any. Well, that didn't really fly as an explanation. Daniel/Jaslyn Roush was charged with second-degree murder, abuse, burglary, and some drug-related charges. Gina Lopez was hit with drug-related charges related to the murder, likely meaning that she had supplied the drugs, or at least known about them, along with a residential burglary charge, but hasn't been charged with the murder itself. It appears that Gina was found to have been selling Monique's pets and giving away her furniture as well, likely meaning that the two were planning to squat there for the long haul. And here's one that went really viral. Nurse arrested after breaking the bones of babies. Now, this is a story that's made quite a bit of buzz online just recently, and for very good reason. It's very shocking and bizarre at the same time. There was a lot of wrong info going around about the case at first, but even without that, the case is still really bad on its own. At Henrico Doctors Hospital in Richmond, Virginia, a father named Dominique Hackey had two sons that were born prematurely. He was getting all ready to hold one of them, Noah, for the first time when he was told that something very odd had happened. His prematurely born son, who had been nowhere but in an incubator 99% of the time, had broken his leg. He had no idea what to make of that. The two kids had been in intensive care for quite some time, making it highly odd that they would gain additional injuries. Dominique said, "I was confused and heartbroken. I'm a first-time parent. I have no background in the medical field. You're telling me my baby has a fracture? How did it happen? They had been scanned before, and they'd have said something if anything had popped up at the time." Given that he feared he might be blamed for the injury, he had to turn down the offer to even hold his son until they found out what had been happening. Well, this raised up some red flags within the hospital itself and began to unravel a years-long story of mysterious injuries. In the summer of 2023, similar things had happened with 4 other babies. In November and December of 2024, the same thing seems to have happened 3 times in only 2 months. The hospital put out a release, saying, "We initiated a thorough internal investigation, informed the families, and notified the proper authorities and regulatory agencies, and worked collaboratively with them on their investigations." After this investigation, the police came to find one culprit, a 26-year-old nurse named Erin Elizabeth Ann Strotman. She was shortly after arrested and charged with malicious wounding and felony child abuse. They're now saying that she had likely done this to about 7 different babies over her career at the hospital, breaking their bones on purpose. The hospital, upon this revelation coming out, said that they were shocked and saddened by the discovery. The hospital has since confirmed that Erin is no longer one of their employees, saying that they are fully cooperating with the investigation. As a result of the horrible press, and that's putting it lightly, the hospital decided to stop activity within their own NICU. They said, "At this time, we are not admitting patients to our NICU. For babies needing NICU care, we will assess them, stabilize, and facilitate a transfer to an appropriate facility once available." At this time, it's unclear whether or not Erin Strotman has entered any sort of plea. It seems that she hasn't spoken out much on the case at all whatsoever. For the time being, the police are still left combing through hundreds and hundreds of hours of surveillance footage to determine whether she's done anything else that they haven't found proof of yet. They're concerned that there could potentially be even more injured kids than they even know about. After all of this news broke, it began spreading on social media that Erin had only been breaking the bones of black babies. While the most well-known of the cases that got the whole investigation going was an assault on a black child, the police have confirmed that the babies injured were actually of different races and backgrounds. They said that, in reality, the only thing that they actually did have in common was that Aaron only chose to injure boys. Right now, Aaron has been charged with malicious wounding and felony child abuse. As the investigation continues, those charges may change or be upgraded. We'll just have to wait and see. And here we have, influencer poisoned her baby for months to get online donations. It seems that we always end up with one or two stories of influencers every month. They're always up to something these days, although some of them are up to a lot worse things than others. One such influencer in Queensland, Australia, who hadn't had her identity revealed in order to protect the identity of her child, was up to something pretty nefarious herself. On social media, she claimed to be chronicling her child's battle with an unnamed terminal illness. In doing so, she collected donations every month while boosting her follower count at the same time. It seemed that she had raised about 60,000 Australian dollars in the process over GoFundMe and through other avenues. However, at one point during all of this, it seems that some medical staff reported her actions to the police back in October. Now the police are saying that, the whole time, this woman was actually poisoning her little girl in order to get cash and build her following. Detectives said that the drugging had caused the girl immense distress and pain over a prolonged period of time. Investigators tested the girl for the unauthorized medications and received a positive result. The police said, "It will be alleged between August 6 to October 15, 2024, a 34-year-old Sunshine Coast woman administered several unauthorized prescription and pharmacy medicines to a 1-year-old girl who was known to her without medical approval. It will be further alleged that the woman, disregarding medical advice, went to lengths to obtain unauthorized medicines, including old medicines for a different person available in her home." They continued, "Morningside CPIU detectives traveled to an Underwood address to arrest the woman and subsequently charged her with 5 counts of administering poison with intent to harm, 3 counts of preparation to commit crimes with dangerous things, and 1 count each of torture, making child exploitation material, and fraud." The influencer has now been arrested and taken into jail, hit with all of those charges. She applied for bail in the Brisbane Magistrates Court. It's unclear whether or not she'll actually get it. And now, OnlyFans girl falls to death while filming content. While influencers are out there doing what they're doing, OnlyFans girls are out there doing their own thing as well. Unfortunately, their thing isn't really always done with the best of planning. One of such people was a 27-year-old OnlyFans model named Ana Beatriz Pereira Alves. Known online to her viewers as Anna Polly, she was filming some online video with 2 other men at a hotel on January 23rd. This place was called the Mont Blanc Apart Hotel and was located in a suburb of Rio de Janeiro. The men have said that Anna arrived at the hotel pretty clearly plastered in the morning before they were even ready to film. They took her out for a while, likely hoping she would sober up, and then came back to the hotel shortly after. It seemed that Anna's viewers had been pressuring her more and more to do what has only been described as more daring content. It seems that Anna had been taking these online pleas very seriously, despite actually calling the comments harassment to those who knew her. Well, that's where this story comes to fruition. Back at the hotel, Anna and the 2 men started doing some more drugs together before they decided to film their big video. This video, seemingly, was Anna taking on 2 men at once while teetering on the side of the hotel balcony. It worked out about as well as you might expect, with Anna falling to her death from the 8th floor shortly after the romp began. Her body was soon found in the outdoor patio area of the hotel. A representative of the police revealed that they were going to perform an autopsy and told the news media, "It's a complex case, and we don't rule out any possibility, from an accident to a possible crime." The police have said that they aren't quite willing to write the whole thing off as a simple accident until they've done a thorough investigation, saying, "The investigation is underway at the Homicide Division. Those involved and witnesses are giving statements and agents are carrying out other investigations to determine the circumstances of the death." Anna's boyfriend, a guy named Pedro Henrique, wrote of what had happened online, saying, "This is so difficult without you. With each passing hours, the penny is dropping and the hole in my heart is only getting bigger." And this one is, school principal throws drunken party for students. We've had a whole lot of bad teachers pop up on here for one reason or another in the past, usually for abusing one student specifically. I think that this is the first time a case quite like this one has ever occurred, though. A 47-year-old woman named Elizabeth Hill Brodigan from Cocoa Beach, Florida, was the principal of an elementary school called Roosevelt Elementary School in Cocoa Beach. It seems that, for the most part, she was a pretty well-respected member of her school faculty. It seems that most people didn't really realize how she could be behind the scenes. This story all started when her two sons decided to host a party at her house on January 19th, 2025. They decided that they would advertise the party on Snapchat, inviting over a quite substantial crowd of people as the night went on. They had both a ton of alcohol and a bunch of weed available for anyone to take as well, despite the vast majority of the partiers being kids. The party got so out of hand that, at one point, a boy wearing a mask pulled out a handgun and started waving it around at other partygoers. Throughout the night, there were multiple fights that broke out, one involving a mere slapping, while the other had a student getting full-on decked in the face. Another girl was hit with a DUI charge, while the passenger in her car got busted for possession. Elizabeth was very aware of the party. The most she did, though, was when things got out of hand, she asked one of her sons to stop the party. He didn't. After that, she decided that she had done all she could and just let it go on. At 8:45 p.m., the police were called out to the home after getting numerous complaints about noise, drunken shenanigans, and narcotics usage. One of the officers spotted Elizabeth a ways down the street. She told the cops that she would go home and handle it, but she didn't. The police then went out to the home to find one kid blowing chunks all over the front yard. The kid was so drunk that they ended up needing medical attention. Eventually, the blame was put on Elizabeth, who, at first, denied being involved with the house party in any way or even knowing that it was happening. But then, some students said that, not only was she fine with it, she actually helped the other kids prepare the party in the first place. So, shortly after, Elizabeth was arrested after the over 100 partygoers were forced to go home. She was later charged with child neglect, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and holding an open house party. Funnily enough, another teacher from the same school, a third-grade teacher to be exact, 45-year-old Carly Anderson, was also arrested. It seemed that she had also been a part of planning the underage party for some reason. Elizabeth posted her $3,500 bail shortly after being taken in. Carly also paid her own $3,000 bail and walked as well. Both of the women have since been placed on administrative leave as the investigation goes on. At the time of writing this, it appears that neither of them have gotten an attorney just yet. And this one is, 19-year-old sets fire to congressman's office over TikTok ban. While we've done a lot of talking about influencers today, we haven't really touched on the subject of their fans too much. Well, the guy in this story was apparently a very big fan of TikTok, so much so that he was willing to risk his future and his freedom for it. In Madison, Wisconsin, the police were called out to a fire at an office building at around 1 in the morning. Surprisingly, they saw a young man standing there right near the fire. This guy was named Caden Stakowicz, and as the police worked to put out the fire, he fully admitted that he had started it. As the police extinguished the fire, he even gave them his reasoning. He said that he had done it because he didn't like Republican U.S. Representative Glenn Grothman, the congressman whose office he was trying to burn down. After putting the fire out, the police threw Caden into handcuffs and took him out to the police station. During an interview, Caden said that he bought matches and gasoline to start a fire. He wanted to break the window and start the fire inside the building, but he couldn't get in. So instead, he decided to burn up the door and hope that the fire would spread inside instead. He said that he had poured gasoline all over an electrical box in the back of the building and then around toward the front of the building. Then he decided to sit there and watch it burn. He told the cops that he did all of this because the US government wanted to ban TikTok, and Grothman had been one of the people to vote yes for the ban. Caden said that the shutdown of the app violated his constitutional rights and that he wouldn't stand for it. He said that he had tried to conduct peaceful protests in defense of his political ideals before, but it hadn't worked, so he decided to resort to arson. He said that, when it comes to TikTok, he no longer believes peace is an option. The police said, Caden said that it was a government building and wanted to cause disruption and make a point by starting the building on fire. Caden said he wished the whole building would have burned down. He was asked if he hoped that any people were inside the building. He said no, that he didn't want to hurt anyone, and that he didn't even want any harm to come to Grothman himself. Shortly after, the district attorney filed a complaint against Caden Stakowicz. He was charged with felony arson, making terrorist threats, attempted burglary, and property damage. If he's convicted on all counts, he could realistically face 50 years in prison. Caden made his first appearance in court. There, his bail was set at $500,000. He was also ordered to have no further contact with Glenn Grothman or any of his staff. He's also prohibited from owning any weapons or fire-starting materials either. It's believed that he doesn't have an attorney. Then, TikTok recovered from its ban, at least for the time being, and was back online mere hours after its shutdown. And now, the world's first case of cyber farting. There really aren't a whole lot of words for this one. This story came about when a 25-year-old woman in the UK, Rhiannon Evans, decided to get a bit drunk and take out some of her frustrations. The target of her shenanigans would be her new boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. While she hasn't exactly specified why she hated her boyfriend's ex so much, she has said that there has been bad blood between all of them throughout their 2-year-long relationship. Rhiannon decided that she would smugly smile into the camera before moving the viewfinder down, shoving it into her pooter and blasting ass into the camera. She would then once again smile, save the video, and send it to this woman. While this started out as only one video, she decided it was pretty funny, so she sent another, and then several more after that. It seems that if she felt a fart coming on, she would package it up and send it to her boyfriend's ex via video. This continued even throughout Christmas and New Year's. The police had been notified of the harassment, but she kept on going. After she kept up with it for a while, the police actually came out and arrested her at her home. She admitted to sending the videos and was subsequently charged with malicious communications. The prosecutor in her case spoke of the videos, saying, "She proceeds to pass gas by placing the camera on her bottom and passing the gas." She said that most of the videos were much of the same, adding, "They show Miss Evans passing wind, her face smiling at the camera." In court, it was said that Rhiannon had been causing both stress and anxiety towards her boyfriend's ex-partner. She admitted that she had no idea that sending these types of videos could be a criminal offense and questioned why the woman hadn't simply just blocked her and kept letting her send farts. The ex-girlfriend even produced a victim statement, telling the court that the fart videos made her feel unsafe in her own home. The prosecutor said, "She suggested she wanted to send videos because she felt her partner was being treated unfairly. It was purely malicious. She was smirking throughout, found it hilarious, but the victim didn't." Rhiannon's lawyer stated, "At the time she sent these videos, she had had some drinks and she sent them. Understanding now, this has caused the victim some distress. There are some issues going on between Miss Evans' partner and his ex-partner with regard to child contact." Rhiannon pleaded not guilty, but in doing so said that she never thought farting would get her into a legal situation like this. She was hit with a 12-month community order and a 2-year restraining order was taken out against her. In addition, she would be sent to 15 sessions of rehab and would be forced to abstain from alcohol for 2 months. She also had to pay £100 in compensation to the victim and roughly £200 in court costs. She said, "I never thought farting would land me in court. I think the sentence is a bit excessive and dramatic. We are living in a very snowflake generation. I sent the messages on WhatsApp. I do have regrets, but I wouldn't have thought I would be here for something like this, to be honest. It's petty. I've learned my lesson." And now, man in Japan calls an ambulance and steals it. The police in Kuki, a town in the Saitama prefecture of Japan, have arrested a man for truly strange reasons. According to the police, 46-year-old Hiroshi Hirata called an ambulance at roughly 6:50 p.m. one evening, saying that his stomach hurt. The paramedics came out and found that he was simply drunk and had given himself a bit of nausea, saying that he didn't actually need any medical attention and he just needed to sober up. Well, Hiroshi wasn't happy at all to hear this. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be going to the hospital, he whipped out a knife and began to scream at the paramedics. When they left the home for their own safety, Hiroshi soon ran outside after them and hopped into their ambulance. He started the vehicle and sped off. The police were called and found Hiroshi sitting in the ambulance in the parking lot of a drugstore near to his house. It appeared that the ambulance did have an anti-theft device equipped that should have prevented Hiroshi from even taking it, but it was malfunctioning for unknown reasons. The police arrested Hiroshi and took him into custody. When they asked what the hell he was even thinking, he told them, "I thought I would go to the hospital by myself." And now, thieves steal 13 porta-potties in one night. And now we have one of the strangest heist stories that I've ever had to discuss. In one bizarre overnight raid, a set of thieves went out to steal their own personal treasure, which was porta potties. Granted, they were some pretty sick porta potties, equipped with their own pipes, chemicals, and all sorts of other stuff. It's really no wonder that the thieves wanted them all for themselves. Andy Lou's is a company in the UK that deals with, well, portable toilets. They've been in the business for 30 years at this point, but they've never seen anything like this. The theft began late one night on a Wednesday, January 8th to be exact, and continued for several hours. The criminals showed up with their own, well, it's been called a toilet mover trolley by the media, and got to work. They pulled up to the gates housing the toilets in a large truck while carrying flashlights and trying to get inside. Once they broke open the gate, 2 of them went inside, wheeled the toilet mover trolley over, and took each toilet one by one in an act of sheer depravity. Then they put each one of them into a lifting device and leaded them one by one into the trailer. The manager of the firm said, "It's bizarre. Why would someone target a portable toilet hire company when surely there's more valuable things to be taken? To have a yard deliberately broken into is very unusual." Given how prepared they were, the vehicles they used, and bringing their own toilet mover trolley and moving the units with ease, we suspect it was someone very familiar with the toilet hire industry. We're looking in the region of more than £10,000 to replace the equipment that they've stolen, which in today's industry isn't exactly something that we'd like to be doing. The owner of the business said, "Breaking into a yard to deliberately steal toilets, I haven't heard of that before. They brought their own toilet trolley with them to do it, so they were ready." A spokesman for the local police said, "We are investigating a burglary in which a number of portaloos, chemical fuel, and piping were stolen from a business property in Thorpe Way, Banbury." The police urged anyone who might know who did this to come forth with the information and help them crack this case. Man drives 700 miles to burn down ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend's house. A lot of people out there will kind of lose their mind when they find out that their ex is dating someone new. Most of them don't tend to act on it in any way, though. The man in this story was pretty different, as he decided to take it to the extreme. Harrison Jones wasn't really doing too well in his life. He was 22, living with his parents despite not wanting to, not in school, and couldn't hold a job. His most recent job was at McDonald's, but that had only been for a few months. He did have a girlfriend, though. That is, until she broke up with him. After the two broke up, it seems that they kept in contact to an extent. This is when Harrison learned that not only was she dating someone new online, but she was planning to go and meet him at his home in Pennsylvania. That was when all hell broke loose. Somehow Harrison learned where this new boyfriend lived. He decided that he would prevent his ex-girlfriend from meeting this man at all costs. So he hopped into his car and drove over 700 miles for the next 12 hours straight to the man's house. Surveillance footage from a nearby home in the neighborhood showed Harrison's car, a black sedan, passing the home in the early hours of the morning. Harrison parked the car and exited, walking towards the new boyfriend's home. At roughly 5 a.m., the boyfriend's home erupted into flames. After about 15 minutes, Harrison was seen running back to his car as the smoke from the burning home trailed behind him. Then a large explosion took place just as he peeled out in his car and sped off. The 6 adults living in the home were able to flee, but not without injury, with some of them being hurt when they had to jump from the second-story windows. Sadly, the 2 family dogs did not survive the fire. Firefighters soon arrived at the home, realizing quickly that the fire appeared to have been set deliberately. They began combing through all of the security camera footage they could find from nearby homes in order to find out who had started it. While it is unclear what caused the fire to spread so quickly, the detectives did manage to find Harrison's sedan in the footage. They used the cameras from some local city intersections to find his license plate afterwards, tracing the car back to a man named Brian in Michigan, a guy who lived in the same house as Harrison. Tracking the car, they were able to find out that it had driven back to Michigan after the arson as well. Talking to the victims in the arson, the police learned that one of them had plans to meet with a woman from Michigan later that week. He said that they had gotten into a relationship online and that she was going to visit him for the first time. Things were starting to come together. It wasn't long before the police spoke to the woman and found out that Harrison Jones was her ex-boyfriend. Knowing that, it wasn't really hard for the authorities to get a search warrant for his vehicle back home. Still inside, they found a lock-picking device, a cell phone, and a computer. When they confronted Harrison with all of the evidence, they couldn't help but notice that he had suffered some burns to his arms recently. It was becoming abundantly clear that this was their guy. The police arrested Harrison and charged him on 13 counts in total. those being for arson, risking catastrophe, and attempted criminal homicide. The police didn't want to release the identities of the victims or describe how extensive their injuries were, but they did receive hospital care. The home was left completely destroyed. And now, eyeball-eating murderer granted release from jail. It's not very often that we hear about a murderous cannibal these days, and it's very less often that we hear about one walking free after what they did. This is one of those rare cases. Back in mid-December of 2011, a 34-year-old man named Tyree Smith showed up to his family's home, covered in blood, saying that he had just used a hatchet to kill a homeless man. He then surprised his family even more by plainly telling them that he had eaten the man's eye and some of his brain and washed it down with some sake. After he made that confession, he simply left and hopped on a Greyhound bus for Lynn Haven, Florida. He told his family that he was going to stay with a female friend and left it at that. Needless to say, the police were informed about this confession, but they didn't really have much to go on. In fact, they didn't even have an unsolved murder case in the area, nor did they have a body. They didn't even know if he was telling the truth. That is, until about a month later in January. The police came to find the victim, a man named Angel Gonzalez, much in the condition that Tyree had described, in the back of a vacant apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The police were able to track Tyree down to this friend's house where he was staying and arrest him on the spot. The woman he was staying with claimed to have zero knowledge of anything that had happened. When it came time to his trial, Tyree was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Instead, he was ordered to be confined to the Whiting Forensic Hospital in Middletown, Connecticut for 60 years. However, that would only last a little over 10 years in the end. Fast forward to February 21st, 2025. After being told he would be in the hospital for likely the rest of his life, Tyree was actually granted conditional release. The decision was made after the board reviewed his case and deemed that he was likely no longer a threat. They said that he has demonstrated long-term stability, has stuck with all of his treatments, and has been consistent with following the doctor's orders. He was told to remain under structured supervision and continue with his mental health care. First, he was to be placed on temporary leave status. Basically, this would let him start by receiving day passes to leave the hospital and get treatment in the outside community instead. For a while, it looks like he will stay overnight in the hospital and have weekly checkups. The board said, "Rehabilitation, not punishment, is the goal for individuals found not guilty by reason of insanity." However, no matter how the board felt, it didn't make the decision any less controversial to those looking in from the outside. Several politicians within the state said that the decision was both outrageous and mind-boggling. 4 state senators said in a statement, "His victim's family raised objections about his release. What about them? Where's the justice for them? This terrible decision puts public safety in jeopardy and is yet another terrible message to send to Connecticut violent crime victims and their families. This person should never be out. We are dumbfounded at this injustice. In what universe is this okay?" The family of the victim, Angel Gonzalez, has also been less than thrilled, and that's putting it lightly. They are speaking out to the public and news media, attempting to get the word out about the case and hopefully get Tyree locked up again. It seems that the board is content with their decision and has no plans to back down from it. And this one is, "Woman and baby die as doctor watches surgery tutorial on YouTube." It's not very often that cases from Africa pop up during these compilations, but when they do, they seem to be some of the weirdest ones out there, like the fake lawyer who ended up winning a bunch of cases, or that drug that was basically turning people into zombies. Well, here's another one to add to that list of oddities. This case started when a man in Nigeria, Onyekachi Eze, took his pregnant wife to the hospital in order to have their baby. He was told that his wife was in no condition to give birth and that they were going to have to perform a cesarean section in order to get the baby out. There was one problem, though. The surgeon on staff didn't seem to know how to perform that particular procedure. At the Lebechi Hospital in Owerri, Onyekachi said, "I carried my wife to the hospital when she was in labor, and the doctor said she needed to undergo an operation because she was bleeding. So the female doctor called another doctor to come and operate on her. Right in my presence, they were using their phones to watch a YouTube video on how to perform the surgery. Unfortunately, while the doctors watched the YouTube tutorial, his wife lost her life there in the hospital bed. Naturally, the man reported this incident to the police. They came right out to the facility and arrested the owner of the hospital right there. A video was even taken of the owner being taken into custody. According to the local news in the area, some nurses that had been on staff that day were also arrested in connection to the incident. More concerningly though, the doctors who were actually attempting to perform the surgery that day had seen the writing on the wall and abandoned their jobs. Their current locations are unknown. And, teacher sleeps with special needs student, urges him to get a gun. Here we have the story of a woman with a really weird name who did a really weird thing. Imagine Ewer. Imagine was a paraprofessional, a teacher's assistant, who worked at an alternative school called Brady Exploration in Lakewood, Colorado. It has been said, almost immediately after taking the job at the school, she developed an unhealthy fascination with one of her students. While the student's identity hasn't been made clear, it was reported that he was 16 years old. School staff quickly grew uncomfortable when they realized how deep Imagine's favoritism with this boy actually went. When the boy hinted during a classroom writing assignment that he was in a relationship with an older woman, the staff put the pieces together pretty effortlessly and decided that it was time to report the whole thing to the police. The police started an investigation and found a whole mountain of evidence confirming that the two were indeed in some sort of relationship. Not only that, but Imagine had apparently introduced the kid to drugs and alcohol as well. One of the several drugs that she chose to provide him with was fentanyl. Digging deeper, the police found plenty of evidence of an ongoing sexual relationship as well. And, perhaps most oddly, they found that Imagine seemed to have provided the boy with a gun. They found that she had attempted to get him to bring the gun to their sexual encounters for one reason or another. And, even more concerningly, they discovered that she had been attempting to groom the boy into shooting one of her co-workers in the leg for her. Imagine was arrested, and, at her hearing, the boy's mother spoke out against her. She said that the betrayal she had performed as a teacher was nothing less than painful, saying that Imagine had preyed on her son. She said, "She made him believe she genuinely cared for him, all while exploiting him for money and manipulated him into thinking he was the one. What makes this even more painful is that I trusted the defendant." Imagine, at first, pled not guilty to the charges against her, some of those being sexual assault on a child and contributing to the delinquency of a minor, both felonies. However, she later changed her mind and pled guilty. In exchange, one of the felonies and a few misdemeanors were dropped. Still, she's looking at least 10 years of sex offender probation. If she fails her treatment program, she may be on it for life. Imagine did apologize to the boy's family in court, but seemingly not to him. She said, simply, "I'm really sorry. This will never happen again." Currently, there are no required qualifications for paraprofessionals or teaching assistants in the state of Colorado, but this has forced some people to rethink whether or not that's really in the best interest of kids. While an associate's degree is recommended and competency assessments are usually performed, they don't seem to have done the trick at weeding out the bad applicants in this case, given that Imagine went after this student almost immediately after being hired. Given that Imagine has also worked as a school nurse in the past, this has brought people to question whether or not this is really the first time she's done anything like this. Here is a doozy. Florida man arrested for having sex with a toy horse at Walmart. If you really thought that we were going to get through this whole compilation without a Florida man story, then you are sadly mistaken. While this case definitely isn't the most recent, I couldn't help but include it after reading about it in a different article lately, so enjoy some brony chaos. This story started at around 3 p.m. at a Walmart in Brooksville, a city about 50 miles away from Tampa, Florida. This was when a 19-year-old man, Sean Johnson, walked into the store with only the most nefarious of intentions. He had ponies on the mind, and he needed to get his fix. That afternoon, employees noticed that he was acting pretty suspicious while walking around the store. Sean made his way over to an aisle with some stuffed toys. There, his eyes locked onto the pony of his fantasies, one that has only been described as a brown, tan, and red stuffed horse from the clearance shelf in the garden department. Given that the police already described this incident pretty well, I'll use their words. They noted that he was caught on camera whipping it out and then proceeding to, as they put it, hump the stuffed horse utilizing short, fast movements. Then, they said he achieved an orgasm and ejaculated on the stuffed horse chest area and put the soiled stuffed horse on top of a bed and a bag comforter set, contaminating that property also. Then, in a burst of post-clop clarity, Sean realized what he had done and fled the store before Walmart security ever came into contact with him. However, after the security camera footage was presented to the police, they were able to track him down fairly quickly. The Brooksville police took him in and arrested him. During questioning, Sean fully admitted to what he had done. He told them, "I did unmentionables to a stuffed animal." The police apparently asked him what would have happened if someone had picked up the toy without knowing. So he added, The officer put it into perspective of what would happen if somebody would pick it up and use it. I did not think of it the way he put it, and so I feel like I did a horrible act. Sean's actions led to the poor horse being thrown into the garbage, along with the comforter set he also contaminated. Sean was subsequently charged with both indecent exposure and criminal mischief. He was taken into the Hernando County Jail, but was later released after he posted his $1,500 bail. And now, woman gets naked at Waffle House and licks people. If you thought that maybe there were a little too many Florida men and that some Florida women might lighten things up a little, well, we've got a case like that too. In Pensacola, a 38-year-old woman with another interesting name, Freedom Ryder Zobrist, got into a bit of lewd chaos herself, this time at a Waffle House instead of a Walmart. Freedom showed up to the Waffle House at some point in the morning, causing a fuss. Due to her actions, an employee of the restaurant told her that she needed to leave, so she did. Things would have ended there, but Freedom returned later that day to cause another ruckus. She went up to the employee who asked her to leave and began to threaten him with violence. She said that she was going to go get a gun, shoot him in the face, and then shoot up the rest of the Waffle House as well. Following that, she scrambled out into the parking lot and tore off her pants and underwear, exposing herself completely to everyone in the area. She then started to dance around. The manager of the Waffle House then approached her, telling her that she needed to leave the area now. She responded by trying to grab his crotch. When he dodged, he stood there in shock for a moment. She took this moment to grab him by the side of the head and lick both sides of his face. When he yelled at her to leave, she responded by poking him in the chest with her finger and continuing to dance. All of the customers on scene said that they couldn't even leave because of where she was dancing in the parking lot, leaving them blocked in. There was one man who could leave to get to his car, but she made an intentional effort to come dance in front of him as well so that he couldn't leave. Well, the police were on scene pretty shortly after that. Freedom was arrested and charged with lewd and indecent exposure of sexual organs, as well as disorderly conduct, battery, and assault. She was hit with a bond of $1,000 per charge. And this one is, Florida woman throws first date brick through ex-husband's window. Maybe you were telling yourself that one Florida woman case is pretty good, but it would be really nice if we had another one too. In that case, let's get into this one. Here we have the story of a Florida woman named Sabrina Coyne, a 34-year-old woman who was pretty enamored with her ex-husband. She really couldn't get over the fact that he had left her, so she decided to try to win him back in a very strange, deranged sort of way. She showed up at her ex-husband's house one night at around 11 p.m. She banged on the door, demanding to see him, but he wouldn't let her in. She wanted to give him a gift, a commemorative brick with the date of their first date etched into it. Given that he wouldn't open the door, she decided that she would deliver the gift in a different way. Clutching the brick in her left hand while recording the act from her phone with the right, she pulled back and launched the brick through the man's window. A loud crash was heard throughout the neighborhood as the brick tore through the glass of a window in the back of the house. The police were on the scene shortly after, with Sabrina still on scene, waiting at the door just as she was before. Seeing this woman in a short dress and high heels at the door, still knocking loudly, the police asked her what she was doing. She told them that she lived at the house. When the police told her that they knew that wasn't true, she told them that she hadn't thrown any bricks. They also told her that, evidently, that was not true as well. The police were given security camera footage from the outside of the home that showed Sabrina clearly throwing the brick through the window after not being allowed inside. They arrested her on the spot, with her repeatedly mumbling, "I did not break the window. I did not break the window. Officer, I did not break the window." Sabrina is now facing charges of both criminal mischief and throwing a deadly missile into an occupied dwelling. It has now become much more evident to those around her why exactly her husband left her. This one is, Chinese student burns inflatable girlfriend in shame, causes fire. Out in China, a student living in a dormitory was having fun with what has been called his girlfriend, an inflatable doll that, let's just say, he enjoyed spending some quality time with. Well, the good times were dampened when his roommate came home early. In a sheer embarrassment-induced panic, the student decided to do the only thing that he could think of, throw the doll into the hallway and light it on fire. At the Hefei University of Technology in central China, a fire soon broke out in the dormitory after the flames from the burning doll began to spread pretty rapidly. Needless to say, a lot of students in the area recorded the incident and uploaded their videos online. In the end, burning the doll to free himself from the embarrassment had the exact opposite effect that he intended, as it led to him being ridiculed all over both the Chinese side of the internet and even the Western side to an extent. While no casualties took place, the student did do a lot of damage to the dorm, damaged the school's reputation with the ridicule, and obviously committed a crime in the process. He was immediately reprimanded by the school. The school released a statement saying, "The inflatable doll was burned in the dormitory hallway. The security guard immediately contacted the fire department and the situation has been handled. There were no property losses or casualties, and we have already communicated with the student involved." An announcement was then made to the students of the dorm, telling them that, no matter what the situation, they shouldn't use flames to dispose of silicon. Instead, they were asked to simply put those items into the trash. And this one is, woman arrested for squishing buns. Another case in Asia, here we have one from Japan. Although this is a case that's unique in being so mild that it's hard to believe that anything even came of it. Out in Fukuoka, a 40-year-old woman was engaging in a bit of mischief, if you can even call it that. She had a habit of going into different convenience stores, filling up the bread, and leaving without buying anything. This has actually become quite a problem in recent years that the police are getting pretty tired of. Not necessarily only with bread, but they also have what is called sushi terrorism, where people will go to sushi restaurants and either lick the sushi or the soy sauce bottles and leave them for other people to use. Maybe it's because of that this case became such a hot button. After employees at a local Lawson store began to notice that the bread had been repeatedly squashed over a period of a few weeks, they began to be on the lookout for their culprit. That's when the woman came in, grabbed a bag of 4 buns, squished them with her fingers, and just put them back. While the bag's wrapper was left intact, the employees still weren't happy. The owner recognized her as having done this in the past and demanded that she pay the roughly $1 for the bread, and she adamantly refused. Instead, she fled the store. So the owner then chased her out of the store and continued to demand that she pay up. But still, she refused after being chased for even about a mile. This led to the owner calling the police on her. The police came out and arrested the woman, charging her with criminal damage. She denied the allegations, saying that she didn't destroy the bread but simply tried to determine its firmness. The police told her that this was enough to constitute destruction of property. This one's a wild one. Man drives 130 miles an hour and gets a DUI just to see his cat faster. Here we've got one of the most bizarre reasons to end up with a DUI. In a case that occurred on an interstate highway in Connecticut, a man was driving well over 130 miles per hour. This was a 28-year-old man named Logan Mimorzafari who was having a bit of fun on a wild Saturday night. The police pulled him over, which goes without saying at that speed. They asked him why he needed to be driving so quickly. Logan responded, frankly, that he really wanted to go home and see his cat right now. Given the erratic driving and the odd response, the police looked for signs of drunkenness or impairment. It was only a few moments before they deduced that the man was most likely pretty drunk. They noticed the smell of alcohol as well as glossy eyes, slurred speech, and a kind of blank expression. This led to a field sobriety test that proved that Logan was definitely pretty drunk. The police arrested him, hitting him with charges of driving under the influence and reckless driving. He was able to pay his $500 bond and was let go for the time being. It seems that he'll be back in court very soon, though. And this one is, hand grenades found in Goodwill donation bin. Alright, given that the last few cases were pretty short, how about one more bonus case to kind of round things out? In a case that has been described as oddly common, some employees at a Goodwill store in Maine were pretty shocked to look into the donation box one morning and find something odd, a couple of hand grenades. Not only that, but there seemed to be some military-grade mortars in there as well. This led to the whole store being evacuated and the police being called. The bomb squad came out, swept the store, and investigated the whole situation. After around 1 p.m., the store was given the all-clear to open again. It was found that the hand grenades and mortars were not active. It seemed that someone had likely been collecting them as military antiques and for some reason, either intentionally or on accident, had donated them to the store. A spokesman for the store said, "Unfortunately, this is oddly common. Many New Englanders collect antique weapons in their homes. We ask that people do not donate weaponry. Even if they know it is antique and safe, our store employees do not, and we need to take the precautions we have today." This had actually happened about a year and a half prior in Wisconsin as well, when someone accidentally donated an actual live cluster bomb to a Goodwill location there as well. That particular incident led to the evacuation of an entire city block as well as a full-scale investigation. Right off the bat, we've got OnlyFans girl kills man with plastic wrap. It seems like recently the stories about strange and deranged OnlyFans girls are only increasing in number. A lot of people contribute that to the fact that, given how massively oversaturated the website is at this point, people usually have to do something pretty strange to stand out and make a name for themselves. Unfortunately, that has resulted in a lot of dangerous sorts of debauchery. In her normal life, Michaela Brachet Rylersdam seemed to be an average woman. After marrying her husband Brandon, the two went on to have 3 kids. However, little did anyone know, she wasn't such a clean-cut mom behind the scenes. She both owned a stripper agency and operated an OnlyFans page along with her husband. On this page, she went by the name of Ashley Sincal. That's Ashley with 2 S's so that it looks like the word ass, by the way. While it isn't known how much money she made exactly, it seems that she and Brandon were making a pretty good chunk of change from this endeavor. Not only content to sell nudes, Michaela decided to branch out and start providing men with some good old BDSM entertainment in person as well. Signing up on a full-fledged escort website in addition to OnlyFans, she quickly got some requests. She would usually record these encounters and use them as content for her page afterwards. This only resulted in even more requests from other men and a need to keep ramping up the bizarre nature of the content to keep people interested. A 56-year-old man named Michael Dale reached out to Michaela and expressed an interest in appearing in one of her videos. He told her that he had a thing for being wrapped up in plastic wrap, telling her to, quote, wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy. He also wanted her to glue his eyes shut and, for some reason, glue women's shoes to his feet as well. Michaela said that would all be fine, so the two met up on April 17th, 2023, with the agreement that Dale would pay her a whopping $11,000 to perform the act. Michaela started out by doing exactly what Dale wanted. She wrapped him up real good, glued some shoes to his feet, and then glued his eyes shut too. The thing is, she went overboard. She started doing things that Dale did not request without asking him first. After the man was wrapped up and couldn't move, she decided to place a plastic bag over his head and secure it with duct tape for a whole 8 minutes. Dale became unresponsive. Despite noticing this, Michaela didn't care. Instead, she hovered over him and pleasured herself on camera in order to upload to her OnlyFans page. Only then did she think that she should probably try to revive him. After failing in that regard, she finally called 911, saying that a man had passed out in her house. When the police arrived, they found Michaela trying to perform CPR on him. She told the police officers that she didn't know what had happened, specifically saying that nothing had been placed over his head. She didn't seem to consider the fact that she had just recorded herself doing the very thing she denied. The police found the footage very quickly while going over the scene. They said that Dale was very clearly struggling to breathe for the whole 8 minutes before passing out at some point along the way. Dale was rushed to the hospital, but it was already too late. He was pronounced brain dead the following day. The decision was made to take him off of life support, and he passed away very shortly after. Michaela handed her phone over to the police. Her messages did clarify that Dale had indeed requested to be saran wrapped and glued, but they couldn't find anything about placing the bag over his head in his requests. She also lied and told the police that it was her very first time engaging in BDSM-type behavior, likely hoping that she could claim that the whole thing was purely an inexperienced accident. The investigators were very disturbed with the deranged video she had taken of the ordeal, saying, "He had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap around that, and then duct tape wrapped around his face and head, securing all the layers to his head. He also appeared to have had saran wrap wrapped around his neck tightly." It took a while, but Michaela, now 31 years old, was finally arrested in February of 2024 and charged with second-degree murder. She still denies putting the bag over Dale's head or securing it with duct tape despite it being on video. She pled not guilty and continues to maintain that she didn't do anything wrong. Either way, she was thrown into jail where she was to be held without bail. The case is complicated due to the fact that Dale really did reach out to her and request that she did about half of the things that she did that night, but the prosecutors have said that there is zero evidence that he ever consented to her doing anything to obstruct his breathing, to put a bag over his head, or to put tape over his mouth. None of that was on his list. Michaela's attorney disagrees. He has said, "There was no intent to kill and no attempt to cover this up. She acted appropriately when she realized this was a problem. There is definitely a consensual element. Not only something he consented to, something he was actively seeking." Shortly after the incident, OnlyFans terminated the Ashley Sincal account. She never got to upload Dale's videos before the police intervened. Michaela is still being held without bail at the Las Colinas detention facility. It seems that she will have her first hearing sometime in 2025. And now we have mass murderer kills his wife while in prison. Normally, when someone gets locked away for multiple murders, they're not really going to have the chance to kill again when they're behind bars. If they do, it's most likely going to be another inmate at the prison. Very, very rarely is it actually a member of their own family. David Brinson, a 54-year-old man, has been serving a life sentence in prison ever since 1994. That's when he was part of a robbery in which he personally gunned down 4 people. Ever since then, prison has been his only home, and that's never going to change. Still though, it appears that at some point he had gotten a wife despite that. Stephanie Dowells, a 62-year-old grandma at this point, would often go out to have conjugal visits with David. At Mule Creek State Prison near Sacramento, any prisoners who aren't on death row and aren't sex offenders are allowed to have what they call family visits. These visits only occur once in a while, but they're usually held in some private, apartment-like prison cell somewhere on the prison grounds. Sometimes they're allowed to be together for upwards of 40 hours or so. While this seems like something a murderer should never be allowed to receive, David apparently didn't treat the opportunity with much respect. Stephanie was there one night during an unsupervised overnight visit with David. It isn't known exactly what happened, but it's believed that David lost his cool and strangled her there. He told prison faculty that he found his wife like that after she must have fainted during her visit. A subsequent investigation showed clear signs of strangulation, though. Stephanie's 2 kids are bewildered. They've been left asking who in their right mind would have left a 4-time convicted murderer alone with their mom in prison. Her son has said, "How could they just let this happen? I just don't get it. Given the history that this guy has, we kind of wanted to know how is it even possible for them to be unsupervised. My mom was just left alone, and she called for help, I'm sure, and there's nothing she could do." Stephanie's daughter-in-law has said that Stephanie had been pushing David to be a better person despite his past. She said, they would read the Bible together. He was in school in there because she was pushing him to try to be this better person. A spokesperson for the prison has said, family visits are a privilege, and incarcerated persons must apply and meet strict eligibility criteria to be approved. Only those who demonstrate sustained good behavior and meet specific program requirements are considered. These visits are designed to support positive family connections and successful rehabilitation. For now, the police are hoping to continue their investigation and make for an airtight case before they officially charge David, but they don't seem to have any doubt in their minds that he killed her. After all, he was the only person with her when she was strangled. The whole thing seems pretty open and shut. Even if he is charged, though, he's already in prison for life. Given that California doesn't have the death penalty, it's very likely that his situation won't change at all. And this one is Grandma mauled by pit bulls on cocaine. 2 dogs, Echo and Apollo, were no strangers to partaking in a bit of coke from time to time. In fact, just a few weeks before today's story, they had ingested quite a bit. This led to some ruckus, which kind of goes without saying, and the condominium they lived in ordered the dog's owner, Adam Withers, to get rid of them. However, Adam didn't get rid of the dogs. He ignored the whole thing entirely. In fact, he even taunted the landlord by posting an image to Facebook of a pit bull that read, "Humans are the problem." Adam and his mother Susan that he lived with were indeed problems, and they weren't at all ashamed of it. Another woman living in the condos, 73-year-old Joanne Eckelbager, was gardening outside one day in October when Echo and Apollo were let out of the house, allowed by Adam and Susan to roam freely around the complex whenever they pleased. That day, the 2 dogs had once again gotten into some of Adam's cocaine before being let out. The 2 dogs attacked Joanne, mauling her for several minutes as she screamed for help until she finally passed away. Her husband, Stanley, who is confined to a wheelchair and suffers from dementia, was left with no option but to look on in horror as the attack happened. The police were called, but it was already far too late to save Joanne. The cops tried to get them off of her, leading to the dogs attacking them as well. Even when the police shot the dogs, they continued their cocaine-fueled attack on the police until they finally couldn't any longer. Knowing the history of the dogs, they were taken in to be examined. It was proven that, once again, they had been high on cocaine at the time of the attack. Both of the owners, Adam and his mother Susan, were arrested on charges of involuntary manslaughter and taken in. They changed their minds very quickly about the whole humans are the problem thing and began to blame the dogs entirely, saying that this was completely out of their control. Joanne's family did not feel the same, with her son saying, "How do you not look at them as a villain responsible for killing your mom?" Her family has decided to sue both Adam and Susan as well as the condominium association and the local dog warden, accusing them of severe negligence even after numerous complaints and red flags had been raised in the past, both about the dogs and about Adam himself. They were able to include police body cam footage both of this incident and the previous incident in which the dogs were high on coke. The police themselves were frustrated that the dog warden had refused to respond to any of this. The wrongful death suit is seeking damages of what has only been called over $25,000 along with punitive damages. The family's attorney said, "We're looking for justice. The authorities had a responsibility to take those dogs out of there." Adam was tried and convicted on charges of involuntary manslaughter. His mother, Susan, was also found guilty on the same charge. It took the jury only a couple of hours to come to that conclusion. It seems that their sentencing will take place at a later date. And, oh boy. Teacher asked students to gangbang her in scream masks. Alright, here's one that I'm honestly not even sure I can get away with talking about. Worst case scenario, I guess it becomes a membership/Patreon exclusive, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. This story all started when a teacher decided to lose a bunch of weight, and let's just say she couldn't really control her desires anymore after that. A teacher in Indiana, 31-year-old Brittany Fortenberry, has just recently been hit with numerous charges related to her misconduct, creepy behavior, and full-on assault of a number of boys at her school. Working at Eminence High School in Martinsville, she has had at least 6, but possibly more boys come out and say that she had abused them in one way or another. Not only that, but her husband, Nicholas Fortenberry, was apparently well aware of her fascination with underage boys and allowed it to happen time and time again. But it gets even worse than that. Some of Brittany's victims have come out to say that she sent them nude photos and videos of herself over social media, which they were able to prove. They also said that, in a bid to groom them, she had spent hundreds upon hundreds of dollars buying weed, vapes, clothes, and various other gifts for them as well. One of them claimed that she showed off a pole dancing pole that she had installed in her house, even sending him photos of her, well, toys that she used when she thought of him. One of the boys was the son of one of Brittany's friends. She said that her son had received a multitude of messages from Brittany on Snapchat until he blocked her. She also showered him with endless gifts related to football, some of them being fairly expensive. All of this was so odd that his mother asked her son, frankly, if Brittany had ever done anything to him. She says that her son began to cry, saying that the creepy teacher had actually bought him a lot of drugs and alcohol to try to win him over. In addition to that, she had sent him an endless stream of sexual videos of herself that he was too embarrassed to disclose to his mom earlier. Some of the other victims said that their experience with Brittany was much more direct. One night, she urged 3 boys to say that they were staying the night at a friend's house, but instead come over to her place. She picked them up and took the 3 boys over to her home, some as young as 13, and asked them to, in her words, gangbang her. She oddly forced them to wear scream masks while doing so. It seems that, in the end, they agreed and it went through. One of the boys told detectives that they felt pressured, given that Brittany would buy them anything that they wanted. It seems that they couldn't continue after one incident where Brittany forced the boys to take mushrooms. When they didn't want to take them around her, she grabbed them by the arms and told them to just let it happen. When they still wouldn't take them, she instead mixed them into some food she gave to them. She even sent one of the kids a video of herself getting off on some underwear that they had left behind. One of the victims said that Brittany's husband, Nicholas, was completely aware of what his wife was doing. When the boys seemed to be unhappy with what had happened, this husband told him, straight to his face, that he would slaughter him in front of his whole family if he ever spoke up about what his wife was doing. When this all came out, Brittany was very swiftly arrested and hit with a large number of charges. After it has come to light that she had forced herself on at least 10 different boys, she's been hit with 10 counts of child molestation, 9 counts of dissemination of matter harmful to minors, 6 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and 4 counts of sexual misconduct with a minor. Her husband, Nicholas, was charged with intimidation and failure to report a crime. It goes without saying that Brittany was immediately let go from her job as soon as all of this came out. After her arrest, Brittany broke down and told the cops that none of this would have happened if she were still fat. She said that, after losing 150 pounds, she got far too overconfident in acting on her desires. As of the making of this video, the case against Brittany is actually still developing as more and more students continue to speak out and more charges are piled on. With the sheer amount of developments happening every week, it's likely that her trial won't come around for quite some time. Whenever it does, there's an absolute mountain of evidence against her. After that, why not get into South Korean tourist poses as American high schooler to meet kids. Hey, while we're on the subject of schools, why not get in this one too? This is definitely one of the most purely weird stories on this list. In fact, one of the reasons that it's so weird is because the police and other people aren't really even sure if it's a crime or not. But then again, if it isn't a crime, then they don't really know what to label it. This story started when a South Korean man named Dong-ha Lee, who says he was 18 years old, got himself a 90-day tourist visa to the United States and set off on a journey. Almost nothing is known about who he actually is, what kind of path he took through the United States, or who he was staying with, or even if his age is accurate. What we do know are the incidents that took place after his arrival in Georgia. Dong-ha made his way out to Gwinnett County, Georgia, part of the Atlanta metropolitan area. On Friday, February 28, 2025, someone dropped him off at Seckinger High School. There, he entered into the building through one of the side doors, avoiding the main entrance. Someone, it's unclear who, led him inside. He wandered around the building pretty aimlessly, seemingly looking around for something. This was when a staff member confronted him. Having no clue who this clearly foreign man was or why he was in the building, he was taken to see the school administrator. When talking with the administrator, it was found that Dong-ha had been messaging at least one of the students there on Instagram and had been trying to get this student to leave class and come meet up with him. The school resource officers gave him a warning for criminal trespass and kicked him out. Dong-ha then left in an Uber, but it wouldn't be his last time coming out to the school. He continued to communicate with some of the students from the school. Eventually, he convinced a few of them to meet up with him at the mall. There, he bought them some expensive gifts like high-end perfumes and cologne. He even offered to straight up give them some cash if they wanted it. When school staff heard of this, they sent a warning out to parents, asking them to report if this guy had been meeting up with any other kids. Dong-ha made his way back out to the school on Monday, March 4th. He very oddly went up to school staff and tried to enroll himself in the school. They, bewildered, turned him away due to his age and not having citizenship or even temporary residency within the United States. After all of these bizarre occurrences, the local news began to report on the mysterious Korean man who was trying to make his way into the school system. Dong-ha, angry at the coverage, actually decided to call the police himself. He said that he was being threatened due to the coverage of the incidents. Rather than the cops coming out to help him, though, they instead issued him one more warning not to attend any schools in the area again. The next day, the local news actually found out how to contact Dong-ha and had a very weird phone conversation with him. He lied numerous times during the call, for example, saying that he was staying at a hotel when he was actually staying at someone's house, and saying that he had been given permission to enter the school. His biggest lie was saying that he had met the kids he talked to on a previous trip when they came out to Korea, somewhere those students had never been. Strangely, the news crew also noticed that his phone number was registered to a California area code.
Why are you meeting up with these individuals through Instagram and going and buying them things?
I wanted to make friends.
But Buford and Seckinger High School?
I met some students who are going to Seckinger High School. I met them in Korea when they visited to Seoul. Firstly, I didn't do anything illegal in here. Second, in Seckinger High School, they gave me visitor sticker, yellow one, visitor sticker with my name and entry date and purpose. They gave me visitor stickers, so I didn't do anything illegal.
Why are you doing this?
For meeting.
Why?
For meeting. For registration.
And how old are you?
18.
Because Hall County said your age did not match what you were telling them.
Oh, I was born in 2006.
Very shortly after this phone call, the police actually paid Dong-ha another visit. They came out to the home where he was staying on Laurelwood Trail and Flowery Branch. It seems that he was still messaging the students. He was booked into the Hall County Jail. He was then put on an immigration hold. Dong-ha Lee was charged with failure of unauthorized person to check in at designated location due to his entering of the school. It's unknown if he will see any time for this. He still remains in the Hall County Jail as of the making of this video. Here's a controversial one. Anti-Elon activist sets himself on fire with Molotov cocktails. There has been a whole lot of controversy going on with Elon Musk recently, and regardless of how you feel about him, you can't deny that it has resulted in some pretty chaotic antics. You've got graffiti, vandalism, and even people taking shots at each other. This case, however, is one of the weirder ones to fit into that list. A 24-year-old man named Daniel Clark Pounder was working as a mechanic in South Carolina when he developed a strong, passionate hatred for Elon Musk. He decided that he would take it upon himself to engage in a bit of Tesla violence, as many others have been doing. On March 7th, 2025, he pulled his Chrysler van into a parking lot where some electric car chargers were. He began to make some graffiti, scrawling "Fuck Trump" and "Long live the Ukraine" onto the parking lot before starting his mission. This wouldn't be his first time getting into some trouble involving cars, having previously been arrested on DUI charges, for driving with open containers of alcohol, and for driving without insurance. This, however, would be the first time that his crime would be related to damaging cars. He walked towards the car chargers in a mask, wearing some bright blue gloves and carrying a 6-pack of glass bottles. He then lit the bottles, which turned out to be Molotov cocktails, and threw them towards the Tesla brand chargers. He threw 5 of the bottles without issue. The 6th, though, wouldn't go off without a hitch. It seems that, due to the dropping of some of the flammable liquid during his backswing, he ended up catching his own back on fire and dropping the bottle. One of the only witnesses said that this is what prompted Daniel to finally flee the scene. It's unclear how extensive his injuries were, but he did manage to put the fire out. He hopped back into his van and quickly sped off. The police issued a public appeal to help find him, and it doesn't seem that it took very long. On March 13th, they found him for some reason still with the burned clothing in his van. They even found what appeared to be some sort of political manifesto that he had been writing, most of which were ramblings centered around Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. They found one more 3-page manifesto inside a notebook in his apartment. The U.S. Attorney, Brooke B. Andrews, said of the case, "While we will defend the public's right to peaceful protest, we will not hesitate to act when protest crosses the line into violence and mayhem. These kinds of attacks have no place in our community. We must remain united in our commitment to safety and respect for all, regardless of political differences." Daniel Clark Pounder was arraigned in court. It was publicized that he's facing a long 20 years in prison. It seems that he was hit with a charge of arson of property and interstate commerce. The attorneys read a letter that Daniel had written in which he claimed that Luigi Mangione, the United Healthcare CEO assassin, has a major influence. Daniel said that, although his actions were indeed those of extremism, he hoped that he, like Luigi, would inspire others to engage in non-violent protest. A magistrate granted Daniel pretrial release, saying that it was granted due to his history of mental illness and a lack of prior violent record. She pressured Daniel's family to get him some help and make sure that he actually takes his meds, implying that he was willingly neglecting to take them leading up to the incident. Right now, Daniel is under house arrest, forced to live with his mom while she makes sure he treats his bipolar disorder. And this one is, janitor spread STDs by peeing in water bottles. This isn't even the first time on this channel that we've come across someone being a little bit of a piss miscreant, a pisscreant if you will, but this might be the only time anyone's actually gotten sick from it. Lucio Catarino Diaz was a 52-year-old janitor working at a medical building in Houston in 2022. Once a woman working in the same building noticed that her water had an odd smell, a sour taste, and a yellow tint, she immediately became afraid that someone had tampered with it. She said, "I felt disgusted. I raised it to my face, smelled it, and it smelled like urine." She decided to set up a hidden camera on her desk and leave a bottle of water out to see what would happen. It didn't take too long at all. When she reviewed the video later, it showed Lucio himself removing the bottle cap, shoving his wiener halfway into the bottle, submerging it in the water, and then fiddling around with it before putting it back. The police were called, and when they confronted Lucio, he fully admitted that he had done it. At least 13 times to different people, in fact. He said that he had done it with malicious intent and that it was some sort of sickness he had. While they didn't doubt that, it didn't really make them feel any sympathy for him either. It came to be found that at least 13 people who worked at the building ended up with either herpes, hepatitis A, or both after drinking the contaminated water. Some of them hadn't even been drinking from bottled water. They had only used the water coolers within the building. That meant that Lucio had likely been cramming his porker in there as well. Some of the victims have since went on to file a lawsuit seeking over $1 million in damages against both Lucio and the custodial company that placed him at their workplace. When it came to his trial, Lucio pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. To everyone's shock, he was given more or less a slap on the wrist. He was only sentenced to 3 years in prison, and allowed time served for the 2 years he had been in jail up until that point. So in the end, effectively, he was given a 1-year sentence and probation for giving all of these different people lifelong illnesses with possibly life-threatening complications. The victims were outraged even further when, even after all of that, Lucio wasn't required to register as a sex offender. Now we've got what you've been waiting for. Florida man bites his friend's ear off at the beach. Here we have yet another Florida man story. I really don't even have to look for these anymore by this point. I always just coincidentally come across at least one or two of them while I'm getting ready for one of these videos. So here's one to hold you over this month. A young 18-year-old man named Jack Turner decided to go partake in some St. Patrick's Day festivities at the Fort Myers Beach in Florida. It was here that he got into a fight with a man he knew named Juwan Black. During the scuffle, he began to hurl racial insults at Juwan as they fought. A video taken by witnesses showed Jack taking Juwan down to the ground, holding his face in the sand, and slamming his fists into the back of his head. After Juwan was down, Jack pulled his head up by his hair and bit down on his ear, biting the whole thing clean off. It was described by the police as traumatic auricular amputation. After that, someone finally stepped in and broke up the fight. The police were called, and the witness who recorded the whole thing sent a copy of the video to them, leaving very little doubt as to what had happened. Juwan was taken to a local hospital to patch up his ear hole, while Jack was sent to the Lee County Jail. He's been charged with felony battery. The Lee County Sheriff said in a statement, "Sheriff Carmine Marchino has zero tolerance for violence of any kind. Fort Myers Beach will continue to remain safe for all visitors and residents of Lee County." And now, Poland arrests Ukrainian woman selling 56 human kidneys. A Ukrainian woman had been discovered to be part of an international organ harvesting criminal organization, having been collecting human organs and tissues from people against their will from 2017 to 2019. She had been found to have illegally obtained kidneys harvested from people from all over the world, like in Kazakhstan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Thailand. It seemed that she had been at it for quite a long time, making it her main and only source of income. After being caught with 56 human kidneys on her person, she was convicted for her crimes, but by unknown methods she avoided serving her 12-year prison sentence. She made a break for it, escaping from the justice system and going on the run. She had been wanted by Interpol ever since November of 2020. Interpol had issued a red notice on her, urging global law enforcement to arrest her and extradite her so that she could finally end up in prison. Well, it would be Polish border guards that would finally come across the woman in 2025. The now 35-year-old woman, only being known as Ksenia P. due to Poland's privacy laws, was detained at a railroad crossing between Poland and Ukraine. Once they looked into her, they saw the Interpol notice and found out exactly who she was. It seemed that her time on the run is now all over, and she's facing extradition to Kazakhstan to serve out her prison term and possibly end up with more years added on after her previous flight. And, police dog loses bonus over workplace misconduct. And now we have what is probably one of the strangest cases of police misconduct in history, and it involves none other than a little corgi dog. The little dog, given the name Fuzai, meaning lucky boy, joined the police force at a small local public security bureau in China back in 2023 when he was about 4 months old. Given how small he was, he developed a talent for getting into tight spaces and sniffing out explosives. This got him a promotion to Reserve's Explosive Detection Dog in January of 2024. Now a little over a year old, he was winning a lot of favor both with the public and with his trainers. After not too long, he graduated to be a full-fledged police dog. Fuzai's story was being shared all over the Chinese side of TikTok, getting his own personal account by the Weifang Public Security Bureau. The account, called Corgi Police Dog Fuzai and His Comrades, got a pretty large fan base, sporting over 384,000 followers. In one video, Fuzai was praised for his contributions to the force throughout 2024 after completing several tasks given to him. He was awarded with a red flower, some toys, and some treats during his performance review. However, it wasn't too long after this that Fuzai's first major scandal came to light. He had been caught both sleeping on duty and peeing in his food bowl. As a result, he was charged with workplace misconduct and had his end-of-the-year bonus revoked. On camera, the treats and toys were confiscated while he was allowed to keep the red flower. In the video, an officer said, "Hope you make more persistent efforts in the future." The video quickly gained hundreds of comments. Many demanded that his bonus be returned to him and his record scrubbed clean. One commenter wrote, "He peed in his own food bowl, not in his boss's. Return his bonus immediately." Eventually another post was made, showing that Fuzai had been made whole in the end. To celebrate Chinese New Year, he was given a gift box including some Pacific herring, pumpkin soup, rabbit meatballs, dumplings, and a dish called Buddha's Temptation, a Chinese delicacy it seems. As of the making of this video, Fuzai has not peed on any of that food. It appears he has learned his lesson. Alright, so we've got polyamorous Ohio woman orders lovers to kidnap and torture a man. This is a story about a woman living out in Ohio and her gaggle of scraggly boyfriends. In fact, she was married or dating at least 5 different men at the time, all one big happy polyamorous family. This woman was 28-year-old Martina Jones, and she was married to 28-year-old Michael Escada and dating 49-year-old Aaron Bradshaw, 23-year-old Austin Bradshaw, 26-year-old David Cessna, and 27-year-old Chance Johnson. Over time, Martina had come to have multiple children with her little harem, along with a few children with yet another unnamed 26-year-old man who has remained anonymous. It was the relationship with this anonymous man that would kickstart today's story. It seems that he was at Martina's house with his dog when a fight broke out between his and Martina's dogs. The two of them jumped in to try and break up the dog fight, but in the process, Martina ended up toppling over and breaking an arm. In her fury and embarrassment, she decided to blame the anonymous man for breaking it, sparking extreme outrage from her many other lovers. On March 14, 2025, Martina and her boyfriends all kidnapped the anonymous man and took him to a motel, the Red Roof Inn in Maumee, Ohio, and held him hostage against his will for well over a week, being carted back and forth between Martina's home and the motel. Not only did they hold him for that time, but they began to torture him over a prolonged period as per Martina's orders. Throughout the whole time they held him captive, the victim was only allowed to eat and drink once a day. They also deprived him of sleep, with him sleeping no more than 10 hours during an entire week. This wasn't even near the extent of his torture. The group also beat him, not only with their fists and elbows, but even stomped on him after knocking him down to the ground. They weren't above weapons either, taking turns beating the man with a baseball bat. Over the course of the captivity, he ended up with a number of broken and fractured bones. It was said that Martina acted as the ringleader throughout the entire incident, giving direct orders to her boyfriends to assault the victim, with the men meekly following her orders without hesitation. The group would let the victim out of the motel on a few occasions, usually on a pretty short leash. However, he was allowed to leave the motel and go to a place called Speedway. While he was there, he made contact with an acquaintance who he told about his predicament. This person then decided to call the victim's mother after he left. His mother, surprised to hear about all this from a complete stranger, immediately grew very worried. The victim's mom ran out to Red Roof Inn to check on her son. This led to a loud confrontation with the captors inside. It wasn't long at all before the police were called out to the scene due to the noise. After hearing about what had been going on, they were able to score a quick warrant and search the scene. All 6 of them immediately tried to make a break for it and flee the scene, but the police caught them on their way out. It was there that they found the victim with his extensive injuries. All 6 of the captors were then arrested shortly after. The victim was taken to the hospital and given some medical treatment with injuries all over his body, where it's assumed that he's going to survive. With the public flabbergasted by this case, the Maumee Chief of Police, Josh Spro, made a few statements about the incident. It's clearly a strange situation when you have multiple adult men involved in a relationship with a female and then this whole felonious assault, kidnapping taking place. Definitely not something that is normally happening in our city. He was being essentially tortured, assaulted, over the time frame of a week. All 6 of the captors were taken to face a judge the Monday morning after they were arrested. It was there that their bonds were all set at $200,000 each. By Thursday that week, all 6 of them were indicted by a grand jury on charges of kidnapping, 3 counts of felonious assault, and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. 3 of the captors were hit with extra charges. Martina Jones was also hit with a second-degree felonious assault and domestic violence to a household member charge. Michael Escada got himself a second-degree charge of felonious assault. And finally, David Cessna got one more charge of second-degree domestic violence. It could be a very long time before all of their trials are over and done, so we'll just have to see where this one goes. And this one is Foster Mom Trades Baby for Monkey. In one of the weirdest cases of child abuse out there, we have a case from good old Missouri. It's not too often I get to include a case from Missouri, and it's even less often that they involve monkeys. This is where a career foster mother, 70-year-old Brenda Ruth Dutch, was arrested after a missing child turned up all the way down in Texas. When it came to Brenda's care, over time, well over 200 calls were made to the Missouri Department of Social Services Children's Division, with callers complaining about the care taking place at her home. However, it seems that all of these calls were more or less ignored. The story began on November 21st, when Brenda, who had fostered over 200 kids over the past 20 years, requested to take one of her foster children, a teenage girl, to see her friend in Texas. The Missouri Department of Social Services Children's Division had received an anonymous tip that this particular child had been both physically and mentally harmed in ways that weren't quite defined by the caller. After the tip, the child was located in Texas, where it was found that Brenda had left her. The child had remained there from January all the way up to April. All throughout that time, the girl was put to work caring for all of the exotic animals in the house, working as somewhat of a slave. She was eventually found in this filthy home full of animals. You see, Brenda was a fan of these exotic animals herself, a big fan in fact. That's why she had taken the girl out there, to trade her for a monkey. The girl had even overheard the transaction taking place, with Brenda saying, "You can keep the girl, but I'll be keeping the check," speaking of her payment for the foster care. This child told the police that Brenda had hit her with a paddle, some wooden trim off of the wall, shoes, and her fists. Brenda would even recruit help from time to time, having her friends hold the girl down while she spanked her with full force. Brenda would even take her clothes and give them away to other people as a bizarre form of punishment. Brenda had even lied about the girl's mental state in order to have her committed to a psychiatric hospital for a whole 9 months. Brenda was arrested on 3 felony counts of neglect, child abuse, and child endangerment. Indeed, the police did find the monkey at her home. In fact, they found several monkeys. The cops, baffled that she had traded the girl for an animal, made a statement saying, "At least 2 witnesses have come forward with information regarding the transportation of the monkey back to Missouri after the child was delivered. But we will have to further investigate whether that was actually a trade for the child or if it was something that does not rise to the level of any type of trafficking." The Department of Social Services, when questioned about the hundreds of calls complaining about Brenda's care, did not respond to any requests for comment. The police are now investigating the man in Texas who took the girl as well. A police officer said, "It was described to me early on that the defendant here, Brenda Dutch, had become frustrated with this individual child and asked her friend in Texas if she would just take the child and keep her. And at that point I think is when she says, 'You know, why don't you send a monkey and you can just keep the child?'" Ever since all of this came out, many other kids that Brenda fostered over the years have come out to detail their stories of abuse at her hands. It has been said that, as a result, she's looking at even more charges down the line. For now, Brenda's bond has been set at $250,000. It seems that she can't pay the bond as she has remained in jail ever since. She had a hearing in late April in which she tried to lower the cost of her bail, but her pleas were immediately shot down. And this one is, Mom Murders Her 3 Kids with an Axe. This story takes place in Khakassia, a republic of Russia located in southern Siberia. It was here that a mother decided that she had really had her fill of her kids. She decided that she was going to get rid of them entirely, and in order to do so, she picked up an axe from the family shed. 29-year-old Valentina Mitko waited for her husband, a truck driver, to go out for work and for one of her sons, a 7-year-old, to go to school. She then waited around the house until later in the afternoon. That's when she approached her 3 young children with an axe. She struck them all over their bodies with the tool, leaving them with wounds all over their heads, limbs, and torsos. 2 of the kids were described as being very young, while the third was an infant. Neighbors heard screams as the attacks took place, with one saying that one of the children was heard screaming very loudly before stopping abruptly. Valentina even took the head of the infant and placed it neatly into the kitchen cabinet. The killings had all been finished by the time the 7-year-old son came home from school. He went into one room in the house to see all of the bodies there. Rather than kill this son as well, though, Valentina simply threw him into the car and drove him out to his grandparents' house. She told them, calmly, "I don't have the strength to deal with him right now," before sitting down and crying. Soon after, her husband came home to see the grisly scene, immediately calling the police. The police were at the home shortly after. It wasn't long before they found the murder weapon, the axe, right there near the bodies. The police were able to pick Valentina up at the grandparents' house without a fight. While talking to her, she once again reiterated that she couldn't explain why she did what she did, but that she simply didn't have the strength to deal with her surviving son. It was later found that Valentina had previously been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. This was something that had been detailed to Russian social services before, with it specifically being stated that the kids would be in danger if left alone with her. Now, it has been said that social services officials are facing criminal charges related to negligence after they ignored those pleas time and time again without acting. In court, Valentina was asked if she understood why she was in court. She responded, bluntly, for murder. She was asked if she remembered how she had killed her kids. She replied with, 3 times there was a blow with an axe. I was arrested. When asked why she had placed the child's head into the cabinet, she remained silent for a while before stating, I was under a lot of stress. For now, Valentina remains in jail on multiple murder charges as the investigation continues. And this one's a doozy. Man broke into hospital to strangle and shake babies. And while we're on this, subject, we may as well talk about a madman out in Texas. This is the story of a man who recently broke into a hospital nursery for only the most deranged of reasons. This 18-year-old, Marcus Dwayne McCowan Jr., was at the Odessa Regional Medical Center in Odessa reportedly because his girlfriend was in labor. It was said that he was acting both cold and unreasonable throughout the whole childbirth. He grabbed the arm of a nurse in an aggressive manner and muttered something nobody could understand. Afterwards, he was asked to leave. However, rather than leave the hospital, he started running back and forth down the hospital hallways. He saw a mother pushing her baby in a stroller after being discharged from the hospital. That was when he stopped running and locked eyes with the baby for an uncomfortable amount of time. That mom moved between him and the baby to block his view. At the time, it seemed that Marcus simply walked away. However, things wouldn't remain calm for long. Marcus turned around and started sprinting towards the mom and 3 nurses. He threw them all to the ground and began to do his best to break into the nursery, which was locked. Unable to get in, he grabbed the baby from the stroller and ran into a nearby lactation room before starting to strangle him. One of the nurses chased him down and got the baby out of his hands, only to see him grabbing another baby by the neck. This lasted for quite some time before the nurses were able to wrestle the second baby away from him and kick him out of the lactation room. Marcus then screamed "die" as he lunged toward the baby one more time. A security officer arrived in time to get the baby away from him once again. The police arrived shortly after receiving multiple calls related to the attack. The police confronted Marcus, who began to act aggressive towards them as well, leading to a physical fight between Marcus and multiple officers. During the scuffle, he attempted to take the gun from one of the cops' holsters but was unsuccessful before being taken down to the ground. The police began to interview witnesses all over the hospital in order to find out what had happened. Meanwhile, Marcus was arrested and taken in. He was hit with a wide variety of felony charges, 2 of which were attempted first-degree capital murder. Some of the other charges were possession of a controlled substance, attempt to take a weapon from an officer, assault of a public servant, resisting arrest, criminal trespass, and assault. While the drug charge may have you believing that it was likely something like PCP that led to Marcus's insane outburst, the police later confirmed that all they had found was a weed pen. He was thrown into the Ector County Jail, where he remains as of the making of this video. And, man gets sexual with corpse on New York subway. It really seems recently that there's no shortage of weird, gross, and deranged stories taking place on New York City subways. I mean, just a couple of months ago we had the story of a man who lit a woman on fire on the subway while people simply watched from the sidelines. Well, now we have one that's just as insane, but a lot more gross. In April 2025, a man had died of natural causes on the New York City subway, on the R train to be specific, just before midnight. This man, Jorge Gonzalez, had reportedly died of liver complications after a few years of alcoholism. Given that, shortly before his death, he had lit up a cigarette and began filling the car with smoke, everyone else had simply moved to nearby train cars instead and left him alone. It was here that he collapsed all by himself and died. However, it wasn't long before a nearby miscreant noticed him. At first, this guy simply rummaged through his pockets and stole whatever he could find. But it was then that, to keep things from getting a little too explicit, let's just say that this mystery man took his body, put him on the floor of the subway car, and, entered him from both the top and the bottom. Content, this mystery man then left the Whitehall Street subway station in Lower Manhattan shortly after. He exited the station via the stairs and disappeared into the night. It appears that one other person entered into the subway car shortly after. Rather than help, though, this other man also went through the victim's pockets once again and stole even more before disappearing. Finally, the next person to come across the body finally notified the authorities. The police are still looking for the main suspect, hoping to arrest him on charges of sexual misconduct. They've said that he appears to be roughly 5'9" and 195 pounds. He has black hair, brown eyes, and was sporting a goatee at the time of the crime. They released various footage and photos of him from nearby security cameras. They are still asking for the public's help in finding him and arresting him. A little update here, the man was identified as Felix Rojas, 44. He has been arrested. And this case is, woman poisons a boy's Easter eggs. Now here we have a strange story that took place in Brazil. In a bit of an Easter special, we have the story of a spurned ex-lover who chose to use Easter eggs, of all things, as a weapon. In a city called Imperatriz, a 35-year-old woman had bought multiple wigs in order to carry out her crime. She intended on going to various stores in order to buy both Easter eggs and poison, switching out her disguises between heading to each different store to buy her supplies. This woman was on a revenge journey. She was after the new partner of her ex-boyfriend, willing to go as far as killing her. This woman filled some store-bought chocolate Easter eggs with poison and sent them to the home of this new girlfriend in hopes that either she or her son would accept them and eat them. She included a note that read in English, "With love to Miriam Lyra, Happy Easter." However, the woman wouldn't be the one to receive and eat the eggs first. That would be her 7-year-old son, Luis Fernando. Eventually, though, his 13-year-old sister and Miriam, the mother, would come to take a bite as well. The aunt of the victims told the media, "When the egg arrived, there was no identification of who had sent it, just the note, and they didn't say who it was from. Miriam only received the call. The voice was of a woman asking if she had received the Easter egg. She said, 'Yes, I did. Who is it?' And the woman on the phone replied, 'You'll find out who it is,' and she hung up." The son immediately became sick after eating the chocolate and was rushed to the hospital. He was quickly taken into intensive care, but he wouldn't last even a few hours before he came to pass away. Shortly after, his mother, the intended target, began to show symptoms of having been poisoned herself, with her hands turning purple and her experiencing problems breathing. Soon after, the sister began to show symptoms as well, with both of them ending up in critical condition themselves. After analyzing security camera footage from local shops, the police came to find the suspect fairly quickly, catching her on an interstate bus heading back to her hometown. They found the wigs, the bus tickets to the area in which the crime took place, bits of chocolate, and some medications on her person. Some of the Easter egg bits were sent off to forensic for testing, along with blood samples from the family. A spokesperson for the police said, "The initial investigations point that jealousy and revenge may have been the motivation for the woman to poison chocolate and send it to her family, given that the suspect is the ex-girlfriend of the current partner of one of the victims." And this one is wild. Babysitter checks under the bed for monsters, finds a guy. We've all heard of those "the criminal is in the house" type urban legends many times throughout our lives, and even more shockingly, that very urban legend has played out in many different forms over the years. This is one of those stories. A babysitter was watching a young girl in Kansas one night, and it seemed that nothing was out of the ordinary. The child was complaining that it sounded like there was a monster under her bed, but the babysitter didn't take this to be anything but the average childhood paranoia. In order to calm the girl down, the babysitter decided to look under her bed and prove to her that there was nothing under there. The babysitter would be shocked to see that the exact opposite was true. Upon lifting the blanket to check under her bed, she came face to face with a man hiding there in the darkness, peering back at her. The man lunged out from under the bed and got into a physical altercation with the woman. In the commotion, the child was knocked over as the man fled from the scene. The babysitter called the police, who were on the scene pretty quickly. They arrived at the quiet home just outside of the city of Great Bend at 10:30 p.m., only to see that their suspect was long gone. However, the police had a pretty good idea of who their suspect likely was and went on the hunt for him. It was only one day after that they found him. The man attempted to flee once again, but was caught after a fairly short chase. This man was 27-year-old Martin Villalobos Jr., a guy who used to live at the home with the family. However, bridges were burned when he was found to have been engaging in some sort of unspecified abuse with one of the family members. A protection order was filed against him, requiring him to stay off the property entirely. He had ignored that order and made his way out to the child's bedroom and under her bed. I think it goes without saying that his intentions were probably anything but innocent. Martin was arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping, along with a slew of other charges like aggravated burglary, aggravated battery, and child endangerment, along with felony obstruction of a law enforcement officer and violation of a protection from abuse order. He was hit with a very large $500,000 bond. And here we have High school student records diss track, gets terrorism charges. In a case that I'm sure will prove to be a bit divisive, we have the story of a high school student who was being bullied. Rather than lash out violently, he decided to go home and record a diss track against his enemies. However, due to some of the lyrics, he ended up in quite a bit of trouble. 18-year-old Cortez Lyles was a defensive back for the Heritage High School football team in Rockdale County, Georgia. While on the field one day, he was attacked by another player. After the altercation, his parents told him that it would be best not to respond to violence with violence. So rather than attack the other boy, he decided to record a diss track against him. While he meant for the track to simply be a way to blow off some steam, his lyrics were a little beyond the usual veiled threats you might hear in some of those types of rap lyrics. While the news media had originally described the song as a rap battle or creative boasting, the actual lyrics were pretty straightforward and descriptive. It later leaked onto YouTube, where it was quickly age-restricted. Most of the quality is pretty awful, sounding even worse than my original mic did in my oldest videos. He mostly raps in the quiet, whispering, cursing quietly so my mom won't hear me type of tone. However, over the course of the song, he gets more and more loud as his anger ramps up. Given that I can't show the whole song here, I'll just go over some of the lyrics that likely became a problem. The one that seems to have made the biggest stir was, "I'm not sparing shit, I'm going to start killing shit. Everybody dying in this bitch." Especially since he named both his enemy and the football team specifically right before. It seems that the guy called Benjamin, the one who he seemed to hate the most, told his parents about the diss track and they called the police. His mother then decided to press charges. Cortez was arrested and charged with making terrorist threats. He was soon booked into the Rockdale County Jail. Cortez's parents weren't happy at all. His mother said that responding this way was preferable to actually fighting. She said that her son had come home with a big bump on his head one day but chose not to react violently. She said, "What do y'all want him to do? Come back to school and fight? We don't teach our kids that." Cortez's father said that the lyrics were never meant to be taken literally, saying that Cortez was just emulating the way that other rappers released their own diss tracks. He said, "The same thing with the rappers Kendrick Lamar and Drake situation. The complete consensus was, oh, Kendrick bodied Drake, so for that to be mentioned in a song and translated into something literal is egregious." They went to talk to the mother who pressed charges in order to hopefully get the charges dropped. As of now, it doesn't seem that that has been successful. And oh boy, here we've got Satanist janitor puts poop in children's food. This is the story of a proud Satanist man, 27-year-old Giovanni Impellizzeri, who began working as a janitor at Elizabeth F. Moore School in Bridgeton, New Jersey. It seems that the police were initially investigating him due to some security camera footage of him performing what they called sexual acts on inanimate objects at the school. Little did they know at the time he was actually up to much more than that. Once the police got a hold of his phone, they came across some messages detailing his dealings with the food at the school. One of the messages said, "Honestly, I put bleach in their food before. They were fine, just a little sick. Oh well, not my problem." While in another, he confessed, "I'm very fucking sick in the head, I admit that." Giovanni was dumb enough to film his acts and keep them on his phone as well. In one video, he grabs a spray bottle of bleach, which he then sprays on some cucumbers at the school. He looks at the camera and says, "Oh, they smell just like fucking bleach, dude. They're going to get so fucking sick off this shit. They're going to get so fucking sick, dude." The police came to find that Giovanni had licked a good number of kitchen utensils in the cafeteria as well as dipped them in his own urine. He said that he had also rubbed the bread on his junk and against his butthole before spitting all over it as well. One of his most disgusting messages stated, "They had taco meat before, and I put some poop in there and mixed it in and nobody knew the difference. They ate the shit right up." Not only that, but Giovanni was found to be in possession of child material as well. He was arrested on charges of second-degree official misconduct and third-degree possession of child sexual abuse material. He was also slapped with charges of aggravated assault, endangering a child's welfare, and tampering with food products. In court, he attempted to apologize to his victims before the judge. He said, "I feel very bad about it. I wish I could go back in time and not do it, but it's done now and I realize that I have to pay for it." His lawyer, a woman named Emily Bell, said that Giovanni wasn't a bad person, saying that he was a normal guy who did a bad thing. She said, "He did some bad things, and he's going to pay for it." Giovanni was sentenced to 8 years in jail after he admitted to everything he had already admitted to in his text messages. Due to a plea deal, the charges of aggravated assault, endangering a child's welfare, and tampering with food products were dropped. The prosecutor's office said that he must serve at least 5 years of his sentence before he's eligible for parole. The school didn't even throw away the kitchen items that he contaminated. In the end, the Cumberland County Department of Health only said that the kitchen items were fully sanitized. Here we've got, woman goes viral for mugshot, gets famous, then gets arrested again. This is the story of a young woman named Lily Stewart, a sophomore Alpha Chi Omega at the University of Georgia. Lily is, to put it in one way, a reckless person. One day she was driving about 85 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone. That's when she spotted a police car coming towards her in the opposite side of the road. That police car then took a U-turn and started chasing after her. The officer made Lily pull over to the side of the road. While she was originally going to only end up with a speeding ticket, she decided she'd get herself arrested instead. While the cop was talking to her, she attempted to flee the scene by speeding off, despite the fact that the officer had already seen her license plate and information. She was soon arrested and taken into jail, where her mugshot was taken. In the mugshot, she was seen smiling, looking pretty happy. Along with her good looks, this led to a lot of the usual "I can fix her" type comments, with the picture soon going viral. Several of these men even offered to pay her bail entirely, whatever the price may be. The mugshot would come to be seen by millions over the course of a few months. She would end up gaining a ton of social media followers for it as well. Although she was released from jail after only a few hours, this mugshot quickly became her entire reputation. She was interviewed, in which she was asked why she smiled for her mugshot. She said, "I just smile. It was just like an instinct. There were cameras up there. I popped my smile and turned to the side." Only 9 weeks later, Lily would be making the news once again at the end of March of 2025. This was when, in the early morning hours of March 23rd, the police responded to a burglar alarm going off at the Tate Center on Baxter Street. It had appeared that 2 men and 2 women had entered into the building through an outdoor stairwell after hours. One of the women was none other than Lily Stewart herself. The police quickly saw the group inside the building after they arrived. The group, seeing the police, made an attempt to flee. Lily decided to make a break for it once again, being the one who got the farthest away. She hid behind the wall of a nearby building before the police finally found her. When the police started questioning her, she fully admitted to what had happened fairly quickly, saying, "Truly, that was actually my fault," and she admitted that she had ran because she was still on bond for the previous crime. She was once again arrested, this time for loitering and prowling and for obstructing a law enforcement officer, both of which are misdemeanor charges. Lily again posted her $4,600 bond and was released from jail that very morning. Her new mugshot hit the internet and once again went viral. Crowds of simps once again lined up, offering to pay her bail and her legal fees. By the making of this video, it doesn't appear that any of them have been successful in getting in her pants. And how about this one? Penguin causes helicopter crash. So how about one more bonus case, and while this one isn't actually a crime, it does seem to be a legally dubious case involving a penguin. In South Africa, a penguin was placed into a box and held in the lap of a passenger on a helicopter. The flight had apparently been conducting an aerial survey of the island Gibuhara in the Eastern Cape province. It said that the pilot did do a brief risk of assessment of everything on board, but it seems that the penguin was overlooked. At this point, it isn't even known why a penguin was on the flight in the first place. When the helicopter got about 50 feet off the ground, the bird shifted and caused its box to fall off of the passenger's lap and straight into the pitch control lever of the helicopter, causing the whole thing to go rolling. This then sent the helicopter crashing into the ground. The blade struck the ground before the helicopter landed on its side in the dirt. While the helicopter was a loss, somehow the pilot, the passengers, and the penguin were all completely fine. Shortly after, a specialist requested that the penguin be sent back home to Port Elizabeth. An investigation was performed, and a later report stated, the absence of a proper, secured crate meant that the penguin's containment was not suitable for the flight conditions. Alright, here we've got, adult film star removes the heads of an old couple. Here we have a truly depraved case, one that involves 3 individuals that nobody would have even expected to be connected in the first place. Yastin Andre Mosquera was a 35-year-old adult film actor from Colombia. He had been out to the UK on trips multiple times throughout his adult life. It was here that he met an old gay couple, 2 men named Albert Alfonso, 62, and Paul Longworth, 71. Albert was a swimming instructor who was originally from France but later gained British citizenship. Paul was a retired handyman. Pictures later posted online show all 3 of the men posing and smiling together on different trips, like on the beach or in a boat. However, it definitely wasn't innocent behind the scenes. From the point they met, Yostin would repeatedly go out to the UK where he accepted money to sleep with Albert. While it isn't known exactly what they did, it has only been said that they would perform extreme sex that was degrading, filming the acts and posting them online. Yostin, though, had more on his mind than simply filming content. He had come to notice that the couple seemed to have saved up quite a bit of money. Yostin wanted a chunk of that money for himself. For weeks, he started Googling up different serial killers and finding out how they went about killing. He looked up serial killers from London specifically, taking a particular interest in Jack the Ripper. He also Googled Albert and Paul's home to find out about how much it was worth. Then he searched Facebook Marketplace for a large freezer. On July 8, 2024, when Yostin came over to the house to sleep with Albert, he first approached Paul downstairs. He abruptly struck him in the back of the head with a hammer. He then went into the bedroom, seemingly to do the deed with Albert. Acting nonchalant, he asked Albert where Paul was, despite knowing very well that he had killed him moments before. The two stripped off all of their clothes. Then he abruptly pulled out a knife and stabbed Albert. While he was in shock, Yostin moved around behind him and got him into a headlock. Albert screamed as Yostin once again began to stab him again and again in the torso in a complete frenzy. The two naked men began struggling and wrestling each other to the ground, slipping around in the blood. After a few short moments, Albert had lost too much blood and went unconscious. With his murderous plan complete, Yostin stood up. While Albert was on the ground, bleeding profusely, Yostin began to sing and dance around the room before sitting down at the computer. He soon came across a spreadsheet containing all of their passwords. Yostin then created a PowerPoint presentation of the couple's banking information. After that, he used the couple's bank account to try and transfer about $5,000 to his own account, but it seems that he failed in doing so. Not being able to get much from the online side of things, he decided to go out and withdraw some money in person. In total, he got roughly $1,100 before the transactions began to get declined. Noticing that this might take a while, he decided to hang out around their house and make up a reason as to why neither of them would be responding to messages. He texted Albert's boss the day after the murders and told him that he would be flying to Costa Rica for a family emergency and would have to be there for about 8 weeks. Yostin figured that this would give him enough time to proceed with the next phase of his plan, the disposal. He removed the heads from their bodies and placed them into the freezer. He then took their bodies and placed them into 2 suitcases which he intended to throw off of a bridge. On the night of July 10th, 2 days after the killing, Yostin got into the car and made his way out to Bristol's famous Clifton Suspension Bridge to dump the bodies. Carrying the suitcase, he made his way over to the edges of the bridge. He noticed that one of the suitcases was leaking blood and tried to rub the marks off the ground with his foot. Unable to get rid of the marks that way, he whipped it out and tried to power wash them off the ground using his pee. Satisfied with the result, he continued with the plan. It was shortly after that a cyclist saw Yostin there. Seeing that he appeared to be foreign, he thought that Yostin might be a lost tourist and asked him if he needed any help. He noticed the large suitcase on the ground, which he was told contained nothing but car parts. The cyclist went and got the attention of the bridge staff who came to talk to Yostin themselves. When they noticed something red leaking from the suitcases, Yostin then abandoned the bags and made a break for it. This was suspicious enough on its own to call the police to come look at the bags. The police arrived shortly after and opened them, finding the bodies inside. Little did Yostin know, the suitcases he had used had the couple's address written inside. The police made their way back to the home, finding the heads of the couple inside the freezer. Yostin was found and arrested, where strangely he was willing to admit to killing Albert but not Paul. He was brought to trial and he pleaded guilty to the manslaughter of Albert but fully denied the 2 charges of murder he had received. Despite being a pretty open and shut case, the trial ran into problems not too long after it started. There was a dispute regarding the dates that Yostin had been searching online for the murder-related terms, which had been used as evidence. With the dates having not been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, the judge decided that they would need to figure that out before moving on with the trial, or they would just get stuck indefinitely. He dismissed the jury and thanked them for their work. It appears now that Yostin will be having a retrial sometime down the line. This one is... Convicted child molester tortures old woman with a nail gun. We pretty often have cases where people go to prison for something horrible, get released relatively early, and then go on to commit another heinous crime. Let's just add this guy to the list. Jeffrey Ziz, 47 years old at the time of this story, was a military veteran with 5 kids. He got himself a job as a pastor at the Calvary Chapel of North Thurston in Lacey, Washington in 2019, but it didn't last too long at all. This was because of Jeffrey's behavior in his own home. He had been groping his own 3 daughters at home fairly often and even forced himself on one of them when she was only 11. Jeffrey, likely with his newfound religious purpose, decided to turn himself in to the police and confess to what he had been doing in 2021. As soon as the church found out what he had done, he was swiftly fired from his job. He was hit with various charges. Most of the charges were pretty severe: incest, rape, and molestation, all in the first degree. He was given a plea deal in which he would only plead guilty to 2 of the charges in exchange for staying away from his kids and getting treatment for mental illness. He only ended up serving 11 months in prison before he got out on parole. Now, with nothing to do after being released from prison, Jeffrey started working as a handyman. He began working various jobs for an 82-year-old woman named Marcia Norman. Jeffrey quickly began to get feelings for the woman. These feelings soon turned into an absolute obsession. One night, he decided to sneak into her house and make his way up to her bedroom. There, he began to massage Marcia's shoulders as she slept. He then hovered over her bed and stared at her for a prolonged period of time. Marcia eventually woke up and demanded that he get out of her house. Strangely, though, she never notified the police about any of it. Jeffrey was able to control himself for a few months, not breaking into her house again during that time, but he couldn't let his obsession die. He continued to see Marcia. On April 1st, 2025, the two actually had dinner together. At some point on this day or the day after, he made his way back to Marcia's home. There, he abruptly tied her down with leather straps around her wrists and ankles. He then proceeded to torture the woman for a good portion of the day. He beat her repeatedly before deciding to end it all with a shot to the head from his nail gun. It was later reported that the whole attack had lasted for hours and that her death was anything but instant. Jeffrey had planned it all out. He knew that he would be building a shed on another property on the 2nd, a job that would require the use of concrete. He took Marcia's body out to the construction site and encased her in the concrete, building the shed on top of her. After not hearing from her for a while, Marcia's family reported her missing on April 4th. Jeffrey was quickly identified as the last person to have seen her, with the two having dinner together on the 1st. He soon became the main person of interest in the case. When the detectives found that he had just recently built a shed, they decided to get a search warrant. There, they found Marcia's body, encased in concrete and buried underneath. Jeffrey was now well aware that the cops were on his trail, so he stole his roommate's truck and made an attempt to flee the state. He didn't get all that far, though, crashing the truck into an elk while traveling through Montana. The police quickly found him and arrested him shortly after. They made their way out to his home and executed a search warrant. There, they found a 5-page letter that he had written. The letter read as some sort of fan fiction or erotic fantasy where he meticulously planned out how he would rob and sexually assault a woman who he worked for. Oddly enough, though, the sexual assault part of the plan didn't play out in the actual attack. The police put the district attorney on blast for even releasing Jeffrey in the first place, given that he had gotten such a short sentence for what he had done to his own kids. It was never even proven by his parole that he was getting the mental health treatment that he was supposed to be getting. One officer said, "The continual release of dangerous individuals into our community is a sore subject for me right now. No further comment." Jeffrey is now being held in jail without bond on charges of first-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, and unlawful disposal of human remains. When he faced the judge for the first time, he entered a plea of not guilty. It's expected that his trial will formally begin sometime during the summer. And now we've got a crazy one. Man pulls out stranger's eyeball after being greeted. On April 11th in Phoenix, Arizona, a 39-year-old man named Daniel Lanks was walking down the street. According to the courts, Daniel had been arrested just the previous month on charges of aggravated assault and organized retail theft. He had just recently been released on prison on his own recognizance. However, Daniel still very much posed a danger to the general public, and he would come to prove that very quickly just 1 week later. Daniel was near a shop at an intersection when a man crossed his path at about 1 a.m. This man looked at him and said, "How are you doing?" Daniel responded with a quick, "I'll whoop your ass." Taken aback, this man simply walked past him. Daniel wasn't going to let things end there, though. He grabbed the man from behind, reached up, and tore his eyeball straight out of his head before knocking him to the ground and beating him, breaking his jaw in the process. The police were quickly on the scene and arrested Daniel after he fled a short distance away. They began to read him his rights as they cuffed him. Daniel responded by telling them to shut the fuck up and saying that he didn't understand his rights. He was thrown into jail, booked on charges of felony aggravated assault. In the court documents, the police stated, the victim stated that during this incident he was in fear for his life and safety, believing that Daniel could have killed him. The attack was completely unprovoked, and he did not threaten Daniel, challenge him, and did not have any form of weapons to be perceived as a threat. The victim stated his loss of the use of his right eye and fractured jaw will forever impact the quality of his life and is unsure if he will ever be able to work again or perform many basic life functions. Daniel is currently still in jail on a $500,000 bond that he's very unlikely able to pay. The police say that he's both a danger to the general public and a flight risk, urging the system not to allow him to be released. Let's just hope that he stays there for quite a while this time. And this one is, man hides an ex-girlfriend's shower as a prank. We've seen a lot of just a prank bro type of people on this channel over the years, and I'm gonna put some really hard air quotes on the prank aspect of this one. That's mostly because I don't really know if you could call it a prank. Let's get into it. A 25-year-old man in South Carolina named Jackson Colum Arnold had an on-again, off-again, mostly off-again girlfriend that he had been arguing with. After fighting over text all night, Jackson decided that he would make his way out to her house. Knowing that he shared his location with her on the Life 360 app, he made the choice to leave his phone at home so that she wouldn't suspect a thing. Knowing that his ex lived in a garage converted to a home on her parents' property, he parked a ways away from the house so that he wouldn't be noticed. Getting into his ex's house, he picked up a pair of her bike shorts, put them over his head, and then put a hat on top of that to hide his face. To make it seem like a crime sexual in nature, he decided to remove his pants and underwear and be completely naked from the waist down. It was now midnight and the woman was in the shower. He decided to hide around the corner and wait for her to come out. When she did, he jumped out with a knife and grabbed her. When the woman fought back, Jackson held the knife to the side of her head. Then he pretended to slash her throat with the knife without actually touching her with it. She pushed him away, but he soon returned and began to choke her. It appears that it was some light choking, as she was able to pull the hat and shorts off of his head to see who he was. Learning that it was only Jackson didn't do anything to calm her nerves, though. As Jackson told her that it was all only a joke, she said that she needed her mom to help calm her nerves. As soon as her parents were in sight, she yelled at them to call the police. Jackson quickly threw his jeans back on, but forgot to put on his underwear. She told the police that she legitimately feared for her life and thought she was about to be raped or even killed. Jackson dismissed the whole thing, saying that he only broke into her home to surprise her and, in his own words, lighten the mood. The police found his underwear on the ground while talking to him. Jackson was booked in the early morning on charges of first-degree burglary, possession of a weapon during a violent crime, assault, and battery. He's being held without bond. Next one is, congressional candidate arrested for child trafficking. Alright, now it's time to stir up some political conversations and get everyone all pissed off, because that's what's been happening in a lot of these compilation videos lately. This is the story of a man named Carl Sprayberry. Carl was a relatively young man in his 30s who ran for the Georgia House of Representatives District 139 as a Democrat in the November 2024 election. It was actually his second time running for the seat. He made statements such as, "Voters should vote for me if they want better health care for their families. They should vote for me if they respect women's rights. They should vote for me if they want to keep the government out of their bedroom." However, he also took a focus on children, making it appear that he really cared for them, stating, "The very first thing I want to do is expand peach care coverage in the state of Georgia. Right now, it terminates when the child turns 1. I want to expand that up to age 4 for the child. That would give new parents more time to get private health care for their kids." In the end, Carl didn't win. While it looked like he was a sure thing at first, he eventually lost in a complete landslide to the Republican candidate. So he returned to life working as a chef. It was actually after the loss that Carl would go on to make the news like never before. This was when he called for the assassination of Donald Trump on Twitter. On his account, he simply wrote "Bomb Mar-a-Lago." In another post, he more clearly wrote out, "It's time to kill Trump. This is why the Second Amendment exists." Given that this was a direct incitement of violence, his account was suspended. Meanwhile, the police were working on an operation behind the scenes. They were looking for child traffickers, doing so by tracking down individuals who were talking to minors over the internet. Specifically, they were looking for sexual conversations and anyone trying to travel for the purpose of meeting these minors in person. The operation lasted from April 25th to 28th, and in doing so, they were able to identify 19 different suspects. As you can probably assume, Carl Sprayberry was one of those 19 men who were arrested. The authorities said that he was thrown into jail after it was found that he engaged in explicit conversations with children and arranged to travel and meet at least one child for the purpose of sex. He was caught doing so over both social media apps and dating websites. While the number of his charges aren't specifically known, it has been made clear that he's been hit with at least one charge of human trafficking, electronic pornography, and child exploitation. Luckily, the police said that he never did get the chance to harm any of the children he was talking to, that they know of. The Muskogee County Sheriff, Greg Countryman, said, "It takes a sick individual to want to take away a right that a child has, and the freedom and the safety and the comfort that a child has, to bring harm to these children. I can't stress enough for the parents. Please monitor your children and what they do on computers. It's okay to be a nosy parent. Know who they're speaking with because we're not going to stop until they stop preying on our kids." And while we're on the subject of stuff like that, Teacher of the Year had sex with students. It seems like in a lot of these recent videos, we've seen a lot of cases of female teachers getting into situations with their younger male students. So here's another one. This is the story of Jacqueline Ma, an elementary school tutor at Lincoln Acres Elementary School in National City. In 2022, she was recognized as San Diego County's Teacher of the Year. Little did anyone know, all the while she was sending explicit messages to a 12-year-old. By the spring semester of that school year in 2023, the boy's mother found these string of text messages between the teacher and her son. In the messages she saw, Jacqueline had been telling the boy that she was in love with him. The mother decided to report these text messages to the police. Once they started investigating, they found out that there was a whole lot more to the story than just that. They found that not only had she been texting him, but she had also been buying him numerous gifts to win him over and even forcing herself upon him. She had even sent him a series of nudes and asked him for videos of himself performing specific acts on his own body. The whole thing lasted for about 10 months. In some of the texts, the boy even acknowledged how uncomfortable he was with it, saying things like, "Sometimes I think you don't understand that I'm a kid still." Not only that, but the police came to find that the 12-year-old boy wasn't even the only boy she had done this with. She had attempted to do the same thing with an 11-year-old. In that case, she told him to stay after class, ultimately pulling her shirt off and coming on to him. That student, feeling awkward, simply left the room. Jacqueline had also groomed various other boys as well, getting as far as buying them gifts and food and giving them special attention. She even did their homework for them. It goes without saying that Jacqueline was arrested and fired from her job. Her trial came about pretty quickly. However, after a while she changed her tone, pleading guilty to 2 counts of forcible lewd acts on a child and possession of matter depicting a minor engaging in sexual conduct. The deputy district attorney said, finding out that they were abused by someone who they trusted with their children and to care for their children was incredibly devastating to both mothers and both families. It came time for Jacqueline's sentencing. She fully confessed to her crime, sobbing all the while. She said, "I just pray for an extra hand of protection and strength to all of those I've hurt. I'm so sorry. I am speaking today because I am guilty of my crimes and I'm deeply ashamed of my actions. I violated my original commitment to be the kind of teacher that all parents hope their children will have. I ripped away their childhood instead of following the path of what a teacher should be. I let my selfishness overrun the boys' best interests." While the female teachers in these cases usually get little more than a slap on the wrist, Jacqueline was actually looking at 180 years in prison. By the end though, she ended up receiving 30 years to life in prison, meaning that she will have to serve a minimum of 30 years before she could have the chance to be released on parole. She will also be required to register as a sex offender. And now, man brings his daughter to robbery and ditches her. Andre Stefan Curtis Brodnaw, a 29-year-old man, decided that he would set out on a robbery. For reasons unknown, he decided that he would like to introduce his 11-year-old daughter to the world of crime and have her participate as well. He started out by stealing a man's car in Dearborn, Michigan on April 29, 2025. Then he drove out to a home that was under renovations about 15 minutes away in a residential neighborhood. At the home, he broke in with his daughter trailing behind him. Not content to only have her there to watch, he actually made her participate in the robbery, having her assist him with stealing various items. However, Andre was surprised to see the 75-year-old homeowner's son suddenly arrive on the property. Rather than continue his robbery, Andre instead made a break for it, leaving his daughter behind to take the fall. He also inexplicably left the stolen car behind, instead running as fast as he could from the house on foot. The Detroit police caught up to him pretty shortly afterwards regardless. The police pointed out that Andre's daughter could have been killed if an angry homeowner caught them in the act and started shooting. He was told, "Right now, you could have just lost your life and your child, so it's really sad." Andre was hit with charges of first-degree home invasion, second-degree home invasion, larceny in a building, receiving and concealing a motor vehicle, inducing a minor to commit a felony, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Yeah, here we've got Woman Blasts Car with Diarrhea. Yeah, that headline is accurate. This is the story of a really weird lady, 44-year-old Christina Solometo from Ridley Park, Pennsylvania. Christina got herself into a bit of road rage over a complete misunderstanding. Another car had been driving behind her for a while, leading her to believe that she was being followed. In reality, this other car had only been heading home. Christina got out of her car and began to yell at the other driver. This other driver, rightly thinking that she was completely crazy, threw an insult at her and left it at that. Christina wouldn't have that, though. She had been feeling a rumble in her stomach and decided to put it to good use. She walked over to the other car, pulled down her pants, and aimed her crap cannon towards the hood. It was then that she, as the police put it, deposited an accumulation of liquefied human feces on the car. After glazing the car with her butt juice, Christina simply pulled up her pants, walked back to her car, and continued on her drive. Little did she know, someone had recorded the whole incident. That person uploaded the video online and it soon went viral. She ended up with the nickname the Delco Pooper. This led to the police tracking Christina down to her own house. The police were first able to contact Christina over the phone. She said that she had a good idea why the sergeant wanted to talk to her, but that she didn't want to come down to the police station to discuss it. Instead, she chose to tell her side of the story. She said that she had been having stomach issues when the driver of the other car started following her and insulting her. She then got out to give this driver a piece of her mind, which led to her accidentally blasting crude oil all over the car. The police soon showed up to her door and asked her for more information about what had happened. She reassured the cops, telling them, "It was a clean poop. I didn't even have to wipe." Then she got arrested. She was recorded being taken to the police car, a video that also went viral. The Delco Pooper had finally been caught brown-handed. After her arrest, Christina tried to plead her case once more. After the police sat her down, being careful not to get behind her, she began to explain. She didn't deny what she did, though. Instead, she only implied that she chose the non-violent option. She stated, "I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home." Christina was soon charged with indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, and depositing waste on a highway. She was put into jail, but shortly after she was released on bail. And while we're on the note of people being really weird, naked man breaks into Mormon church. We're not only stopping at one naked booty here, we've got another one, and this one involves a Mormon church. A 43-year-old man named Corey Calderwood of Lancaster, Pennsylvania was getting absolutely high out of his mind one night, choking down a good portion of methamphetamine. Running around outside, he wanted to get completely naked, so he stripped off all of his clothes. It was then that, in his warped state of mind, he saw the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and decided that he really needed to get in there. Someone noticed him breaking in and called the police. Investigating as a burglary in progress, the police rushed out to the scene. There they found that it wasn't a robbery, it was just a really high naked guy. As it turned out, Corey already had an outstanding felony warrant after he had stolen from a Weis supermarket about a month prior. A crime at a Weis supermarket in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Corey was arrested and charged with burglary, indecent exposure, and possession of a controlled substance in addition to his previous charges of retail theft. He was thrown into the Lancaster County Prison without bond. And now we have one of my favorites ever. Chewy the Raccoon smokes some meth. So how about another meth story? This time though, we also have a raccoon. This story started with the police pulling over a woman that had been driving in the Springfield Township in Ohio. There they approached the car and found a strung-out 55-year-old woman named Victoria Vidal. They had pulled her over for not only driving on a suspended license, but also for an outstanding warrant in her name. At first, the stop was pretty uneventful. The police pulled Victoria out of the car and arrested her without incident. However, that's when things became truly unusual. That was when her pet raccoon named Chewy made his appearance, scrambling up to the front seat of the car. Chewy was holding a mysterious item, one that turned out to be Victoria's own meth pipe. Chewy, holding it in his hand, began to put it up to his mouth and start sniffing it in. One woman who had been with Victoria tried to take it away, but the cop told her not to touch the car and that he would get it. The officer could barely contain his laughter as he took the pipe from the raccoon.
Oh, there's no way. He's trying to smoke it!
Alright. Thanks.
There's no way! Alright, enough fun and games.
Huh?
Oh.
Yeah, he's on his way here.
Keep an eye. She was trying to take the meth pipe out of the car. Just keep an eye on her real quick.
Afterward, Victoria was arrested. It was later found out and confirmed with paperwork that Chewy was indeed a pet, not a wild animal. Still though, upon a further search of her car, it was found that Victoria had been stashing what they only called a bulk supply of meth, crack, and several other pipes. She was charged with a felony count of possession of drugs, 3 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, and on top of that she was cited for driving on a suspended license. The police said, "Thankfully, Chewy the raccoon was unharmed, and notification was made to the proper authorities to determine that she has the paperwork and the documentation to own the raccoon." While our officers are trained to expect the unexpected, finding a raccoon holding a meth pipe is a first. No raccoons were hurt or injured in this incident. As always, we remain committed to keeping our community safe, no matter what surprises may come our way. Alright, so here we've got man kills his stepson over a Fortnite argument. In Davenport, Florida, Kelly Garcia, a 43-year-old man, was living with his wife, Adrienne Days, 48 years old. The two of them had gotten married after Adrienne had already had 3 kids. One of them, Azariel, was already 26 years old. The other 2 were a bit younger, being 11 and 9 years old. Azariel, the oldest son, didn't really approve of his mother's relationship with his new stepfather, to say the least. It was said that Kelly basically ruled over the household, disciplining his younger siblings pretty harshly. This all culminated one night when the 9-year-old son was playing Fortnite on his phone. This was in spite of his mother telling him that he wasn't allowed to play that night. Azariel, the older brother, let the boy into his room and allowed him to play the game anyway, not really caring about the parents' ban. After his parents found out that he was still playing the game, they took the phone away, leading to the kid being very angry. The 9-year-old ran into his stepfather's room and got his 9mm handgun out of his nightstand, the location of which was known to even the youngest child. The gun was already loaded and wasn't secured in any way. The stepfather, Kelly, wrestled the gun away from him and got the gun out of his hands. Azariel then entered into the room, seeing his younger brother in a frenzy. While it might seem that the parents were only trying to be normal, functioning parents who gave their kids rules to follow by this point, Kelly's next actions would prove that he was anything but well-intentioned. He started to argue with Azariel, blaming him for the entire ordeal for letting the kid play Fortnite in his room in the first place. He raised up the handgun he had taken from the boy and aimed it at Azariel. He shot him several times in the chest and stomach. When he then tried to run from the room, Kelly once again shot him twice in the back. Azariel managed to make his way back into his room and shut the door. He collapsed to the floor. It seems that either he or someone else in the family called the police as he was taken to the hospital shortly after. When the police came out to the home, the scene was immediately apparent to have been violent. Neighbors said that they could even see blood seeping out from the front door of the home. In the end, Azariel still died from his injuries quickly after being admitted. Kelly Garcia was then arrested and carted off to jail. The police then interviewed the family for the next 4 hours, trying to figure out what exactly had led to the shooting. It gradually led them to find out that an argument over letting the youngest son play Fortnite had led to the murder. Kelly has since been charged with both second-degree murder and unlawful storage of a firearm accessible to a minor. The police have said that they believe the whole incident wouldn't have happened if the youngest son didn't have access to the gun. And this one is, Mom shoots son over loud video games. A 38-year-old man in Arizona had let his 72-year-old mother move in with him, and she didn't really like the fact that he played video games. To be more specific, she didn't like the noise coming from the TV when he played video games. One night, the mom, Hazel Benson, decided to call the police out to the home to tattle on her son for playing games too loudly. The Mesa police came out to the home, but they expressed that they had very little interest in this very minor family beef. They asked the two of them to settle the matter themselves, given that no crime had even taken place in the slightest, especially when it was seen that the son had legal standing, being that it was his home. They then left the home to go deal with some actual problems. The son was so angry that his mom had just called the cops on him for his TV being too loud that he decided to go on a walk to calm down. When he came back to the house a short while later, he found that his mom had locked and barricaded all the doors. He went around to the back door of the home and tried to get in that way. When he couldn't, he started pounding on the door, telling his mom to let him in. When she got annoyed by the sound of him knocking on the door, she pulled out a gun and shot him. It was now 8:50 p.m. and the police were making it back out to the home very shortly after they had been called out the first time. They found the son, luckily with non-life-threatening injuries. Still, he had been shot in the stomach and needed to be taken to the hospital. The mother, Hazel, was arrested and hit with charges of assault, disorderly conduct, and discharge of a firearm within city limits. Hazel told the police that she had shot her son after he lunged towards her with balled fist at his side, which didn't really go over too well as the police could see that he was outside when he was shot from the inside. She had told the police that she wasn't even sure if she had hit her son, but it was further found that she had immediately ran to a local canal and thrown the gun into the river. Her son is expected to make a full recovery after being hospitalized. With his mother now in jail, he'll at least be allowed to play video games at whatever volume he wants. And here we go. Florida man shoots a guy in a rage over mayonnaise. Let's just keep it going with these stories about people shooting each other for really dumb reasons. This case took place in Kissimmee, Florida at a small fast food place called Checkers. A light conflict started when a man pulled up to the drive-thru, made his order, and then noticed that he was missing some mayonnaise. He complained at the window about his missing condiments. He gave the typical, "I want to speak to your manager" several times during the argument. After this, things escalated pretty quickly. The man in the car, Wesley Robertson, got out of his car and continued to argue with the woman at the window. This was when another employee, Elijah Mackey, made his way out to the front door of the store and walked over to the window to confront Wesley. He started to argue with him even more loudly and wildly. When Elijah began to threaten Wesley, Wesley called him a pussy. Elijah responded with, "Oh, I am a pussy," before pulling out a gun and shooting him in the chest. Wesley then collapsed and smashed his head into the restaurant wall. Elijah tried to run away, but quickly returned to the restaurant to grab his bag before running out again. On foot, he made his way through several carnival attractions and over to a local Celebration Suites hotel. He hid under the stairwell, but the police found him pretty quickly. When the police began to cuff him, Elijah said, "I have a gun on me." The police then took it away and continued to arrest him as he asked, "Is the dude okay?" several times in a row. Dude was not okay, as Wesley had been pronounced dead shortly after arriving at the hospital. Elijah Mackey was charged with first-degree premeditated murder. He appeared in court once and was denied bond. It seems he couldn't find an attorney as he was appointed one by the court. Right now, he remains in Osceola County Jail. And here's a wild one. Boy dies after being hit with a piece of cheese. While this one definitely isn't a shooting, I guess you could make the argument that it involves some kind of projectile weapon. This story took place in Greenford, West London. There, Karanbir Singh Chima, called Karan for short, was a 13-year-old boy that was allergic to basically everything. He was allergic to eggs, nuts, wheat, gluten, pollen, and all dairy products. On top of that, he also suffered from atopic eczema. One day in school, a 15-year-old boy decided to sit next to Karan. Karan told the older boy that he was allergic to the sandwich he was eating and asked him to move. So this boy decided to get back at him for making him move by throwing a piece of cheese at him from about a foot away. At their school, this kind of mild prank was very common, as it is for a lot of 8th graders out there. The cheese hit Karan in the neck, leading to him having a severe reaction. The boy who threw it said that, while he knew Karan was allergic to dairy, he didn't know that cheese was dairy. He later said, "At the time I didn't know dairy was cheese. Milk and yogurt, I would say that was dairy. I knew he was allergic to some things, like dairy and pollen. I knew he probably had more allergies, but I was only informed of the other ones." Karan went into anaphylactic shock and was taken into the school nurse's office. There he was given some medication and treated with his inhaler and his EpiPen. There was a problem though. While he had this EpiPen waiting for him at school, he hadn't needed it in quite some time and it had gotten very old, leading to it being much less effective than it should have been. Soon after, Karan went into full-on cardiac arrest. Shortly after the paramedics arrived at school, he was still gasping for air. Unfortunately, this ended very quickly after they arrived as he soon lost the ability to breathe at all. He was taken to the Great Ormond Street Hospital and put into intensive care, but sadly he died only 10 days later when efforts to save him failed. He was diagnosed with post-cardiac arrest syndrome, leading to his parents making the difficult decision to pull the plug. In a court hearing, the boy who threw the piece of cheese profusely apologized to Karan's parents, saying, "I didn't mean any harm. I'm sorry for what I did." When asked by the coroner if he knew what kind of reaction someone could get from an allergy, he responded, "I thought maybe he would get a fever or a rash and miss school for a while. I didn't know it could lead to death." Karan's mom said that her son was very diligent about his medical conditions and was in good health when she saw him that morning. A consultant at the hospital told her that it was extremely unlikely for mere skin contact with the food to cause a person to go into anaphylactic shock. Karan's mom said, "In her 30 years in medicine, she was confident that a child wouldn't have an anaphylactic reaction with something going down his neck." Much of the same was reiterated by a pediatric allergy consultant named Dr. Adam Fox. He said, "Where this case is extraordinarily unusual is the nature of the event that led to the anaphylaxis. Because severe allergic reactions through skin contact are very, very uncommon indeed, and if it was skin contact alone that caused, in this case, fatal anaphylaxis, I believe that to be unprecedented. I have been unable to find any case reports. I've canvassed wildly around this and I'm not aware of any fatal cases." And here we've got, man throws grenade at ex-girlfriend's house. Continuing the trend of throwing things, here we have another really weird case from out in Thailand. In Thailand's Surat Thani province at around 8 a.m., a guy pulled up to his ex-girlfriend's house after they had been arguing online. The woman's mother reported that he had been dating the woman for only 2 months before they had broken up. It came to be clear that the man, Surapong Thongnak, had previously been in prison for 5 months due to meth-related offenses. He had been living in some temporary accommodation near his ex's house. Surapong wanted to get back with her, but she just wasn't having it. So he decided to go to her house and try to convince her in person. When she still wasn't too keen on the idea, feeling that he was a criminal, he decided to prove her right by pulling out a pair of scissors and trying to stab her. Some nearby neighbors managed to pull him off and subdue him before he managed to hurt her. Surapong wasn't done there, though. He returned to his car and pulled out an object that would serve as his backup plan, an actual real hand grenade. More specifically, it was an M26 fragmentation grenade. He walked back up to his ex's front door and pulled the pin. He then threw it at her and the neighbors who had previously stopped him. Luckily for them, the grenade hit a concrete pillar and bounced right back at him. He quickly leaned down to pick it up and throw it back again, but it blew up in his hands, killing him and injuring 4 of the neighbors. His ex-girlfriend had actually avoided injury entirely by running back into the house. The police were called out to the scene, finding that the place had been littered with debris and shrapnel. They pretty quickly found their suspect lying face down in a pool of blood, already far gone. The injured neighbors, 2 men and 2 women, were taken to a nearby hospital to be treated for their injuries. When the police further investigated Surapong's car, they found that he hadn't changed his ways at all. In fact, he was carrying half a kilo of meth right there in his car. Here's a truly weird one. Venezuelan migrant father pretends to be 16-year-old at school. Recently, there has been a really weird trend of foreigners coming to the US to pretend to be high school students. Last time it was a guy from South Korea, but this time it's a Venezuelan man. This story started in 2023 when a man, going by Anthony, claimed that he had been trafficked from Venezuela into the US. Given that he didn't have any documents on his person and was claiming to be a victim of trafficking, the police didn't really have anything to go on beyond his word. He said that he had been born in 2007, meaning that he would have been around 16 years old at the time. He began to attend a local high school in Toledo, Ohio, listing his name as Anthony Labrador. While at school, he applied for and got his hands on all sorts of documentation to make his stay legal. He got a visa with the help of an organization called Advocating Opportunities that provides free legal assistance. He also got a driver's license, a social security number, and protective status from the US Immigration Department. It was reported that he did well at school, competed on a couple of different sports teams, and even dated a lot of girls. However, his high school life would come crashing down about 14 months later. He was living with a family who had legally become his guardians. This family, the Melfreds, were contacted by a woman named Evelyn Camacho who told them that Anthony was actually a 24-year-old man and the father of her kid. She even sent them a picture of his previous driver's license, which showed that he was born in 2001. She even included some photos of him with his child. Anthony was contacted by school officials. The Melfreds were ordered to keep him off of school property as the investigation continued. When it was found that he was indeed this 24-year-old man, the police opened up a fraud case against him. He was actually Anthony Emmanuel Labrador Sierra, meaning that he didn't even pick a completely different name when creating this false identity. This also meant that some of the girls he dated at the school were nearly 10 years younger than him. When Anthony first appeared in court from jail via video, he smirked to the cameras. The judge set his bond at $50,000 and told him that he wasn't allowed to leave the country. He's been stuck with an ankle monitor, living only about 2 miles away from the school that he attended. When asked where he was staying, he said that he would be with a woman named Emily that he also had children with. Being that Anthony isn't even a citizen, it has been said that his charges will most likely lead towards deportation. To make things even worse with the underage girls situation, the police have said that they also found questionable material on his computer where he was staying. Anthony has pled not guilty to all the charges against him. It looks like he only has a court-appointed lawyer. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, it looks like he very well may be facing federal charges as well. Check this one out. Fart leads to death threats. Another trend that we've seen recently has been a whole lot of fart and poop-related crimes. I've actually already made an entire video dedicated to poop-related crimes, but at this rate I could probably make another one. And that brings us to this case. This story started when a 37-year-old woman named Shanetta Yvette Wilson ripped a gnarly fart at a Dollar General in Dania Beach, Florida. After snorting up some of her butt dust against his will, another customer named John Walker made a comment about her fart that Shanetta didn't really appreciate. This led to her verbally lashing out at the man. Shanetta then pulled out a long knife from her purse. She opened up her knife and told John that she was going to gut him for daring to point out her noxious blast. She pulled her hand back as if she were going to stab him before realizing that other people were watching. She then fled the store, leaving everyone else in a state of shock and unpleasant smell. The police tracked her down shortly after too, not too far from the store. Her victim was also able to identify her pretty easily. Shanetta was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. She was taken into a Broward County jail and held on a $2,500 bond. The judge ended up giving her a conditional release. Not only would she have a 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, she would also have to wear an ankle monitor. In addition, she wasn't allowed to contact John ever again and was also banned from Dollar General. And hey, let's keep going down that path with Florida woman poops on floor as a distraction. Again in Florida, Mulberry, Florida to be specific, we have another really shitty story. This one involves a criminal duo, a man and a woman, who played very different parts in this crime. The two walked into a local Family Dollar store, ready to hit it big. However, what they planned to steal wasn't money from the register or anything like that, it was cleaning supplies. The two loaded up a cart with about $500 worth of Gain, Tide, and Clorox products. It was then they decided to put their plan into place. The woman of the duo went to an area where a few of the employees were located and surprised them by dropping her pants. She then started to bend logs all over the floor of the store while her partner in crime made his way outside with the cleaning products. Needless to say, it did work, as most of the employees were completely flabbergasted by this grown woman flopping fat francs on the floor. The man was caught on security camera footage as he walked out of the store with his overloaded cart. Shortly after, the woman, the excrement enthusiast, left the store with a smirk on her face as the employees stood there in horror. The employees were left to clean up the mess while the two criminals took off in their white van. The police told the public that the act, quote, caused a distraction for employees by using the restroom without going to the restroom. The floor was her restroom, and an employee had to clean that stuff up. The police began to refer to the two suspects as Mr. Clean and Miss Dookie, names that the media also chose to run with. With that statement, the police used a round of pretty funny hashtags as well. These included gems like hashtag he made a clean getaway, and hashtag she can't really say the same. Another was, she wasn't suspect number 2 for nothing. It wasn't too long before both of the two were caught. The man, whose name was Nick V. Curry, was caught when he was arrested for another unrelated battery charge. They recognized him from the security camera footage from the Family Dollar. When they showed him the footage to his face, he fully admitted to his involvement. This led them to the woman, Tina Joyce. It was found that she had at least 14 prior theft convictions herself, although the police weren't able to confirm whether or not she had used this same strategy elsewhere. She was arrested and charged with felony petite theft. She was eventually released on a $5,000 bail. Her partner, though, was to remain in jail for his more serious charges. Eventually, when he's released on that one, he'll be delivered to Polk County to face charges for his crime. And here we have Thief Dildos is Through Shop. Alright, I don't even know how to introduce this one. While it doesn't really involve farting or pooping, it's definitely kind of something similar that goes up that alley. Given that I've gotten in trouble for, let's just call them plugs that go in your butt before, I'll have to use some workaround language when talking about this one. Here we have a crime that took place at the Love Shop, an erotic shop in Barcelona, Spain. The place is actually extremely popular, even being known amongst celebrities, said to be a favorite of both Beyoncé and Gwyneth Paltrow. The store features a number of pretty unique adult toys, some of them reaching prices as high as 17,000 euros. One of them was a solid gold vibrating tool. One night, a criminal was caught on CCTV footage, breaking into the store with a flashlight. He made his way straight over to the display case at the center of the store with the most expensive items, clearly knowing where to find them. At first, he simply tried to force the cabinet open with his hands. When it wouldn't give, he noticed that he didn't bring any sort of blunt item with him to smash the glass. So he decided to grab one from the store, choosing a large vibrating tool to do the job. He then threw that straight through the glass, shattering it. The man then took 4 very valuable vibrating tools, shoving them into his pockets. One of them, the golden one, was worth about 15,000 euros itself. With all the others included, he had about 40,000 euros worth of goods in total. He then bolted out of the store and ran off into the night. When the police came out to investigate, they noted that the thief would have had a whole lot of trouble reselling the items. Not only were they well known to have been stolen from the store, but he also forgot the extra items that they came with, like their chargers, meaning that they were incomplete as products. It was also noted that the specific golden item would be very hard to melt down to only get the gold. Not only did the burglar fail to realize these things about the products, he had also forgotten to hide his identity. He, who the police referred to as Idiot, had forgotten to cover his face for the cameras or even wear gloves, causing him to have left fingerprints all over the place. Funnily enough though, it seems that the thief, as of now, has gotten away with it. And now, jail goes into lockdown after criminal goes missing. On this channel, we pretty often go over cases in which the criminals or the police are stupid in one way or another, but it's not too often we come across one where the entire jail itself is a complete catastrophe. It's hard to explain this one in the title itself without spoiling the whole thing, so let's just get into it. This story began with a man named Julian Brooks DeLoach who was being held in Clayton County Jail in Georgia. Julian had been convicted of murder all the way back in 1984. It seems that he actually did get parole at some point, which was quickly revoked after he committed a misdemeanor crime and ended up back in jail shortly after. One night, it was found that this convicted murderer was missing from his cell, sending jail staff into a complete panic and causing the entire place to go into a lockdown as a massive manhunt began to take place. The county sheriff tried to reassure the public that they were doing everything that they could. He spoke to the media, saying, "We searched every cell, every area of the jail." For 12 hours, all hands were on deck searching for Julian, their supposed escaped murderer. However, at 7 a.m. the next morning, they would come to find him. Julian was sitting alone at the courthouse, where he had been the previous day. The jail staff who had been supposed to escort him had simply forgotten about him. He was sitting there in a courthouse holding cell with only a bench, a sink, and a toilet, and had been there for about 14 hours. So the sheriff explained, there was a mix-up of who was going to take the inmate down, before naming a few employees that he blamed for the mix-up. It was said that many staff members would either be demoted or suspended, with 4 of them waiving their right to a hearing. While that's all bad enough, there have been a good number of dumb controversies at this same prison over the past couple of years. In 2022, a private memo sent out to jail staff was leaked. Within that memo, the staff were ordered to stop giving the keys of the jail to the inmates, saying that it has caused a rise in inappropriate behavior. Yes, the staff had actually been giving the inmates the keys to the facility. The jail came under a lot of fire from both the media and people living nearby. After that, 2 other workers at the jail were arrested on fraud charges. One was found to have been using his phone to let inmates pay him over Cash App to bring them food from the jail kitchen at all hours like room service. He also charged them $32 for a single deck of cards and accepted over $500 for lighters, weed, and cigars that he never even brought them. Another officer, a female one named Mary Moore, ended up in jail herself after she was caught having relations with one of the inmates right in front of a security camera. All of this has led to the locals asking, in their words, what the hell is going on at that jail? Here we've got, McDonald's worker snaps and kills manager. Afeni Muhammad was an aspiring rapper in East Point, Michigan, who went by the name Risen Phoenix online, mainly on YouTube and Instagram. A lot of her posts consisted of rants, scantily clad photos and videos of herself, and ads for music that never ended up releasing. While she hadn't released much music at all, what she did release was, not very good.
Sometimes I've been feeling like I'm running from these crazy vipers. When they throw that venom my way, I swipe that shit like windshield wipers. Cause like everyone else, you damn sure scattered. Left my heart shattered. Broken more than glass dropped from the top of a ladder. I swear it felt like my life didn't matter. Felt like I died and my grave was somewhere on Saturn. I too will incorporate my life story into a song. Then I realized I supposed to have all along. Then I realized everyone wanted to kill me. Cause I'm so real. Baby, I know that my lyrics are way too advanced for my age.
Most of Afeni's rants were about her job. Specifically, they were about her manager at McDonald's, a 39-year-old woman named Jennifer Harris. Jennifer was a mother of two who had been working at that McDonald's location for 15 years by this point.
I was wrongfully treated today at work. I was literally physically tapped on a lot of times, and I said, "Get away from me. Please get out of my space if you don't mind. I can't talk right now, and you still continue to touch me." That made me very unhappy. My name kept getting called. I was doing a great job. I kept getting sabotaged, tempted, so my button can get pressed and I can go out of character. And I know I won't be tolerating that. So since they decided to bully me, let the universe show them what's next. Because it wasn't right. And there will be hell to pay for that.
Afeni's rants about her manager, who she continually called a bully, only got angrier over time. Usually, Afeni wouldn't specify exactly what had been done to her, aside from saying that Jennifer had touched her on the shoulder or asked her to leave early. She felt her manager disrespected other people and looked down on them. On Wednesday, July 10th, 2025, Afeni was sent home early once again. Without even changing out of her work clothes, she decided to go on another long-winded rant in her car about Jennifer. In the video, she seemed a bit frazzled, repeating herself numerous times and reiterating the same points over and over. She was so scatterbrained that she actually posted 2 videos saying roughly the same thing.
I got sent home early yesterday. I got sent home early today by the same person. I'm telling you, she's a bully. This shit isn't funny. And she keeps sending me home early. It's not funny. And it isn't funny at all. But to get sent home 2 days in a row, man, and I came in on my off day to make up my time, and she still sends me home early, it's not funny. Somebody will have to do something about that. It's not funny. It's not fair. It isn't funny at all. So, she could keep being a bully if she wants to, but that shit is going to catch up to her. Because it ain't funny at all. She needs to understand that just because she's a mother and got children doesn't mean that she can come in this store, disrespecting people, talking to them like everybody's beneath her. She has no respect. And then throughout the day, she keeps on putting negative energy in the air, talking about people, gossiping about people. She's a bully. She's a bully. Nobody's perfect. It's fucking McDonald's. It happens.
When the next day came around, Afeni showed up to work again and argued heavily with her boss. Jennifer, tired of her behavior, sent her home early once again. According to other employees, it was actually Afeni's own actions and outbursts that had been getting her sent home the whole time. When she was kicked out, she told her boss, "I'll be back," returned to her car, and grabbed a knife. She then, for some reason, put on a mask and returned to the store, despite telling everyone that she was coming back and doing nothing to disguise the rest of her clothes. Afeni walked over to Jennifer and started stabbing her multiple times. One of the other employees on deck said that she immediately knew it was Afeni when she carried out the attack. Afeni then tried to flee. A customer saw all this happening from the drive-thru. Seeing the stabbing, he pulled out his gun and fired it into the air in order to break up the fight. Afeni tried to run away, but the customer threw her to the ground and held her down until the police could arrive. Afeni was quickly taken into police custody, and her boss, Jennifer, was taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, she would come to pass away from her injuries that day. The next day, Afeni was arraigned in court on charges of first-degree murder and carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent. She felt it important to say that she goes by Afeni Muhammad but also goes by Risen Phoenix in court. Her defense attorney said, against her wishes, that he wanted her to undergo a mental health evaluation before they would continue. He said that this was due to his odd interactions with her and certain things on the police report. That is where the case has currently ended. Right now, Afeni is being held on a $250 million bond while she awaits her results and inevitable trial.
No, I don't snap on people. I don't go in there doing that. I tell her, no, I make peace. That's what I'm doing. Because I know that I'm a great person. I've been creating peace. I've been creating peace.
And this one is, man feels guilty for killing his wife, so he kills his ex-wife too. On May 13th, 2023, Timothy Taylor was having a domestic dispute with his wife, Teresa Gregg. Teresa was a mother of two and had been working with the New York City Department of Homeless Services. She had been said to have been a very good woman. Unfortunately, she chose a man that was anything but that. The two were known to have had some loud screaming matches in their apartment at all hours of the night. That night, things escalated much more than ever before. Timothy pulled out a knife and stabbed Teresa, killing her right there. It would be her two 12-year-old twin daughters who came home the next morning and discovered her body at around 8:20 a.m. They called an ambulance, but it was already far too late. The bedroom was covered in so much blood that it was clear that she had to have been dead for quite some time. The police came to the obvious conclusion that Timothy had done it. After all, they were known for constant arguments, and he was nowhere to be found. Once he got word that the cops were looking for him, he fled the city as quickly as he could and headed for North Carolina. You see, according to the man himself, Tim had been feeling a bit guilty that he had killed his wife. He felt that his current wife hadn't deserved it. However, he really hated his ex-wife much more and felt that she actually did deserve it. Even though they hadn't actually interacted lately, he decided that killing his ex-wife could help make up for killing his current wife somehow. So Tim decided to take another trip back up to New York, this time to the city of Schenectady. This was where his ex-wife, Tashawn Folks Taylor, lived. On May 28th, only a couple of weeks after the original murder, he checked himself into a hotel in the area at about 11 p.m. He then started to wander the streets, biding his time until he was ready to break into his ex-wife's house. This wouldn't be the first time he was violent with her, as Tim actually still had 3 pending charges related to how he had treated his ex-wife, such as criminal obstruction of breathing, criminal contempt, and harassment. He broke into Tashawn's house and stabbed her 22 times in the early morning hours. He even did so while his own 2 kids that he fathered with her were near her, along with one other kid that she had after the divorce. Even while being stabbed, she did what she could to shield her kids from the attack. Then Tim escaped through a window and fled the scene once again, throwing away pieces of his clothing little by little until he called a taxi and went back to the hotel. Thanks to the testimony from the kids inside the home at the time, it was once again very easy for the police to figure out who had carried out the crime. The police found him a few days later at a bar in Philadelphia and arrested him. He quickly confessed to both of the murders. He clearly told them of his feelings of guilt and why he had chosen to murder his ex-wife after his current wife. Tim was then in jail for the next 2 years, but finally on July 1st, 2025, he came to plead guilty to second-degree murder in the case of his ex-wife's murder. He is actually still awaiting a trial for the murder of his most recent wife. And this one is, Mom throws baby out the window to save career. Here we have the story of a lawyer for a luxury car maker, that being the Porsche company. Hailing from Germany, Katarina Jovanovic was already the top lawyer for the company at only 28 years old. She was wildly successful for someone her age and was on track to having a very lucrative career. It's believed that this is why she didn't want to risk slowing down at all. Katarina had been pregnant with a baby for 9 months without ever telling anyone she had worked with, and she managed to hide it very well. Still, people noticed that something was going on. One of her neighbors said, "Nobody noticed that the woman was pregnant. Recently she had changed and was no longer talking to us. We thought she was stressed at work." Eventually, she came to give birth at her home in her apartment on September 12, 2023. She didn't even go to a hospital because she had no real intention of keeping that baby in the first place. Caring nothing for the child, she simply got out of bed, walked over to the window, and chucked them out. The infant fell about 4 meters to the ground on the road below, shattering their skull on the ground. There were a number of passerbys on the sidewalk who fell witness to the whole thing shortly after, coming across the grisly scene by coincidence. They quickly called the police, who came to find that Katarina had been the one to have thrown the child. Katarina was arrested and found herself in court in 2024. She admitted to the crime when the trial started in April, but she refused to elaborate as to how it all went down or what she was thinking in the moment. She then made some even bolder claims, such as saying that she didn't even know that she was pregnant. The prosecution wasn't really having it. One prosecutor accused her of murder by saying that she had to have worked to be deliberately hiding the pregnancy from her coworkers and neighbors for that long. Another said that she was mainly worried that being a mother would have spoiled her career. One prosecutor was quoted as saying, "The accused was not prepared to put her life plans, especially her professional advancement, on hold for a child. That was her decision when the baby was born, and as a result, the criteria for a murder conviction are fulfilled. Katerina's own lawyers said that the incident was, at the most, a case of manslaughter. Despite Katerina having admitted to everything, they then began to say that Katerina had only been holding the baby over the balcony minutes after they were born and then dropped them accidentally. Her lawyer, Malte Hoek, said, "It is a drama that affects me personally. My client did not even know that she was pregnant. When she suddenly held the bloody baby in her hands, she was in an exceptional psychological situation. It was an accident. She dropped the baby. How the child ended up over the windowsill remains to be determined." In the end, the court did end up accepting the lesser charge of manslaughter. Still, while her lawyer had recommended 3 years in prison, she ended up receiving more than double that at 7.5. Still far less than she deserved, most people would say. Even despite being let off so easily, her lawyer had recently said that they intend to appeal the verdict. Even if they do, it's fairly likely that she isn't getting her job back. And here's a weird one. Man built a real death ray to kill Muslims. Now, this one is definitely one of the most inventive stories we've had on this channel, given that it involves an actual invention to kill people. This is the story of a 52-year-old man named Glendon Scott Crawford. Living in Galway, New York at the time, he was an industrial mechanic who worked at General Electric in Schenectady. He was also a veteran of the Navy and a happily married father of 3 children who had no criminal history whatsoever. However, behind the scenes, Glendon had some ideas and plans that the people around him had never heard about. He had wanted to kill all sorts of people who he disagreed with on political and social issues. One group that he hated more than any of the others was Muslims, though. So he decided that he would strive to come up with an invention that could kill as many of the Muslims residing in the US as possible. Surprisingly, he was able to do that. He decided upon using an industrial-grade X-ray machine, of all things. He planned on turning the X-ray machine into a death ray, one that you could simply point and aim at anyone in a nearby radius to give them all a lethal dose of radiation. He came up with the plan to mount the sci-fi weapon into the back of a van. Then it could be driven out to a location with a high population of targets, in this case Muslims, and be deployed to take them out in large numbers. This would be so lethal that anyone within a fair distance of the van was guaranteed to die within about 2 weeks. Given how lethal it would be, the van would be left in the area while the user controlled the weapon via a remote control from a distance away. Rather than deploy this weapon himself, Glendon decided that he would try to market it to a few different groups who he thought might have an interest in using it. First, he went out to a random synagogue and asked to speak to a person who, in his words, might be willing to help him with a type of technology that could be used by Israel to defeat its enemies, specifically by killing Israel's enemies while they slept. He told them that the Muslims were an enemy of the United States and called them medical waste. He was told by the administrative assistant at the synagogue that they were just a bunch of American-born Jews and didn't actually have any ties with Israel. Disappointed, Glendon simply left. The synagogue did notify the FBI though, and they started tracking him pretty shortly after. When they first started looking into him, they doubted he was even serious or capable of building such a weapon in the first place. They were in for a shock. The authorities later came to write, his plot to murder people he did not know was designed to, in his oft-repeated words, take his country back from government leaders by forcing them to change government conduct he perceived as favoring Muslims. After, Glendon tried going to European defense leagues with the idea as well. When that also failed, he even tried selling one to the KKK. In fact, that particular leader of the Klan was an FBI plant sent to monitor them. That just gave the FBI that much more to work with. It wasn't long before the FBI was able to convince Glendon to meet with another undercover agent where he explained his powerful radiation gun that would be powered by batteries. As the FBI continued to investigate him, they came to a shocking conclusion. This weapon would actually work. Theoretically, it was sound, and it wouldn't even be that hard to make by someone who was skilled in the field. They knew that they needed to stop him pretty quickly. The feds busted into the workshop where Glendon was working on the weapon with a co-conspirator, Eric Fate, one of his co-workers from General Electric. They were both arrested and taken into custody. Eric's sentencing took place first. In the end, he pled guilty to providing material support to terrorists. He said that he had built the remote control for the device. For this, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Glendon's trial would prove to be much more serious. He was hit with charges of conspiring to use a weapon of mass destruction and distributing information about weapons of mass destruction. His lawyer tried to argue that the case was entrapment, but the jury rejected that argument. Hoping to get a more lenient sentence, he gave a long, rambling speech about physics and his interpretation of certain legal statutes. He also said that his lawyer wasn't very good at his job. He then argued that he never intended to use the machine himself, he only intended to provide technical assistance to whoever did. He said, "I feared for my nation's and my children's nation's future." The judge cut him off and said, "This is bizarre. This conduct is bizarre. You are bizarre." And then the judge came to sentence Glendon to 30 years in jail. And, well, here we go. Serial butt sniffer arrested again. Lately, somehow, it seems that there has been no shortage of poop-related crimes and, things along those lines, and I would definitely say that this case is somewhere in that ballpark. It was the lovely month of August, 2023. A then 36-year-old man named Celeste Karen Crowder of Glendale, California was attending a local bookstore. Celeste wasn't the type of guy that you would want hanging around, and that's for a number of reasons. For one, he was a repeat offender that had been in and out of jail since 2005 when he was only 18 years old. He had served time for both burglary and robbery charges as well as peeping and prowling. In fact, at the time of this story, he had just gotten out of a 60-day jail sting for peeping into a family's home and staring at the children. Before he did that, he had also only been recently released for an indecent exposure incident. But the one reason you may not want him around above all else was his hobby. Michaela Winter was attending the same bookstore as Celeste that day. This was when Celeste came up behind her, crouched down, and shoved his face into her butt crack. You see, Celeste was a serial butt sniffer. Coming up behind people in public and sniffing their butts was a thing of his. And this time, he was caught. Michaela came to post about it on TikTok only to find out that a lot of other women in the area had also been through the same thing with a man fitting his description. Later on, another TikTok user would come to face Celeste herself. This user, at Art of Ether Reality on TikTok, was talking about books and filming a video. At the time, she didn't notice anything happening. It wasn't until she reviewed the video later that she saw what had been going on behind the scenes. Celeste was crouching down behind her, noodling his nose into her nether nectar. This time, thanks to the video, she was able to report him to the police and they soon arrested him once again. Michaela Winter, the woman who originally posted about him on TikTok, came to say, "I'm relieved that he was arrested again, but I unfortunately don't have high expectations with him being kept there for long." Unfortunately and predictably, she was right. Celeste had actually been arrested on the crime of failing to register as a sex offender, something he was supposed to do previously. However, somehow the LA District Attorney wasn't able to gather up enough evidence to prosecute him for that crime. You would think that simply seeing that he wasn't registered would be enough evidence, but apparently not. Celeste was once again free. This brings us up to July of 2025. Celeste never did give up his affection for ass aroma during the 2-year gap. In fact, it came to be known that he had been busted for the crime of butt sniffing several times. The police said that he had been on active parole due to a whole series of lewd offenses. Nothing had changed, and Celeste proved that by going back into another store and trying very much of the same. He walked into a Burbank Empire Center department store and did his usual thing. He walked up behind a woman, squatted down, and buried his nostrils deep in the woman's crap canyon. This woman caught him and once again reported him to the police. He fled the area, but the cops soon found him at a Walmart in the same shopping center. He hadn't gone very far. Celeste Crowder was hit with a charge of intent to commit a crime and is being held on a $100,000 bail. And, let's just keep the weird ones going. Woman arrested for argument over sharing her Applebee's. This story started when a 28-year-old woman named Shanisha Cobbs came up with a sneaky little scheme at her local Applebee's. They had a special on the menu at the time. For $15.99, you could get an all-you-could-eat meal. That would entail all sorts of different items: boneless wings, riblets, double crunch shrimp, and fries. On October 2nd, 2025, she decided to head over to her local branch and try out her plans. Her plan was simple. She would head out there with 2 other adults and several kids that they'd brought with them. She would order a $15.99 all-you-can-eat meal and keep ordering food for herself while actually passing it around to all the people at the table. She felt that she had discovered a real-life infinite food cheat. It all went well until it was time to pay the bill. This was when Shanisha realized that not only her, but everyone at the table had been charged for an all-you-can-eat meal, given that they were all eating it. When the restaurant confirmed that, yes, they would all have to pay for their own food, she became irate. Eventually, the manager of the Applebee's store had to call the police. Even the police dispatcher noted that they could hear multiple women screaming and threatening people. They warned the cops of what they should expect when they arrived. When the cops showed up, Shanisha decided to try and turn things around. She said that the restaurant was behaving, in her words, very unprofessionally, and that she wasn't going to pay any more than $15.99 for that food that night. She argued that nowhere did it say that the meal couldn't cover a whole table. That fell apart quickly when the cops actually looked at the menu and saw per person right there in plain text, not even in fine print. As the police tried to calm her down, Shanisha decided that her next move to make would be freaking out on a random couple eating at the restaurant. When she did just that, her shrieking got even louder than before. Even her own friend was trying to shut her up to no avail. When the cops warned her multiple times and she wouldn't listen, they gave up and arrested her. She was hit with the charge of disorderly conduct and taken off to jail. She's likely going to end up paying a lot more than $15, either with her money or with her time. That misdemeanor charge can result in up to 180 days in prison or a whole $1,000 fine. Not only that, the rest of her group was left to pay the bill after she was carted off. Originally, most news outlets reported this with headlines along the lines of "Woman arrested for sharing Applebee's," which makes the restaurant itself look insane and paints Shanisha as the victim of a bizarre, unwarranted arrest. It's only when you actually read the articles that you find she was arrested for the resulting freakout of not having to pay. So, never trust headlines. And, Chuck E. Cheese arrested for credit card fraud. Chuck E. Cheese has somehow come to be featured many times on this channel. I even made a whole compilation video of those cases that performed like crap. Most of those cases usually stem from the fact that Chuck E. Cheese serves beer and parents would often get drunk and fight, but this case is something very different from those. This story started when a woman noticed that her credit card was missing. When she went online to check the balance, she noticed a number of fraudulent charges on her account. There were things like purchases at Whataburger, a grocery store, and a smoke shop that she had never been to. So she contacted the Tallahassee Police Department and made a complaint. When she was able to review some security camera footage of who had been using her card, she told the police exactly who it was. She even knew where her card was likely stolen from: Chuck E. Cheese. Meanwhile, at that Chuck E. Cheese location, the radio had made an announcement that the mouse himself, Charles Entertainment Cheese, was about to come out and greet all the kids. One mother went up to him with her 6-year-old to take a picture. That's when the police spotted the Cheese beer rat standing near the doorway and grabbed his arm. They told the mother, "Chucky's busy right now." They then turned to Charlie and told him, "Don't resist, don't make a scene." Children began to scream in panic as Chuck was hauled out of the establishment by the cops. The police threw the mouse into handcuffs and walked him out into the parking lot. Then they tore his entire head off, revealing a regular human man, 41-year-old Jarmel Jones, inside. "That's not Chucky?" began to scream the frightened little children. Right then and there in front of the kids, he was thrown into a police car, busted for his misdeeds. It was reported that the kids soon forgot about the ordeal and went back to playing games and eating pizza. Their loyalty to Chuck was shallow beyond all expectation. Now, Jarmel Jones is facing charges of credit card theft, criminal use of personal identification info, and fraudulent use of a credit card. He was booked into jail, but he was released shortly after on a $1,000 bond. Some people who were there that day criticized the cops for arresting him in front of children, but the truth is that it was his place of work and the most likely place to catch him. Still, on Facebook, one man posted, "Okay, Tallahassee Police Department, y'all couldn't let this man change out of his Chuck E. Cheese costume before arresting him in front of the kids?" Jarmel still denies that he ever even stole the credit card, even though the police found it in his pockets. One of the moms there that day, Courtney Gegenheimer, spoke to the media. She said, "How do you explain this to a 4 and a 6-year-old? I said, maybe they got the wrong Chucky." And now we have Chicken Crosses the Road, Woman Gets Maced. Here we have a story that follows the common joke, why did the chicken cross the road? Although this time we end up with a bit of a different question. That being, what happened to the chicken when it crossed the road and why does it involve bear mace? It all started when a 38-year-old woman named Cynthia Sosa saw a chicken crossing the road. She decided to stop the car and wait for the chicken to slowly pass. This led to the cars behind her getting angry, not even knowing why she had stopped. Given that the chicken was in front of Cynthia's car, they couldn't see it. So an angry woman behind her decided to pull around and pass her on the road. Just then, the chicken came out from out in front of Cynthia's car and got run over. Cynthia flew into a rage, angry that the woman had just crushed the chicken into nuggets. She took off after her, following her for quite a while. When the other woman stopped her car, Cynthia got out of her own vehicle and approached her window. She grabbed the handle and attempted to open the door and pull the woman out. The woman inside grabbed the door from her end as well, resulting in a tug-of-war with rage on one side and fear on the other. Cynthia, later saying that she needed to teach the woman a lesson, pulled out a can of bear mace and sprayed it through the gap where the door was opened, giving the woman a good blast all over her face. Satisfied, Cynthia hopped back into her own car and drove off into the sunset. The chicken had been avenged. It wasn't too long before the cops were able to find her, though. She was arrested and taken into police custody. She was charged with 2 counts of aggravated battery and 1 count of burglary with assault or battery. The victim in the case didn't even seem to be aware that she had hit the chicken, saying that she was on her way to pick up her kid from daycare when she saw a crazy woman blocking the road and went around her. This woman then followed her, ripped her door open, and doused her with bear mace. As of the writing of this video, it appears that Cynthia is still waiting in jail to see what happens next. And hey, here's some Kentucky. Kentucky woman brings meth to Disneyland. Now, I'm sorry to say that I don't have a Florida man case for you this time. I know that's probably really disappointing, but we do have a Kentucky woman case, and maybe that'll scratch that itch. On May 20th, 2025, a woman named Brandy Asher headed off to Disneyland with her husband. There they arrived at the Walt Disney World Resort's Transportation and Ticket Center, which is this place where you can park your car and ride a little train into the park. Before you can do that, there's a bit of security screening, usually to make sure you aren't carrying a weapon into the park. If you're cleared, you can head off to the train. Brandy would not be getting that luxury. When she had her bag checked, the man doing the screening noticed an odd metal tin in her bag. When he gave the container a little shake, it didn't make a noise. With that being odd, he opened it up and looked inside. There he found a white powder. This was methamphetamine. In addition to the powder, there was a long white cylinder shaped like a pen. This is a straw-like object that enables the entry of meth into the nose, sometimes called a Meth Muncher 3000. Brandy, seeing that her treasure box was opened, quickly grew very nervous and asked the security member to just throw it away so she could move on. When she started shaking and sweating, it came clear to those nearby that what was in the tin was very likely drugs, or at least something illegal. When she was told that she couldn't throw them away, she tried to take them and put them into her pockets to make a break for it. Soon after, an Orange County Sheriff's deputy arrived to check things out. He gave them a solid, "Yep, that's meth," and told them that the long white cylinder was a snorting apparatus. Then Brandy began to tell her story. Brandy told the police that, the day before, a random stranger had approached her at the resort and offered her some free meth, as drug dealers tend to do. She gladly accepted the gift without telling her husband. She said that she then planned on simply leaving the drugs at the resort, but then she took them to the park completely on accident. Inside Brandy's pockets, the police found more crystals matching the original substance. She was arrested and taken in. She has since pled not guilty to a third-degree felony charge of possession of methamphetamine. Walt Disney World Resort has since clarified that it is indeed against the rules to smoke meth at Disneyland. Alright, and this one is Florida man on meth hijacks tiny train. So when I told you before that we don't have a Florida man story, I was bold-faced lying to you. I didn't want to spoil that we actually have a pretty good one. One day, a Key West drug enthusiast named Jonathan Patrick Winslow realized that it was his 57th birthday. He decided to celebrate the day in a way that not many other people would think of. High out of his mind, he made his way up to the Conch Tour train depot in Key West. Leaving his Kia in the parking lot, car running with the radio playing, he made his way up to where the workers handled their little trackless trains that they would usually use for tourists. John told some employees that he used to work for the company years back and that he was there for a little tour of their trains. Not really seeing anything wrong with letting him take a look, they said that would be fine. It was then that John hopped into the train and drove off, leaving the employees very confused. Given that he said he used to work there, they wondered if John had gotten permission from the boss to take it for a spin. He didn't have that permission. Eventually, it came to be pretty clear that John had stolen the train. Little did he know it had a tracking device on board, so they were able to show the police exactly where it was. Surprisingly, it had gotten pretty far away in a very short amount of time. Jonathan had really been gunning it, so the police headed downtown to bring it back. In the time it took for the cops to arrive, John had actually picked up a few strangers and convinced them to join him on his train ride. When the cops cut him off, they noticed that he exhibited rapid speech and appeared excited, even after the police told him that he was under arrest and was going to be charged. John said that he had only borrowed the train and gave them the "but it's my birthday" defense. It didn't work. He was taken off to jail. During a search, an empty pipe was found in his pockets. He tried to tell the police that it was for weed, but it was for meth. Now he's being hit with charges of burglary, grand theft auto, and possession of drug paraphernalia. He's being held at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office Key West Jail on a $60,000 bond. Here we have friends test helmets by shooting each other in the head. A 37-year-old man named Sean O'Donnell and his friend, 34-year-old Aaron Prout, were hanging out at Sean's house one day in August of 2025. Sean was American, while Aaron was a citizen of the UK who was living in the country, in Harris County in Spring, Texas. Two things that they shared an interest in were firearms and body armor. At some point, the two men got their hands on a Kevlar helmet, and hearing that it was completely bulletproof, they decided that there would be no better way to test it than by picking up a gun and trying it themselves. The two decided to get alcohol into the mix, getting pretty drunk and deciding to do some product testing. They didn't put the helmet on a fence post or prop it up against a tree, nothing like that. Instead, they decided to take turns wearing it while shooting each other in the head with a rifle inside Sean's house. It went about as well as you might expect, with Aaron suffering a gunshot wound to the head. The police were called shortly after and Aaron was rushed to the hospital. He died from his injuries shortly after. Initially, it appeared that the wound had been self-inflicted, and Sean was happy to let the police think that. When things didn't really add up upon closer inspection, Sean relented and filled the police in on what had happened. It wasn't made clear why exactly the helmet didn't prevent Aaron from being shot. However, helmets like those aren't guaranteed to provide 100% protection. They're meant to provide as much protection as possible just in case you were to be shot. Deliberate, repeated shots from close range are in a different ballpark. Sean was arrested for killing his friend. He was taken into custody and charged with 1 count of murder. The Harris County Sheriff said, "Hard to believe two so-called friends would take turns shooting at each other while wearing a Kevlar helmet inside a house in a residential neighborhood while using a rifle." It's unknown what kind of sentencing Sean might receive given the circumstances. The charges very well may be lower due to exactly how the crime played out. We'll just have to wait and see where this one goes. Don't shoot your friends to test out armor. That's dumb. And now we have girlfriend lures teenage boy to his death. A 16-year-old teenage boy named Trey Dean Wright in rural South Carolina had recently started dating a girl, a cheerleader from school and daughter of a local police officer. Her name was Gianna Helene Kistenmacher. According to Trey's family, he had said that this relationship seemed like a dream come true for him. Well, this relationship wouldn't continue to be so lovely. Gianna turned on Trey pretty quickly, coming to argue with him and accuse him of cheating fairly often. Oddly, one night while she was arguing with him and accusing him of cheating over the phone, she herself was hanging out with a 19-year-old man named Devin Raper on the beach. While Gianna was on FaceTime with Trey, Devin decided to do some white knighting. He took the phone and threatened Trey on camera with a gun. Shortly after, Gianna asked Trey to meet with her to talk in a remote country area in Florence County. He agreed. Little did he know, she was bringing Devin along with her, the man who had just threatened him with a gun, telling him he would shoot him. Not only that, but about 10 other teens were all set to show up, there to witness Trey get taken down. Once Trey got there, he was surprised to see 19-year-old Devin, still talking tough and trying to impress the 16-year-old girl. Devin thought that Trey would immediately back down and cower in fear, but that didn't happen. Trey was fine to argue with him. Humiliated, unable to stand that another boy was standing up to him, Devin pulled out his gun and shot him several times as the other teens watched and recorded the whole thing. All of them left Trey there to bleed out in the street, including his own girlfriend. Trey's body was later found and he was taken to the hospital. There, Gianna showed up, playing the role of the distressed, concerned girlfriend to his family. Trey passed away from his injuries not long after. The police were quick to start interviewing suspects. It wasn't long before they put the pieces of the puzzle together. Devin Raper was arrested the next day and charged with homicide and possession of a weapon. Gianna was also arrested, being charged with accessory before the fact of a felony, although she was released to her family, including her police officer father, shortly after. She has since said that she only thought the two boys would get into an argument, maybe a fist fight. This was heavily doubted by Trey's family and the police alike, given that she had just seen Devin threaten him with a gun moments before being shot. As the story came out, the word love triangle was thrown around a lot, but Trey's mom didn't really see it that way. She said, "My son wasn't about dumb stuff like a love triangle. He really liked her, but he might have been clueless to whatever else was going on." In the following weeks, 8 more teenagers came to be arrested for their role in the attack, mainly things relating to organizing the confrontation and failing to report it. Some of them include Corinne Belviso, Hunter Kendall, and Sydney Kearns. Even more of them were minors, and their names have not come out. This had them shook, as in South Carolina there is a statute called hand of one is the hand of all that could have all of the accomplices charged equally regardless of who actually fired the shot. Belviso and Kearns each posted $20,000 bonds and have been released for the time being. Shortly after, the others were released similarly. Just recently, another teenage suspect was arrested as well. From now, we'll just have to see where Devin and Gianna's trials go from here. And this is a similar one. Girl sells boyfriend into slavery. Here we have yet another case of a different evil girlfriend doing something horrible to her boyfriend, although this one plays out much more differently. In China, a 19-year-old guy only called Huang in the media had started dating a 17-year-old girl called Zhou. At first, it seemed like a regular teenage romance. They had met at a youth center and apparently fallen for each other pretty hard. However, that may have been only a front on the girl's part. Huang's sister described the girl, calling her flashy, noting that she wore revealing clothes and obsessed over designer items. She repeatedly claimed that her parents were wealthy investment managers and that they conducted a lot of business in Myanmar. She started trying to convince Huang to work in what she called the family business in Myanmar, promising him that he would be given a very cushy, high-paying job. Huang, blinded by this girl, believed every word she said. Zhou asked Huang to go on a trip with her to Thailand in February of 2025, to which he happily agreed. However, his family grew worried when they saw online that, upon entering Thailand, she brought him very close to the Myanmar border. After getting there, Zhou said that she would need to step away for a little while to go pick up a friend. This wasn't the case at all. Behind the scenes, Zhou had been making arrangements to sell her young boyfriend into slavery in Myanmar. Shortly after she left, a group of armed men swarmed Huang, taking his phone and passport. In total, Zhou was only paid about $13,900 for her boyfriend's life. Zhou took the money and decided to blow all of it at once. She used the money over only 10 days in Thailand, going on a luxury vacation and living it up. Upon returning to China, she was promptly arrested upon leaving the airport. Still, Huang's troubles weren't about to end anytime soon. For months, Huang would remain as a prisoner in Myanmar. The guards beat him with metal bars, shaved his head, and pierced his ears to give him some sort of tag. He was forced to work in a call center of sorts, scamming his own countrymen out of money for these people. He was forced to work up to 20 hours a day, only sleeping during the remainder. If he didn't meet daily scam quotas, he would be punished even more harshly than usual. He was barely fed, losing about 10 kilograms or 22 pounds very quickly. From all of the repeated strikes to his head, he suffered permanent hearing loss. After a while, Huang's health had left him in a state where he could no longer work effectively. Once the human traffickers deemed that he was no longer of any use to them, they decided to get some money out of him a different way. They demanded a ransom from his family to the equivalent of roughly $49,000. His family was able to scrape the money together and, to everyone's surprise, he was actually released in June of 2025. Huang isn't better now by any means. While he can finally relax, his life is anything but pleasant. He still suffers the permanent damage to his body, and he is completely traumatized, living in constant fear of another kidnapping. Zhou is still in police custody, being detained on charges of both fraud and human trafficking. Her trial has since been delayed numerous times. Huang's sister has said, "She's only 17 years old. Who would imagine she could do something so evil? It's unbelievable that she was capable of such atrocities. The whole family hopes that the court will severely punish her." And here we have, teenager kills a boy over a PlayStation. Out in Florida, we have the story of a, well, not Florida man, but more like a Florida boy to be more accurate. This is where a 16-year-old boy stabbed another boy for something truly ridiculous. In Oakland Park, Florida, Reuben Whitworth, a 16-year-old, was living in a group home together with another boy around his age, 14-year-old Jordan Doty. This was the One Hope United foster home, and the two boys had had problems getting along in the past. The trouble mainly seems to have come from Reuben. By all accounts, Jordan was playing peacemaker and simply trying to get along with him. Jordan had been known for trying to fit in but being bullied by the other boys in the home instead. Jordan's mother, although not having custody of him, noticed the problems and contacted ChildNet, the agency that was responsible for her son's care, to tell them what was happening. Despite the repeated efforts, nothing was done about it. Indeed, one of the neighbors of the group home started to notice much of the same. He had a conversation with Jordan previously, asking him how his time at the home was going. To this, Jordan responded, "It's scary." One day, Jordan had asked Reuben if he wanted some of his mozzarella sticks. Reuben didn't respond like any normal person would have. Instead, he told Jordan, "No, shut the fuck up or I'm going to stab you and kill you." Despite this clear death threat, there weren't any reports of the adults involved taking his statement seriously. Only 2 weeks later, those threats would be proven to have not only been mere threats. Jordan's mom continued to try and get some help for him within the home, saying, "He was terrorized, the kid kept threatening him. I expressed to multiple people who were here within the home with him." One day, the two got into a small argument over who got to play the PlayStation and who would be doing certain chores. Ruben reacted in a very big way and, just as he said he would do, put a knife into his waistband. He then made his way into Jordan's room, pulled out the knife, and stabbed him over and over again. One of the adult supervisors noticed all of this before seeing Jordan get stabbed right in front of her eyes. She called the authorities and the paramedics right away. On the 911 call, she said that she didn't know where the knife had gone, telling them, "I don't see the knife right now. I had to break it up and I had to get involved with this situation." Jordan was rushed to a nearby hospital where he came to pass away. It was unknown where Ruben had even gotten the knife. Ruben was arrested, coming to be held at the Broward County Main Jail in Fort Lauderdale without bond. The county court described his behavior as dangerous, depraved, and without premeditation. Ruben has been charged with second-degree murder as well as a weapons-related charge. And now we have a pretty dark one. Man convinces girl to choke herself on video. Cameron Zeal Johnson, a 27-year-old man in a suburb of Chicago in the United States, has been known to have been a degenerate. He had a hobby of viewing a lot of, let's just say, child material online and had a habit of trying to chat with underage girls over various messaging apps. One of Cameron's kinks was asphyxiation, and that's what led him to chat with a 13-year-old girl in the UK. He and the girl had been engaged in conversations of that nature over WhatsApp for several days between May 17th and May 22nd of 2025. Cameron used his real phone number for his WhatsApp account, not even trying to hide who he was. He even sent videos and photos of himself to the girl as well. After only a short while of talking, the man deemed to see, quote, "videos of you choking yourself. When I say choke, I mean I want to see your face changing colors." In another conversation, he gave her specific orders, telling her a certain method that he wanted to see her use. In that video, he ordered her to talk about her age while she was choking. Then, one day, the girl waited for her mom to leave the house. While she waited for her to leave, she was on the phone with Cameron. As soon as she left, she began to film herself on video call, setting up her own demise in exactly the way that Cameron had ordered her to. After she went unconscious, it appears that Cameron hung up the phone. He did attempt to call her 3 times in the minutes after. Her mom came back home only minutes later, but by then it was already too late. She found her daughter in that condition, having used an Apple charging cord. The girl was rushed to the hospital, but she passed away from her injuries a few days later. It wasn't hard for the federal authorities in England to link everything back to Cameron. After all, there were records of their conversations and call logs where he used his own phone number. They contacted the Department of Homeland Security in the US, which soon contacted the local authorities in the area. After a detailed criminal complaint was filed against Cameron in June, he was arrested shortly after. When the police caught him, they found that he had a whole bunch of child material on his devices as well as records of other attempts to get kids to make videos for him. He was hit with charges of transmitting and receiving the child material as well as charges of incitement of a minor to make such material. He's being held in jail without bond. And here we have 2 stabbed over 4-year sandwich topping argument. In this case, a man let his pent-up rage get the best of him, and this rage was due to something that most people would find pretty insignificant, that being sandwich toppings. In 2021, he had gone to a restaurant in Paterson, New Jersey called the Baladna Bakery. This was a shop that had been owned by 2 brothers, Abed and Mohammed Assad, who had ran the place for more than 10 years. Back then, this guy had gotten a piece of eggplant on his sandwich. In his words, he did not like eggplant. He came to hold on to the grudge for the next several years. On July 31st, 2025, he decided to give the bakery one more chance. Once inside, he ordered a few items. When his order was being brought out, one of those items, a hot dog, was taking longer than the others. This man flew into a rage, screaming about the missing hot dog and demanding compensation. The female employee working there grew scared of the man, bringing out his hot dog and offering him $3 in compensation to get out. He responded, "No, because I got a sandwich last time and they gave me some eggplant and I don't like eggplant." He then pulled out a box cutter. When the owners, Assad and Mohammed, came out to try and defuse the situation, this irate customer pulled up the box cutter and began to swing it around. Both of them realized that they had recognized this man as the crazy eggplant guy. He ended up slashing and stabbing the two owners with the box cutter before fleeing the scene. Muhammad had been stabbed in the chest while Assad was stabbed in the hand and arm. The two were taken to the hospital where they were treated for non-life-threatening injuries. The police were able to pull some surveillance camera footage from a nearby business that showed the suspect running away on foot. As of the writing of this video, they're still trying to find him. And here we have a bear framed for murder. In a fairly remote area of Akita, Japan, a 93-year-old man named Fujiyoshi Shindo was found collapsed to the ground and bleeding. His elderly wife was the one to find him, calling the police out to their home. While he had been found in his bedroom, both the wife and the police believed it to have been a bear attack, assuming that he had been able to flee inside. This was because the couple's son, Fujiyuki, had told them so. While that might seem a bit outlandish, by this time 219 people had been attacked by bears in the country, and some of them had been fatal in the last year alone. Just before this case, another man had died after being attacked by a bear while delivering newspapers. The police had even relaxed some of their gun and hunting-related laws to make it easier for more people to shoot the bears. For the time being, the police issued a local bear alert for northern Japan. Fujiyoshi was taken to the hospital, but he was pronounced dead due to the blood loss. The bear narrative would come to change when hospital staff noticed that Fujiyoshi's wounds weren't really consistent with a bear attack. They looked too clean, more like wounds from a knife. After that, the bear alert was lifted and the police started looking at the investigation in a very different way. They reclassified the case as a homicide and they only had one suspect in mind, Fujiyoshi's son. After all, he had been the one to tell them that it was a bear that had attacked him, and this was now proven to have been a lie. The cops arrested him shortly after. They have now accused the 51-year-old man of using a knife to slash his father across the face and back. So far, they haven't been able to find the exact knife that was used in the murder, and the crime is still under investigation. And boy oh boy, we have crazy man sprays police with blood. In a case unlike many others, we have a story that took place in Florida, although this time they were terrorized by a foreign invader, that being New York Man. This was a guy named Jeffrey Kimmel, a 38-year-old man who had had a pretty long rap sheet. He had been accused of burglary, assault or battery, resisting arrest with violence, breach of peace, criminal mischief with damages over $10,000, drunk driving, possession of stolen property, and a whole 8 counts of battery on an officer. Somehow, he was still walking free after all of that. From a village in upstate New York called Wappingers Falls, Jeff made his way out to Palm Coast, Florida, about 60 miles from Jacksonville. He decided to grab himself some liquor and made his way over to a store called Sharp's Discount Liquors. Jeff had already entered into the store once and bought some alcohol, getting pretty plastered. He decided that he needed some more, this time bringing a large knife with him. He quickly got into an argument with an employee of the store who refused to sell him any more alcohol, being that he appeared to be very drunk already and had a knife on his person. Originally, the police were called when someone reported a verbal disturbance. However, that would only be the start of the problem. Jeff, who had a large knife visible in his waistband, hopped onto the counter and started spitting and kicking items all over the place. After that, the employee went into the back room and locked the door. Jeff then hopped back down and started throwing bottles of alcohol all over the place while knocking over some shelves of merchandise and throwing a giant fit. In the end, he broke his previous record of $10,000 in damages by causing over $20,000 of damages at this store. He had also cut himself all over with the broken glass in such a frenzy that he didn't even seem to notice it until he was done. Soon enough, the police were on scene to arrest him. Immediately after being taken out of the store, despite bleeding all over, Jeff started arguing with the police. At first, appearing relatively calm, he began to speak to them. One officer asked why he was up on the counter. Jeff responded, "That's your job to figure out." The officer responded, "Alright bro, as long as you're cool with us, we'll be cool with you too, bro." However, then Jeff began to struggle. He told them, quote, boogie D, beat my ass, pepper spray me, tase me. Woo, wee-haw, fuck you, sir." He then started screaming, kicking them, and spitting all over them. He said, "I'm gonna bite your hands and spit on you." He then started spitting. It was then that he was thrown down to the pavement, where he continued to spray his bloody drool all over anything that he could. Given that he was spitting blood all over the place, the police were left with nothing to do but cover him in a spit hood and throw him into the back of the cruiser. Jeff was taken to jail. He's now being held in the Perry Hall Inmate Detention Facility on a $236,000 bond. The police took the opportunity to take a shot at the crime rates in New York, saying, "This guy must have really wanted another drink, but he found out he's not in New York, and we won't tolerate behavior like this in Florida." And, well, here we've got drunk teacher makes students do the Macarena. Alright, here we have a story from Wales, oddly enough. This might be the first time we've ever talked about a case from Wales on this channel, and it is a pretty wild introduction to the country. Alice Ashton, a teacher from Welshpool in Wales, got into a bit of trouble recently. While working at the nightmare of a pronunciation of a school, Ysgol Bro Caerhenion School, she decided to take a water bottle full of clear alcohol into her class of 16-year-olds. One student noted that she was taking a good swig from the bottle, noting that the smell of alcohol was apparent to him even from a short distance away. It was something very unusual for their teacher, who students said was normally a very boring person. As Alice continued to chug her way to the bottom of the bottle, she began to throw swear words towards her students while jumping up from her desk. She then turned to her laptop and began blasting music. Still somewhat attempting to teach the lesson, she grew angry with her confused students. She called them all little shits and walked around the room flipping them the bird only inches from their faces. Shortly into the lesson, Alice stopped teaching abruptly and changed the music on her laptop. This was the Macarena song. She ordered all the students to stand up immediately and do the Macarena. While confused, it seems that some of them did comply. One student said, "She asked the class to make the Macarena. She played music and we were not doing work." While two other students said, "She was very, very close to us. There was a slight alcoholic smell. She was very, very lively and quite animated and speaking with her hands. She got some students dancing to the laptop and speakers and it spiraled out of control." While all of this sounds hard to believe, school officials were able to corroborate the story completely with some security camera footage inside the classroom. During an interview with school staff, Alice denied most of the allegations, but there wasn't really anything she could do against all of the video evidence and the students' testimonies. The police even got involved as well, saying, "It is totally untenable to suggest the music is being played as background music. The evidence is very clear that Miss Ashton did not remain at the front of the class. She invited pupils to dance." She was fired shortly after. While she was listed as being removed from the teacher register permanently, she was actually allowed to reapply from the beginning in 2 years. However, she later sent an email to the school board only to say that she had moved to England and doesn't plan on teaching again. While the story is pretty insane, if you are going to crash out at a school, this is probably the least destructive way to go about it. Rather than shooting up the place, just yell at people and do the Macarena until you get kicked out. And here is a doozy. Flight cancelled over biohazard diarrhea. In July of 2024, a United Airlines flight had been cancelled in the United States. While this is absolutely no shocker in and of itself, the reasoning provided would prove to be truly strange. When the plane landed in Indianapolis, a biohazard crew was seen entering into it. Did someone have some sort of chemical weapon? Was someone carrying an exotic virus from across the world? No, not quite. The reason behind the cancellation was a woman named Megan Reinerston, a writer, actress, and absolute champ who has been very vocal in telling her story. About a year later, she decided to let the public in on what had really happened. Megan, you see, had eaten some undercooked hamburger meat while on a trip in Portugal. She took a flight back home and, when she landed in Newark to change planes, she felt a little sting in her stomach. She felt like she might end up sick later, but it wasn't bothering her too much in the moment. She only had one more connecting flight to make it to her destination, a flight that would only last around 2 hours. She decided to stick it out and hop on board. After all, there was a movie premiere in Indianapolis where she was scheduled to participate. Megan came to post a couple of videos to TikTok in which she detailed her journey, videos that have come to soar in views and engagement ever since. She described her feeling while boarding the plane, saying, "Something is brewing, something is happening that I am not prepared to deal with." She sat down in her seat on the plane with the hope that her stomach pain would level off, at least for a couple of hours. Once she got to Indianapolis, she thought she would be free to blast away with complete freedom. However, within 30 minutes of the flight, she was drenched in sweat and crying from the pain. She didn't want to end up like a certain flight we have detailed in the past on this channel, in which a Delta flight had to be landed and evacuated after a woman dribbled her guts all down the aisle of the plane. So she ran to the bathroom. She said in her videos, "For the next 20 minutes, I had more diarrhea than any human should ever have in their life." As she came to Krakatoa, the tiny airport bathroom, she realized things were worse than she thought. She was about to throw up, too. She turned around and put her face above the toilet only to be met with the toxic fumes of her own creation. So she screamed for the flight crew to bring her some sort of barf bag. In a panic, they did, and she spent the rest of the entire flight held up in the bathroom. They even gave her special permission to remain in the bathroom while landing and deboarding, something that is normally never allowed. As she continued to give her best impression of a power washer, the flight attendants shouted from the door that she should brace for impact. They told her to take her time as the next flight on that plane had been cancelled. Ultimately, she was brought out of the flight in a wheelchair, hearing that hazmat was on the way. Wheeled up to baggage claim, she was met with the stares of other passengers who were well aware of the fact that she was the biohazard. And now she tells her story. She has apologized to anyone who may have been impacted by the cancellation.
My butthole's raw as fucking hell right now. I be pooping. Hell yeah, diarrhea.
And here we have a bonus. Man Moon City Council. It has been a while since we've had a really short bonus story, so here you go. Out in Frederick, Maryland, a man named Adam Harper, known for being a local troll and attention-starved man-baby, made the headlines when he decided to showcase his log launcher to a city council meeting. He addressed the council, criticizing them for various actions. He then stated, "This is my opinion of you communist bastards. God bless the USA," as he bent over and pulled down his pants.
This is my opinion of you communist bastards. God bless the USA. And vote for Derek Connery this election cycle.
It doesn't seem that he's going to face any legal repercussions in the way that they had to face his stink stash. Alright, here we have child stabber released from prison, arrested again in a few days. It seems that these days there's no shortage of these crimes where a criminal is released far before they should be, only to go out and get arrested again pretty much right after. This is a case that shows that people are getting pretty tired of it. Ronald Xantis is a man with a horrific criminal history. In 2015, he drove from Indianapolis and stopped at a different city while on his way to Florida. He found the home of a family that he had no connection with at all whatsoever and decided that he would break in. He had wanted to attack someone and he didn't care who. He broke into the home of the Tipton family. The mother, Heather Tipton, said that he entered into the home through a door that was unlocked. Once Ronald made his way inside, he pulled out a butcher knife and began to assault the whole family. He attacked the family's young son, Logan, only 6 years old, stabbing him over and over again in the head in such a fury that he bent the blade of his knife. Logan's scream caused his sister to run into the room. Ronald, seeing her, started stabbing her as well. The father joined in on the fight, as well as the other sister, both of them getting injured in the process as well. Ronald was arrested and eventually came to see a trial. There he went for the insanity defense. He said that he had seen a sign for a road called Gray Street, and that reminded him of the show Grey's Anatomy, which then in turn made him remember knives for surgery, as he put it. Already having the knife on his person, however, made this claim doubtful. Still, a few of his friends showed up to testify, saying that he had been acting weird in the days before going on his road trip. In the end, the judge went for it, and Ronald's insanity defense was a success. He was given a very light sentence despite the horrible crime, only 20 years, but being eligible for parole in 2019, only 4 years later. However, when basically everyone came to fight back against his release, the parole was pushed back to 2021, then another 2 years to 2023. Logan's dad, a man named Dean Tipton, swore revenge against Ronald during that time. He told the media, "I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell, and I've told the court if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands." The mother, Heather Tipton, felt differently. She was more fearful, given that during the attack, Ronald told one of the little girls, "I'm going to kill your entire family." Heather said that her family should be given some sort of protection. But more than that, she felt he shouldn't even get out at all. She said, "If you're a victim, and there's a violent criminal going to be released that's in connection to you, I think you should be offered some sort of security or protection, or at least a phone call. It just feels like a 6-year-old's life is worth more than 10 years in prison." While the family fought constantly to have his sentence extended, there wasn't really much they could do when his eventual release came around. Even though the parole board themselves unanimously wanted him to stay behind bars for as long as possible, the state of Kentucky felt differently. Kentucky law required the Department of Corrections to release Ronald on what they called a mandatory re-entry supervision. With that, Ronald Xantis, now 42, walked free from jail on October 1st, 2025. He only served about half of his sentence after getting some education and bonuses for good behavior. Ronald requested to be allowed to serve his supervision in Florida, and the state of Florida agreed to it. The outrage over his release quickly climbed all the way up to the top, with even the White House getting involved. The press secretary, Caroline Levitt, said that the White House was looking into this on social media, adding, It's wholly unacceptable for a child killer to walk free after just several years in prison. The governor of Florida didn't want him there either, saying, "It's shocking he was let out of prison in Kentucky after serving a mere fraction of his sentence for murdering a 6-year-old kid." Now, living in Florida and looking at a complete, unsupervised release in June, Ronald should have done everything completely by the books. However, he didn't. First off, he picked a place to live that was right next to one elementary school and only a couple of blocks away from another one, of all things, despite his history of stabbing children. One of the only things that he was absolutely required to do was register as a convicted felon in the area very quickly, within 48 hours, and he simply decided not to do it for whatever reason. He ignored the single most important requirement he was given. Given how badly nobody wanted to see him released, the authorities were waiting for some chance for him to slip up, and there it was. With that, the police had ample reasoning to throw him back into prison where they wanted him to remain in the first place. They ended up arresting him right across the street from the elementary school near where he lived. The sheriff said, "I am proud of the quick response by my deputies and the interagency teamwork that helped locate and arrest this disgusting individual." Ronald was taken off to the Marion County Jail to be held without bond. It was proven that he was indeed supplied with a letter from the Department of Corrections, telling him that he was required to register as a felon in the area. While failing to do so was only a misdemeanor, it did violate his parole and gave them enough reason to extradite him back to Kentucky. Lieutenant Paul Bloom with the Marion County Sheriff's Office said, "It is of a national concern, and for us, our hope is maybe we shoulder just a little bit of that burden that the Tipton family shoulders every day in thinking of this. And I can't imagine the horror and the sadness that ripped through that family when they realized that this man was being released early." And next up we've got streamer killed by obsessive viewer who donated $70,000. Yoon Jia, a streamer in South Korea, was a woman who had dreams of becoming an actress. It wasn't long into her career that she made quite a name for herself online, eventually getting over 300,000 followers on social media. Yoon Jia was approached by a fan of hers, a man who went by the name Black Cat on these streaming platforms. He was known to be a very big spender and mega simp when it came to the massive amount of money he would dump on female streamers. This man, only known by his surname Choi, came to spend over $70,000 on Yoon Jia's streams alone. When you factor in how many other women he watched too, you might expect him to be a multi-millionaire. That was not the case though. He was actually in an enormous amount of debt for these spending habits. His house was even seized and put up for auction due to his streamer addiction. When he approached Yoon Jia, he did so from the angle that he was the wealthy president of an IT company. He told her that he wanted to become her business partner, telling her that he saw her potential and could make her follower count skyrocket. However, Yoon Jia noticed that things weren't quite as they seemed pretty quickly. Once Yoon Jia started to see how demanding and controlling over her content he was, she backed out of this business plan and cut off contact with him. After this, Choi made his way out to see Yoon Jia in person. CCTV cameras caught him falling to his knees and begging to her from the ground in front of her. She didn't want to talk to him again regardless of his pleading, and that sent Choi over the edge. The next time the two were seen, it was around 3:30 p.m. That's when Choi was seen throwing her into his car. His hand could be seen from inside the car, pulling her back inside and slamming the door before driving away. Choi took Yoon Jia back to his home and strangled her with his bare hands. He then put her body into a large suitcase and took her out to his car. Throwing the suitcase into the back of his car, he set off on a journey. Throughout the next several hours, he stopped at 8 different places for unknown reasons, although it's believed that it was done so in order to make the investigation more difficult. His final stop was in the Muju Mountains, where he finally dumped her body. Then, eventually, her body was found on September 11th. The police found that she had been killed only 30 minutes after her final live stream had ended. The news of what had happened quickly sent the country of South Korea, and the wider world of streaming in general, into mourning. It was an example of what putting yourself in front of an audience and letting them hand you money can result in. Choi was arrested 12 hours after the body was found. At first, he denied that he had anything at all to do with the whole thing. However, once the police told him that they had the body, he confessed to everything. It was speculated that Choi had snapped after losing his home and hoped that working with Yoon Jia would help him financially recover. When she cut him off due to his endless demands, he tried to make one last effort to get her to work with him so he could profit off of her. When that didn't work, he simply became lost in his rage. Yoon Jia's murder has caused a lot of people online to call for more regulation and safety when it comes to online personalities, saying that this could easily happen to others as well. And this one is, woman uses Roblox to convince a child to murder. Roblox has been in the news a lot lately, and for good reason. It is one of the platforms that adults use the most to target children. Even a good number of young killers that we've covered on this channel have been influenced, at least in part, by people they met on Roblox. This story definitely doesn't really help with the game's reputation. This is the story of a woman named Tara Alexis Sykes, a 36-year-old mom who had already been arrested once in 2025. That case was particularly heinous as well. She and her husband had been letting a 20-year-old friend of theirs live at their home, knowing very well that he was lusting after their 14-year-old daughter. Well, that guy ended up getting their daughter pregnant, and they knew about it. The daughter herself, who was 31 weeks pregnant and severely malnourished by the time she reached out to the police, told them that her parents did threaten to kill the 20-year-old, if he didn't get his grandma to pay them $10,000 to keep quiet, that is. This grandma did just that, so they let it slide, just as they said they would. Given that Tara and her husband had knowingly allowed all of this to occur, covered it up, and never reported it, they were charged. On May 28th, Tara was hit with one count of neglecting a child without causing great bodily harm, meaning that her husband was likely hit with something very similar. Tara was back out and living at home again shortly after. The 36-year-old criminal mom decided to pick up Roblox to talk with some other children. She came to talk with a 10-year-old very regularly. That boy appears to have been living in some sort of foster home or care facility. She told the boy that he should kill one of the 2-year-olds at that facility, giving him clear instructions on how to do so. She told him to throw the infant into a bathtub of scalding water and then drop the child on the floor until they no longer showed any signs of life, which he did. She continued, telling him how he could kill the adults at the home as well. She told him to cut their throats as they slept, douse their beds with aerosol spray, and light them on fire. The boy did spray the beds with aerosol spray in this case, but he didn't carry out the rest. It isn't clear if this was because he was stopped or because he gave up voluntarily. It goes without saying that the police investigated and talked with the boy. He admitted that someone on Roblox had told him to do it all and provided him with instructions. Tara was soon caught by the police and arrested on one count of attempted murder while engaged in aggravated child abuse. She was thrown into the Escambia County Jail and held without bond. The police made it clear that they were looking for a way to hit her with even more charges. The sheriff said, "I have been in law enforcement for over 40 years and have never seen anything quite like this. I am truly disturbed by the circumstances and the thought that anyone could think like this, let alone instruct these acts to be carried out. There is something really wrong with her." Now, Tara has 2 very different cases of child abuse pending against her. Let's hope she gets the maximum sentence possible. And this one is a wild ride. Girl dies getting breast implants from mom's boyfriend. Alright, here is a truly bizarre case that is really honestly beyond words. We've had some violent acts against children in this video already, and this one is similar but very different. A 14-year-old girl in Mexico, Paloma Nicole Arellano Escobedo, was living between her 2 parents, sometimes at her father's house and sometimes at her mother's. At this mother's home was a stepfather/live-in boyfriend named Victor Manuel, a plastic surgeon. As the story goes, the 45-year-old pervert stepdad, Victor, had convinced the 14-year-old girl, who hadn't even fully developed, that she could use some breast implants and a butt lift. He agreed to provide them to her free of charge. Eventually, she agreed to the whole thing and went under the knife. Victor then performed the surgeries on her. However, when she came home, she was in a dire situation. As a result of the surgery, she was having heart problems and was later found to have had swelling in the brain. She was taken to a hospital in Durango, Mexico about a week after the secret surgery, no longer even functioning. She had completely fallen into a coma. She came to pass away, and her father was told by the mom and stepdad that she had died from complications related to COVID. The father, having no reason to think it was a lie, believed them. However, he found his reason to doubt them at the funeral of all places. While saying his goodbyes, he noticed that his young daughter suddenly had very large breasts. When he asked the mom why this was, she denied everything. At first, she said she had no idea why that was the case, but then she denied that they had actually grown at all. But other family members came to mention it too. To anyone else, it was plainly obvious, making her look suspicious right off the bat. The dad got the mom and the other kids to leave the room so he could take a look. Sure enough, she had had surgery. The scars were clear as day, and the job wasn't even done well at all. It was found that the mom had fully agreed to the surgery and supported it. They were accused of participating in a cover-up, knowing that they were definitely at fault for her death. In Mexico, there aren't any age requirements for plastic surgery. Still, if you're a minor, you're only supposed to be able to get them with both parents' permission. The Attorney General announced that he would begin investigating the mom and stepfather, at first for putting her in risky situations and neglecting to care for her. The case was so outlandish that the President of Mexico herself even got involved. It was announced the Interior Ministry would be following up on the case themselves. The President said, "Send us the case and we will gladly reach out to the family and see how we can help." On September 28, 2025, a judge came to charge the mom, Paola Jasmine, and Victor Manuel in connection with her death. They were hit with charges of omission of care, falsification of documents, usurpation of profession, and negligence in the exercise of medicine. They are now both being held in jail as the investigation unfolds. Victor also had his license suspended and now faces charges of malpractice. Once the final autopsy is performed, it's very possible that he could be hit with even more severe charges, and it seems that that will likely be the case. And, wow, here we have, woman breaks into boyfriend's house to slice open his ball bag. Now here's a story that's going to give some good old phantom pains to all the men out there. And I guess women too, if you don't really like the idea of a knife going straight towards your genitals. A 45-year-old woman named Janita Hoppins had been dating a man who has gone unnamed. At some point she got dumped, and she didn't take this very well at all. One night she decided to get her revenge by breaking into her ex-boyfriend's house with the most nefarious of intentions. Carrying what has only been called an unknown instrument in the news, she kicked open the door and made her way into the house. Her ex-boyfriend heard the commotion and ran downstairs to see what was going on, actually completely naked at the time, for whatever reason. That's when Janita took this sharp object that she was holding and sliced the man across his nut bucket. The police were pretty immediately called as Janita fled the scene. When they came out, they saw that the man's junk was in such bad shape that one of his orbs was, quote, clearly exposed as a result of the laceration. In other words, it was hanging out. He was rushed to the hospital to get some treatment as quickly as possible. By seeing Janita's mugshot, you might have assumed that she was caught. Sadly, that's not the case. It's an older mugshot that's been making its rounds across the internet. While she hadn't really done anything on this scale before, she had been arrested several times for driving-related misdemeanors. The police actually haven't caught up with her as of the writing of this video. Still, they have gone ahead and charged her with aggravated burglary and felonious assault where the victim was seriously harmed. Whenever she does get caught, she's in for some big trouble. And here we've got, Florida man attacks his mom with sausages. Now, here's a case that's a bit old, but it's recently started making rounds on the internet due to becoming a meme. At first, I thought it was one of those fake, over-the-top crimes that gets passed around in meme format, but it turns out it's real. The criminal we've got here is a man named Hermes Callejas Gasparin. He had been arrested previously after his stepfather caught him smoking weed on the front porch. The police weren't actually called because of the weed, but because he had lashed out and attacked his stepfather for criticizing him. Then, when the police came out, he tried to flee. Ultimately, he was charged with misdemeanor marijuana possession and resisting police at the time, to which he pled no contest. It wasn't long before he was out and living with his mom once again. At around 8 p.m. one Monday night, he asked his 41-year-old mother to make some food for him. She agreed to do it, but asked him to give her a few minutes as she was busy. Hermes did not like that response. Hermes got more and more angry as the seconds without food passed. He took the sausages that he wanted to eat and started throwing them at her. One of them hit her right in the eyeball. He then pushed her backward before putting his hands around her neck in a rage. The police were called during the scuffle, and Hermes was once again taken down to the police station. While there, he said that he wasn't angry because his mom didn't cook for him immediately when asked. He said that he was mad because she aggressively bumped into him while she was doing the cooking. At that point, he admitted that he did throw the sausages. However, he said that he wouldn't have done it if she would have simply apologized to him, so it was her fault. Hermes was charged with misdemeanor domestic battery at the time and booked into jail. He was given a $750 bond, which it seemed that he had some trouble paying. When he finally was released, he was ordered to stay at least 500 feet away from his mom at all times. It's unclear what came of him after that. And this one is, man arrested 70 times targets targets. From February of 2024 to September of 2025, trouble was brewing all across a few states. A series of thefts were taking place, and the ringleader of these thefts was a man named Bernard Lane. Over the years, Bernard has been charged for all sorts of different crimes. Assaults, DUIs, evading arrest, you name it. Throughout 2024 alone, he had been arrested and convicted a whole 36 times. In total, he has been arrested over 70 times. In one of the cases, he choked out and threatened to kill his ex-girlfriend. The judge allowed him to bond out of jail for $1. The ex-girlfriend that he choked was a woman named Shalandra Gilbert, and it doesn't seem that the violence deterred her too much. While she didn't get back together with him, she decided to be his accomplice in this chain of robberies. Another accomplice was a woman named Alicia Morris, who is probably Brandon's new girlfriend as they share the same address. While this crime spree started out in Houston, they soon expanded their horizons. They moved the operation up to Overland Park, Kansas. There, Brandon got arrested in July of 2025 for stealing from a single Target store. Again, he was allowed to bond out nearly for free. After that, nothing changed. They simply continued their crime spree together. They went out to Georgia and Alabama soon after, hitting up even more Target stores. At these 2 stores alone, they stole about $2,000 worth of merchandise. It isn't known why they had such a grudge against Target in particular. By September, they had made their way back out to Texas. There they stole from 4 more Targets in Harris County alone. This was where all 3 of them would finally be caught. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, over only a few months, the 3 of them had stolen over $300,000 worth of merchandise in total that they knew of. They're still working to find out how far the scope of the crime spree actually went. All 3 of the suspects are now being held in Harris County Jail. And hey, now we have Florida man eats peacocks as revenge. We have seen a lot of revenge tales over the years, some of them justified and some of them not. Some of them, like this one, don't really even seem to make any logical sense as a form of revenge except to the man himself. Oh, and it is a Florida man. Craig Vogt, a 61-year-old man in Hudson, Florida, was pretty unreasonably angry about one thing: his neighbor feeding his pet peacocks. He demanded that she stop giving them any food. However, it seems that she didn't stop and continued to feed them. Even though Craig's concern seemed to be that overfeeding them was bad, therefore meaning he was concerned for the birds, his idea of revenge against this neighbor went against all of that. He decided to butcher 2 of the peacocks, cook them up in a frying pan, and devour them. He then stuck a note in his neighbor's mailbox, saying that he had eaten the birds and it was all her fault because she wouldn't stop feeding them. He said that he would continue to eat more of the birds just to prove a point if she didn't stop her incessant feeding. This neighbor called the police on Craig, given that he was threatening to kill even more of the pets, and he was arrested. While he was being thrown into the cruiser, he told the deputies that he would kill and eat all of the rest of the birds as soon as he got out, just so that nobody else could have them. He was thrown into jail, charged with a felony count of 3rd-degree aggravated animal cruelty. He has no attorney. The police refused to comment on what happened to the rest of the peacocks. Here is a doozy. Woman dumps avalanche of tampons on ex-boyfriend's lawn. Alright, here we actually have a Florida woman case, and it's recently been making the rounds on social media for really good reason. It is definitely probably one of the weirdest ones I've ever heard of. In DeLand, Florida, a female firefighter was having some issues behind the scenes. Her ex-boyfriend, who had dumped her, had started dating a new woman. She couldn't really handle it. So, like many of these people tend to do, she showed exactly why she was probably dumped. At around 10 p.m. on September 29th, 2025, Gabrielle Franz pulled up in front of this ex-boyfriend's house in her pickup truck. She parked outside and waited for the traffic to clear. Once it did, she jumped out and began throwing objects all over the yard. These were tampons, at least 75 of them in fact. It was later said that they were, quote, stained red as if they were used. Well, the new girlfriend woke up and found the blood sponges all over the front yard the next morning. She ended up calling the police. Little did Gabrielle know, she had been caught on camera the whole time. The police were able to find her license plate number pretty easily, which led them out to her home. Originally, she said that she didn't even know where her ex-boyfriend lived. Once she was shown the photos of her truck, she changed her story. She said that, okay, yes, she was at the house, but none of it was her idea. She said that the idea for the crime actually came from her mother and aunt. She said that the 3 of them had bought a bunch of the crotch corks and painted them red only to appear as if they had been used. Then all of them drove out and chucked them all over the lawn. When her ex-boyfriend and the new girlfriend were asked who they thought might have done this, they both immediately assumed it was Gabrielle. As it turned out, she had been ranting online and to friends quite a bit about how angry she was that her ex-boyfriend was dating someone new. They were able to provide social media posts showing so. In the end, the police arrested Gabrielle on 2 charges of misdemeanor stalking. They said that the incident was done solely to harass the couple, comically adding that the dumping of the tampons, quote, serves no legitimate purpose. Gabrielle quickly posted bond after a court appearance, saying that her lawyer was trying to get the case thrown out. She claims that there wasn't enough evidence tying her to the crime. The new girlfriend took to Facebook to blast Gabrielle, claiming that it was worse than originally reported, with it actually having been over 100 tampons. She said, "Firefighters are supposed to stand for honor and integrity, yet she chose to do something like this and was arrested for stalking. That's how you ruin a badge and a reputation." And now, man bitten on the junk by toilet snake. Here we have yet another case that's going to give you some ball pain, and it's one of those that really legitimizes the fears that people have about little critters coming up through the toilet and biting your junk. A man in Thailand, Thanat Thongtawanan, sat down on the toilet in a public bathroom. When he did, he was surprised to feel an acute, sharp pain radiate throughout his nether nuggets. In his own words, he said, "I felt something biting my balls. It was very painful, so I put my hands in the toilet to see what was wrong. I was shocked that I grabbed a snake." So he grabbed it by the neck and decided to give it a squeeze, hoping that that would work. Still nothing. He jumped up from the toilet and looked for whatever weapon he could find. Toilet brush. Good enough. As the blood sprayed all over the bathroom floor, he beat the snake to death with the brush. This caused the snake to finally release its bite. He said, "I quickly stood up and plucked it out. I felt pain, really bad pain, and there was blood everywhere, but I was more shocked to have found a python in the toilet." Amazed, he decided to take a bunch of pictures for his social media. Then he went off to the hospital to get checked out. Luckily, he didn't need any stitches, but he did get a tetanus shot. He was proud to say, "My testicles are safe now. I'm lucky it wasn't a venomous snake. A cobra would have killed me, but I haven't used that toilet again since." This wasn't even the only time that people in Thailand have gotten their undersides bitten by snakes over the past decade. In 2016, one man had the same thing happen with a python that had been hiding in his plumbing. He had things a lot worse, undergoing a hospital stay afterward. In 2020, another woman faced a similar treatment as soon as she sat down on the toilet. She got so angry that she beat the snake into mush with a hammer. Also in 2020, another woman got her butt munched by a 7-foot python in a similar situation. Then in 2023, another woman actually lucked out. She was about to face the same fate before she noticed the snake already peeking out from deep inside the toilet. That one was a 12-foot python, and it took a crew smashing out the pipes to even get the snake out of her plumbing. If you think you're safe in other countries, you are not. In 2024, residents across Arizona and Louisiana also found snakes inside their toilets on many different occasions. I'll leave you with that little bit of food for thought. This one is a pretty big one. A real Vietnamese snuff video has been circulating online. In July of 2025, a dark video began circulating on apps like Telegram, platforms that use encrypted messaging mostly. This video seemed like some of the usual perverted internet stuff at first, showing an Asian man lying on his back and jerking it. At the point where he finished, though, another man approached him with a large meat cleaver. He raised the knife, brought it down, and removed his head in a few swipes. He then took the head further away. This video was called The Vietnamese Butcher, and it has quickly become infamous. In other clips, the whole thing was shown from different angles. In others, the aftermath was shown as well, mainly consisting of the man's entire body being butchered like you may see in an actual butcher shop. Another final clip showed what was left of the rest of the body after that, with the different parts stacked up and displayed separately. In the end, a meal was shown, implied to have been made from the remains. In another video that has since surfaced, it seems that the two parties were engaging in a bit of practice. In that clip, they only pretend to deal the killing blow. That one ended with the victim being hugged by the killer. What was notable about this video was that, unlike a lot of other similar videos online, this one was definitely made with commercial gain in mind. A lot of videos like this have been rumored to have been sold originally, but it's always been very hard to prove. With this one, there wasn't any doubt. It was sold over numerous Telegram groups and over other similar apps for at least about a year. The whole package of clips and photos was sold for anywhere from about $100 to $600. The internet quickly went into detective mode when it came to finding out who the people involved in the video were. The whole thing was definitely real, and it seemed to have been a consensual act. Those who understood Vietnamese were able to tell what region the men were from by their accents. They even identified which shop sold the kind of floor tiles seen in the video. With that, they were able to tell that it was likely filmed in Vietnam or possibly Cambodia. They noticed some prominent moles and even tattoos on the two men involved. Right now, the main theory is that the victim was a Vietnamese man who has frequented some more extreme sexual forums online for the last several years. He notably used usernames such as Dat Beheading, not leaving a lot to the imagination. He also had an account on Watch People Die, where he viewed videos similar to the one that we have here. Most of his accounts contained references to heads being removed in one way or another. He also spoke freely of hoping that his life would end in very much the same way. He wrote, at one point, "Not only am I ugly, but I'm also full of diseases. I can't afford to live freely like normal folks. I have to depend on my parents my whole life. What else could I do? I truly am a prisoner of my very own fate. If it wasn't because of God, I would have ended my life already. I wish to meet someone that, once we've become close enough, could kill me. Because I really wanted to make friends with such people, but I know that once I've done that, I won't be normal again. I want to die." It seems that the man considered this manner of death to be both sexually gratifying and a form of euthanasia. For now, this is where we are. Given that if this was our guy, the act was completely consensual, it would likely be a strange crime to prosecute. We'll just have to see where this goes. And now we've got Aunt makes 12-year-old shoot a restaurant employee. In May of 2023, Ashley Marmolejo, her brother Angel Gomez, and her 12-year-old nephew were at a Sonic restaurant in the city of Keene, about 40 miles from Dallas. This was when Angel decided that he needed to pee, and he was going to do so in the Sonic parking lot. One of the employees, a man named Matthew Davis, came out and told him that he couldn't pee there out in the open like that. Ashley and her nephew watched from the car, growing enraged at the audacity that someone would tell their family member not to urinate in public. The argument soon grew physical, with Angel Gomez lashing out against the employee. This was when Ashley decided that the employee needed to die, but she wouldn't want to get her own hands dirty. Instead, she opted to have her young nephew do it. She pulled out a semi-automatic rifle that they took to Sonic for some reason and handed it to him. She ordered him, who was only 12, to go out and shoot the employee. Surprisingly, he did it without much hesitation. He opened fire quickly, hitting Matthew Davis multiple times. Cops were on the scene very shortly, and Matthew was flown out to the hospital by helicopter, but staff pronounced him dead shortly after. The whole family was arrested, and the boy was convicted of murder pretty shortly after that same year. He was sentenced to 12 years in jail himself. Ashley, the adult who ordered the 12-year-old to carry out the attack, was accused of murder herself, at first. To everyone's surprise, the charges against her were dropped. Nobody could really fathom why. She didn't carry it out herself, but she did hand a loaded rifle to a 12-year-old and ordered him to carry out the kill. However, more recently, a new prosecutor was elected and promised to put the whole family in front of a jury. With that, Ashley was indicted again on a murder charge in 2025. When she finally made her way to court, she was convicted of manslaughter. Still, she was given 25 years in prison, actually more than her nephew. The victim's family was more or less happy by this outcome. It was far preferable to never seeing her face punishment at all, after all. Matthew Davis's mom said, "This is justice that we've been waiting for. Of course, with a death like this, you want them to be life in prison, but this is a good sentence for her, and we will continue to fight to keep her locked behind bars even when she comes up for parole." The family did start a GoFundMe page to help with the raising of the daughter that Matthew left behind. It raised much more than its goal. While they asked for $16,500, they got $29,000 in the end. This one is out there. Teenager shot when he was thought to be a squirrel. While this story is short, it's also very strange. A 17-year-old boy named Carson Ryan was on a hunting trip with a few other people in the Brighton area of Iowa. While on this hunting trip, he would see the end of his life. This was because one of his hunting buddies shot him in the back of the head. When asked as to how this had happened, the person who shot him claimed that he thought Carson was a squirrel. At this point in time, nobody really seems to know exactly how he came to that conclusion. Given that he was shot in the back of the head, this guy may have only been able to see his hair with the rest of his body hidden behind something. However, with so little information to go off of, that's really only an assumption. Carson was sent to a hospital, but he died from his injuries there. While it was described as an accidental shooting, an investigation was opened into the incident. Carson was a high school senior on the varsity football team. The school decided to hold a vigil for him shortly after his death, with his coach paying tribute to him. The boys' track and field team asked people to keep his mom, family, classmates, and teammates in their mind as they tried to process the loss. An online fundraiser set up for his family ended up raising more than $55,000. And now, man pushes his friend out of a window and forces himself on him. Here we have a very strange and pretty horrific one from Reutlingen, Germany. This is where a couple of foreign asylum seekers were in some housing for migrants, drinking a bunch of booze and smoking a bunch of weed. Eventually, an argument broke out between the two of them. One man pushed the other out of the window. He fell 7 meters, or 22 feet, down to the ground below. Then the assailant went outside to where he fell, pulled down his pants, and began to viciously force himself upon him. It was captured in full on surveillance camera footage. One woman walking by began to shout for help, hitting the assailant over and over with a handbag, but he didn't stop in his assault in the slightest. Eventually, the assailant was taken to court. The prosecution demanded that he receive a sentence of at least 12 years. However, the assailant and his lawyers actually tried to get an acquittal despite the whole crime being caught on camera. They said that the allegation of rape couldn't be proven, implying that the man who had been pushed out the window and ended up seriously injured had actually wanted it. When it came to the sentencing, the defendant mostly sat there hiding his face, putting his hands over it. The judge said that he acted very deliberately in what he did, adding that the assailant didn't care at all that the victim was seriously injured or that there were people trying to stop him. The assailant didn't have any prior convictions, at least that they know of. Anything from his original country is a bit murky. It was said that he didn't have any mental illness or addiction, so this was something he decided to do of his own volition. It was said that he actually had very little alcohol and THC in his system, and that he wasn't even to the legal point of intoxication. Eventually, he was sentenced to 11 years in prison. The judge addressed him directly, saying, "I hope you will undergo social therapy and take advantage of the other therapeutic services offered to you in prison." The courts and the media refused to release information as to the man's asylum status or nationality. He has also been blurred out in any photos. And, driver forced to dig dog's grave at gunpoint. A 22-year-old in Texas named Alberto Joshua Hernandez was enraged when his dog was run over by another driver. It seems that he hopped into his own truck and sped up until he was behind the man. When the man stopped to fix his bumper after hitting the dog, Alberto pulled out a handgun and pointed it at him. He forced him into his own car and kidnapped him at gunpoint. Alberto took the man back to where his dog had been run over and left in a ditch and forced him to pick up its body. He then ordered him to take it over to where he would dig its grave somewhere in his yard. He took the man's phone and keys and kept the gun aimed at his head, ordering him to grab a shovel and start digging. While doing so, he said, "I should shoot you now for it." After the guy buried the dog, Alberto went inside his home and came out with an even bigger gun, a semi-automatic rifle and 2 magazines. He forced the man to walk back to his car and made him drive to a local ATM to get cash as compensation for killing his dog. The man said that he was scared to death as he pulled out the $200, feeling that he would probably be disposed of shortly after. Alberto then took a photo of the man's driver's license and told him he knew where he lived. Then, surprisingly, he let him go. Eventually, Alberto was arrested as a suspect and put into a police lineup. That's where the man identified him. Alberto's own mom admitted that she had seen him leaving the house with the rifle that day as well. He was charged with aggravated battery, aggravated kidnapping, and drug-related charges likely in relation to something the police found on his person. He's being held in the Wood County Jail on multiple bonds making up $660,000. This one is dark. Missing girl found alive in a box in the basement. This story started when a 13-year-old girl from Baker, Louisiana met a man online over Snapchat. This man's name was Keshawn Crumity. He is a 26-year-old man, literally double her age, who decided to take advantage of her home life situation. It seems that the girl had wanted a different family, as he was able to win her over by promising that he could help her be adopted by a loving family. Keshawn convinced the girl to go to Pittsburgh, where he lived, by using a Greyhound bus. Once she arrived at his home, they slept together on a bed in the basement with a third person, said to have been a woman. After that first night, things got much worse. Keshawn ended up giving the girl a bunch of edibles before sexually assaulting her for about a week straight. It started to become abundantly clear that she had been human trafficked and nothing more. Meanwhile, investigators had been tracking the girl over multiple states. Eventually, they were able to pinpoint her location somehow and made their way out to Keshawn Crumity's home. There, they found her trapped in a box in the basement that was covered over by a sheet. She was taken to a hospital where there was evidence of the assaults that had been taking place. Luckily, the girl said that the safest place she ever felt was in the hospital right after. Keshawn was hit with a good number of charges. These were trafficking in individuals, statutory sexual assault, unlawful contact with a minor, sexual assault, and corruption of minors. He was booked into the Allegheny County Jail and was not given bail. In connection to the case, another man was also arrested. This was 62-year-old Ronald Smith in Columbus, Georgia. Another man, Alvin Hansen, a 64-year-old, has since been arrested as well. Both of these men had driven the girl out to the bus station to get on her Greyhound to go meet the man. Ronald Smith was hit with charges of contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile, and Alvin was hit with the same charges himself. More are likely to be arrested, as another man and woman were living in Kashan's home, knowing very well that the girl was there. And now, influencer orders gang to torture robbers. It really seems like we've covered a lot of Brazilian influencers who are up to some really weird stuff. It really does seem like they embody that whole influencer archetype if it was cranked up to 11. This one is definitely one of those. Isabella Paiva is the kind of woman you imagine when you hear the word influencer. Her social media is full of photos of lavish vacations, fancy homes, luxury items, and wads of cash. In making posts like this, she got about 50,000 followers. Behind the scenes, she had ties to the Commando Varmelo gang, which is said to be one of Brazil's oldest gangs, stated by some out there to be one of the most feared and most violent. It began in the prisons of Rio de Janeiro in the 70s. They get up to all manner of gang-related shenanigans, anything from street drugs all the way up to arms smuggling. They're also very known for their turf wars. It has been reported that Isabella was actually a full-fledged member of the group herself, and she would come to use those connections to her advantage. One day, Isabella's home was broken into and robbed while she was out of town. One of her homes, that is. She was in another one of her homes in Porto Velho, in the Amazon region, when she first got word that it had happened. She didn't go back herself or even call the police. Instead, she ordered several members of the gang to find the robbers, torture them, and get her stuff back. Little did she know, the police were carrying out an operation called Arar Batak, which is apparently a shortened version of a Hebrew phrase meaning "cursed is the one who trusts." It was an operation to find Isabella and other gang members after all of this took place. The civil police said, even though she was fully aware of how serious the situation was, the suspect chose not to contact the authorities. Instead, she deliberately acted outside the law, driven by personal revenge and in clear defiance of the legal system. We don't know if the robbers were actually caught and tortured like she ordered the gang members to do. What we do know is that Isabella was caught and arrested. She was taken into custody on charges related to organized crime. While it's likely that some other members of the gang were taken in as well during the operation, it isn't known for sure. As of the writing of this video, her last post to social media was made around the same time that she was arrested. And this one is, woman found locked in her room by her parents for 27 years. This is the story of a woman referred to as only Morella in the media. She was last seen out in public way back in 1998. At the time, she was 15 years old and living in the city of Świętochowice in southern Poland. At the time, it really seemed like she had completely vanished. Her parents gave the neighbors conflicting stories as to where she had went, sometimes telling them that she had been missing without a trace, and sometimes telling them that she had been kidnapped. However, in July of 2025, people would hear the first peep from Morella again. This was after there was a disturbance at her home, a loud screaming match that got reported to the police. When the police came out, their 82-year-old landlady said that there hadn't been any sort of altercation at all. Still, they made their way inside. The police then spoke to Morella, likely being the first people to speak to her in 27 years. They noticed that her room looked very much like a young child's room, likely not having changed much for her whole life. She said that everything was fine and that they shouldn't worry. However, they quickly noticed what looked like severe injuries to her legs and decided to contact an ambulance for her. When she got to the hospital, it was found that she was suffering from such a bad infection that she very likely would have only lived for a few more days if she hadn't been found. It makes one wonder if her parents were arguing over whether or not they should take her to a hospital. She was ultimately kept in the hospital for 2 months due to her critical condition. It was found that she had never been to a dentist or been to a hairdresser in her entire life. Her teeth themselves were in such a bad condition that she risked a major infection from them as well. For that and for her mangled hair, she was also taken off to a different clinic. A local prosecutor confirmed that the police had indeed opened an investigation into the parents. They were quickly noted to be the main and really only suspects in the case, given that they had told so many people that she had been missing or kidnapped when she was clearly in their own home for all these years. The prosecutor said, "Much remains unknown, and several facts cannot be revealed at this stage. One thing is certain, the truth must come to light as to why this young, healthy 15-year-old stopped leaving her home and disappeared without a trace. It's unimaginable to spend so much time in one room. She herself says that she has never seen her city develop, that it is behind in everything, and that she has missed out on so many things. She has never been to a doctor, never obtained an ID card, never gone for a simple walk or even to the balcony. It isn't known what kind of crime her parents might be charged with at this time, but it's fairly evident that they're going to be in for some trouble. And, woman refuses to let man smell her feet, so he runs her over. This is a really weird case that took place on August 24th, 2025. Near Miami, Florida, a man named Elmonsi Circle had met a woman on a dating app called Seeking. After getting to talking, they decided to make their way out to a hotel together. This would be the Serena Hotel in Aventura, about 20 miles north of Miami. This particular woman was a foot model, and that seems to be something that excited Elmonsi greatly. When they went up to the room, he asked to smell her feet and buy her shoes that she had been wearing. She didn't like the idea of having someone sniff her stanky-ass feet, but she found it hard to turn down someone who wanted to buy her dirty old shoes. She told him that, due to her model status, she would charge him $1,000 for them. She had some old tennis shoes in her car that she would be willing to sell to him. First, she went to the bathroom. When she got out, she saw Elmonsi running from the room. She thought that he had probably stolen something from her, so she ran after him. They ended up in the parking garage. There she saw Elmonsi in a red Mercedes SUV. He passed by her at first, but then he turned the car back around and came charging towards her. He ran over her, leaving her with bruising and tread marks on her back, arms, and chest. She required immediate medical attention at a hospital. Elmonsi fled the scene, but it didn't take too long to find him. He was arrested on a charge of aggravated battery. The victim said, "When I got there, he just wanted to sniff my feet and I didn't feel comfortable with that. I mean, you could have my sneakers all you want. I mean, I don't care, I'm not wearing them. And you know, they're just stinky old sneakers, but people like weird things." Elmonsi later got out of jail on bond, but he's likely going to appear in court very soon. As it turns out, he had a long history of meeting women off of dating apps and hotel rooms, stealing their stuff, and running off. He was ordered to stay away from his victim from here on out. The moral of the story? Don't meet someone on a dating app and agree to go with them to a hotel room alone immediately. I mean, come on now. And now, man stole lottery tickets and walked back in to cash them. Justin Farley, another Florida man, 43 years old and living in St. Petersburg, Florida, made his way up to a Circle K store on May 5th, 2025. That evening, he was up to something big. He felt that he had crafted the perfect plan to make himself rich. He pulled up to the store in his gray Hyundai sedan to get the wheels turning. Justin wasn't really a stranger to criminal activity. He had actually been arrested numerous times for offenses as far back as 2003. He had been hit with charges related to selling coke, possession of a controlled substance, being a felon of possession in a firearm, twice, and possession of oxycodone. The man loved his guns and drugs. Justin went up to the Circle K and began to speak to an employee there. Then, when he felt he wouldn't be noticed, he made his way into the back office and started digging through the cabinets. There he found what he was looking for, a whole bunch of scratch-off lottery tickets. Pocketing them, he left the store in a hurry and hopped back into his car, making his escape. About 40 minutes later, Justin arrived at a local 7-Eleven to enact the next phase of his plan. Here he would attempt to cash all of the lottery tickets he had stolen from the Circle K. He came to find that he had stolen $7,000 worth of the tickets. However, when he took a good number of them up to the counter, they told him that he couldn't cash them there. With this failing, he wasn't too sure of what to do. So Justin did the only thing he could think of. He went back to the same Circle K where he had stolen them from and tried to cash them there. They wouldn't take the tickets either, for whatever reason. Now defeated twice, he did the only other thing he could think of. Go back to the same 7-Eleven where he couldn't cash them before and try to cash them again. To his shock, they still wouldn't cash them, even though a whole 20 minutes had passed. Now, with no other options, Justin decided to pull out his trump card, going back to the same Circle K again and trying to cash them once more. To his surprise, they still wouldn't cash them. Now Justin was angry. He still didn't have his money. He hadn't made any headway at all, really. So he decided to take his anger out on the 7-Eleven. He put on a black mask, changed his shirt and shoes, and pulled out a replica Glock handgun. He went inside and pointed it at the clerk, demanding she just give him all of the money out of the register. He got about $120 and snagged a pack of his favorite Newport cigarettes on the way. He ordered the woman behind the counter to open the safe in the back for him. When she said that she couldn't, he said, "Okay," and left. He left behind a ton of evidence. A key piece was his license plate number on the surveillance footage. The police pulled him over about 2 weeks later during a traffic stop and arrested him for commercial burglary and grand theft. When they asked him why he did it, Justin told them, "I needed money." He admitted to all of it. He was hit with federal charges, one of which was interference with commerce by threat or violence. With his extensive record, things aren't really looking good for him from here on out.